Escondido, El Cajon, Kearny Mesa, and Miramar. Book your service appointment with a certified master technician at westautomotivegroup.com. I'm Mark Zegan, Kogo's next mealtime traffic update, 325.
I have this dream, or rather my wife does, to take her to Italy. Been planning that trip since 2014, but never seemed to be able to squirrel enough away. In fact, more than once, that vacation fund became our emergency fund, college fund, medical bills fund, new car fund. You get the idea. But I figure the Coliseum's been around for 2,000 years. It should still be there when we're ready. And then my wife points out that at this rate, it's going to be another 2 millennia before we can afford it. Chris Merrill for Online Training Academy. Whether it's college tuition, a new car, or that trip to Italy, we all have a dream. It's time to start checking out Online Training Academy and learn the skills you need to put Wall Street's money in your wallet. Sign up for a free introductory trading and investing class by calling 877-399-TRADE or online otaclass.com. It's a free class right
the way through Camp Pendleton and then Carlsbad Village Drive to Santa Fe Drive. 65 minutes that trip from San Clemente to Del Mar. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org. I'm Mark Zegan. Kogo's next real-time traffic update is in the 4 o'clock news.
News breaks.
He's not saying that the president's trying to tip the scales, but the tweets are a distraction he could do without.
Some things you may not know about the coronavirus. First, it's not a death sentence.
News Radio 600 Kogo. News Radio 600 Kogo at Kogo.com.
Southern Caregiver Resource Center, caring for those who care for others. Visit scrc.care.
News Radio 600 Kogo. Live, local, breaking.
I haven't thought of that. That broke college co-ed with $6 in the bank that gave Pocahontas $3 in a Pocahontas cap. I just got a note from somebody. You got to remember, Rush, that young girl is hoping that she can get a free education and Pocahontas will forgive her student loan. I invested. Maybe it makes, okay, here's $3. If you get elected, you can forgive my student loan, but it ain't gonna happen. And even if it was the objective, Pocahontas should have given the money back. Should not have kept them. Somebody, here I only have $6, and I'm gonna give half of it to you. You're so important. But, I guess that's why I'm not in politics. Back to the phones, Granger, Indiana. Victor, great to have you, sir. Welcome to the EIB.
Thank you, Rush. It's an honor to speak with you.
Great to have you here.
You mentioned earlier the three candidates who the Democrats want to lose with. I would have to say Amy Klobuchar would be the one. I think they're still in the process of grooming Mayor Pete for probably a 2024 round and honest one. You don't want to put him on the
Wait. Still in the process of grooming Mayor Pete.
Oh, definitely. He's been groomed his whole career. He may
You mean prepped as a kid. I'm sorry.
whatever.
Yeah, okay. And so they don't want to throw him away, right? They don't want Mayor Pete to lose.
No, he's the Barack Obama of 2024.
Really? Is he going to get vitiligo or something?
What's that?
Nothing.
I really think he's their
All
big.
right, so, you think that they would be, I'll just take this from you. You think that the Democrat establishment, would be content to lose 2 presidential elections in a row, women at the top of the ticket, Hillary and Amy Klobuchar?
Yeah, because they can still blame us on Sexual America not wanting to vote for a woman, and they've already started the process of saying Trump's stealing the 2020 election with the Ukraine. So they're getting all their excuses in a row, and they can pop Mayor Pete in there in 2024 for more anger recognition, more exposure for the next 4 years.
Why wouldn't they want to lose? And look, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just picking your brain. Why wouldn't they want to lose with Crazy Bernie at the top of the ticket? Why wouldn't they want abject socialism to get free?
I think that with Amy Klobuchar, she's a more safe candidate, and what her views would be, how she comes across, rather than the extreme. I think they know they need to stay in the center to win on the national level, whether they believe in the far left or not. You know, they want the far left agenda. But I think they want to stay in the center as far as perception.
Well, yeah, I understand the perception of wanting to stay in the center, but perceptions oftentimes are going to succumb to reality. That's the problem. That is, I think, one of the problems the Democrat Party has. It is, for most of my life, the Democrat Party has masked itself and hid from everybody anybody what its real intentions are. And during the Obama years, they started to get brave. And then after Obama got elected, they are totally brave. Now here comes Crazy Bernie, some of the other left-wing radicals, all the stuff happening on college campus. It's going to be tough to put that back in the model. And I don't believe there is a great middle in the Democrat Party. I said this yesterday. I just don't believe it exists. I don't believe that it exists in the country. How can there be such a grand and great middle if we are so partisan? If we are more partisanly divided than we've been since the Civil War, how in the world can there be this great swath of moderate people that don't? And that's what people in the middle are, right? People don't care one way or the other. And so it's a myth that they're there. But everybody in politics lives with the belief that they are there and that they can get them. And that by getting them, they can then define themselves as something that's not radical or not extreme. We are the middle, straight down the middle. There aren't enough people in that swath, whatever it is, to get anybody elected. Speaking of Klobuchar, this is, I said they've got a new nickname for her. Here's a media montage, number 6 in 3, 2, 1.
There's momentum.
Momentum.
There's surge. There's charge. And there's momentum.
And when you look at the word, I have it here on the official transcript, and it looks like a constipation ad that you would see on the internet or on TV. Cloud, and then you start cloud surge, that's flat conversion. Here's Amy Klobuchar herself last night at her headquarters in Concord, New Hampshire.
Hello, America. I'm Amy Klobuchar, and I will beat Donald Trump. Donald Trump's worst nightmare is that the people in the middle, the people who have had enough of the name calling and the mud slinging, have someone to vote for in November.
John Lennon dream number 9 is going through my have here. She eats her salad, by the way, with a comb. Did you know that? Rush Limbaugh, America is WEIB Network, News Radio 600 Kogo, live, local, breaking. There has been plenty of talk about CBD these days. You don't know which brands to trust. Let me give you one you can. Level Select CBD. Now, a lot of companies buy CBD from who knows where. You're never sure how much CBD is really in them. Level Select CBD is made by Kate, a trusted leader in CBD. And it comes from their own farms right here in the USA. Their products are independently tested to make sure everything is accurate, from the amount of CBD in each product, and that there's absolutely zero THC. Level Select CBD comes in a sports cream and a roll-on, and is available in 3 levels to give you the right amount of relief you need to keep moving. So if you want to try CBD, go to who you can trust. LevelSelectCBD.com. Enter the promo code CBD15 and get 15% off. That's LevelSelectCBD.com.
What is the retirement architect? Well, it's someone who's going to help you design and build a retirement that you can count on, one that's going to last a lifetime. And we've got one, the retirement architect, David Reyes, Sunday mornings at 9 on News Radio 600 KOGO.
Did you know that treatment for ED has advanced beyond the little blue pill? The newest available treatment for men seeking optimal performance is now available in San Diego from ARC Men's Health. This proven treatment from Europe uses acoustic energy waves to break down plaque and restore blood flow, ultimately reversing ED. Now you can get off Viagra and be spontaneous again. This 20-minute procedure is non-invasive and requires no injections or pills. It's pain-free and requires no downtime. Acoustic wave therapy, the proven ED treatment from Europe, is finally available in San Diego from ARC Men's Health. For information, call ARC Men's Health at 619-350-8788. That's 619-350-8788. Online at arcmenshealth.com. Call now
Sponsored by Compassion International. News Radio 600 Kogo.
Good afternoon from the Weather Center. Mostly sunny Sunday, morning clouds and fog with mid-60s along the coast to the low 70s inland for more cloudiness for President's Day.
Right now, there's a child living in extreme poverty with no future and no hope. But you can bring hope when you become a Compassion International sponsor. Just text the word child to 83393 and sponsor a child right now.
Local news, real-time traffic every 10 minutes, and San Diego's most dependable weather. News Radio 600 Kogo.
You want to know what happened in Pocahontas? It's very simple. Bernie Sanders tomahawked her in the back. From the moment that he said she couldn't win because she's a woman, her poll numbers nosedived and the wampum from donors dried up. They had an agreement. They had an agreement not to attack each other. Pocahontas and Crazy Bernie. And Bernie broke it. Just one more treaty the white man violated with the native people. Indigenous peoples, Pocahontas. We have reached our conclusion for today. As always, thank you so much for being with us. Always appreciated. Be right back on Monday, yes. Be back on Monday. Have a good weekend.
Hey, it's Luke Evans. And look, when was the last time you looked up? I mean, in your home. If it's been a while, it's likely that you may need a new roof. Christian Roofing and Solar is your best choice for all your roofing and solar needs. With Christian Roofing's fair price, their unsurpassed craftsmanship, and I've seen their work, their customer service, why would you settle for anything less than the best? Your roof is the most important investment. It's going to rain on and off again still for a number of months here in San Diego. So whether it's residential, HOA, or business roofing needs, Christian Roofing has you covered. Now, if you're switching to solar energy, Christian Roofing and Solar has the most advanced solar energy systems on the market, bar none. Family-owned and operated, long-standing in San Diego, Christian Roofing has a reputation that speaks for itself. Their team of experts allows them to complete any job, any size, and build or repair most types of roofs. So call Christian Roofing for a free estimate, 619-401-9607, or you can go online. It's this simple, christianroofing.com.
This is KOGO and KMYI HD, San Diego Live. Local breaking.
Preparing for a pandemic, the Pentagon. I'm Jay Nexler, Fox News. U.S. Navy Lieutenant Commander Mike Hatfield writing in the Military Times that an outbreak of coronavirus is expected among our troops. Dr. Uma Udashe, an infectious disease specialist and researcher at Johns Hopkins Medical Center, says,
I do think that we're going to face a mild pandemic. This is something that's been spreading in the community at least since November in China. It's spreading efficiently from human to human, and we're going to see more and more cases all over the world. It's really important to remember, though, that most cases are mild. We're only hearing about lots of severe cases because we're not testing mild cases. The mild cases are the norm for this infection.
China now reporting 143 new deaths from coronavirus over the past 24 hours. The fatalities now topping 1,500. The U.S. meantime preparing to fly home Americans quarantined aboard a cruise ship now docked in Japan. They will have to be quarantined for another 2 weeks on U.S. Air Force bases in this country. The Nevada caucuses are not until next Saturday when people can vote early there. Bernie Sanders among the candidates campaigning in Nevada today, leading supporters in Las Vegas to nearby polling places. This with speculation swirling around Mike Bloomberg and a possible running mate.
Website Drugs Report says Bloomberg is considering Hillary Clinton as a running mate after polling showed they would be a formidable pair. In a statement provided to Fox News, Bloomberg's communication director did not exactly refute that, but said we are focused on the primary and the debate, not VP speculation.
That is Fox's Ellison Barber. Hillary Clinton saying, would she run as vice president? Probably no. America's listening to Fox News.
In the Kogo News Center, I'm Phil Burdick. A move never seen before here in California. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement subpoenaing the San Diego County Sheriff's Department as part of a fight over California's sanctuary state laws. Those laws limit local police agencies' ability to cooperate with ICE detainer requests for undocumented immigrant jail inmates. In a statement, ICE officials say they've issued 4 subpoenas seeking information about 4 undocumented Mexican immigrant inmates. San Diego Police Department says officers will take part in a bicycle and pedestrian safety enforcement operation on Sunday. Gas up a half cent a gallon, $3.56. Kogo's updated San Diego weather. 60s and 70s with sunshine. Right now downtown it is 66 degrees. I'm Phil Farrar. Stay connected, stay informed. On San Diego's breaking news station, News Radio 600 Kogo.
From your always sunny San Diego Honda Dealers Traffic Center, the one problem, the drive from San Clemente into San Diego, it is just a parking lot. From San Clemente into Oceanside and more slow traffic down the South 5. It's an hour and 7 minutes, San Clemente down at Del Mar. This is sponsored by the Cosmopolitan Hotel and Restaurant in Old Town. Old Town's Cosmopolitan Hotel and Restaurant now offers afternoon tea in its restored 1870s era Victorian setting. Enjoy a bit of old world sophistication this weekend in the Grand Sala, the Cosmopolitan. Details and reservations at oldtowncosmopolitan.com. I'm Mark Zegan. Kogo's next real-time traffic update is at 4:16.
Discover a better way to shop for a new Lexus with auto enjoyment at Lexus Escondido. Enjoy a free lunch or dinner at Ventana Wine and Dine and get a free car wash with appraisal. No purchase necessary. Schedule your auto enjoyment experience today at LexusEscondido.com.
Hi, I'm Brian Scudamore from 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
You only brought 2 of them?
These 2 can do anything.
Are you saying those online reviews are real?
Point at something you wish would disappear, ma'am.
Well, I'd like to see that gone. Those online reviews are real. What are you doing now?
I'm sweeping up the spot where it was.
How did you get here so fast?
We were on your street headed your way when you called.
All you have to do is point. Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOTJUNK.com.
From iHeartRadio, #1 for podcasts, Family Secrets.
Family secrets. It turns out that just about everyone has them, which accounts for the incredible outpouring of community and sharing of these stories that's happening as a result of my podcast, Family Secrets. I hope you'll join us for some incredible conversations about family, identity, and what happens to both when the secrets that have been kept from us finally come to light.
Family Secrets, tomorrow night at 6 on News Radio 600 Kogo.
For more information about contests on this station, go to kogo.com/rules. On investment real estate, moneytalkradio.com. Today's show is provided for entertainment and general information purposes. Opinions expressed are those of the presenter only. We make no promises or guarantees of investment performance. Online Trading Academy is not a broker-dealer, certified financial planner, or registered investment advisor. Enjoy the show.
Welcome to Trading and Investing with Ryan Cook and Larry Jacobson. Trading?
Ask yourself, am I getting the results from my trading that I'd like to get now?
Investing, that's not just your life. It's something that you pass on to your children, pass on to your friends and their kids.
Education. It's about educating you for life, not just for the minute.
Trading and Investing. Now, here are your hosts, Ryan and Larry.
Welcome to the show. If you're a first-time listener, then we are pleased to meet you. My name is Ryan Cook, and I have with me today is my great friend over here, sitting across the aisle with those dreamy eyes. I don't know if anybody said this to you yet this week, but if not, I just want to make sure. Happy Valentine's Day, buddy.
Happy Valentine's Day to you as well.
That is the beautiful voice of Gregory Thonis. Rhymes with Bonus joining me in the studio today, and this weekend is just full of love, right? It's the season of love. We've got Valentine's Day. We're just sending it into the past, and one of the best parts about Valentine's Day is the next holiday is St. Patrick's Day, and that's just blow off the top. That's just a lot of fun. I did that in Chicago a few years ago and saw the Green River and everything. It's pretty crazy.
Chicago and St. Patrick's Day is incredible. I've been there.
It's really awesome.
I don't remember much, but I was there.
Yeah, we got the Instagrams to prove it, and to remind us of it. No, well, so awesome. We've got Gregory in here in studio with us. We're gonna have a great show today. We've had a lot of fun things going on, and one of the interesting things
that Gregory was doing just a little while ago, and maybe some of our listeners as well, is there was a big money show down in Orlando, Florida. Down in cruise ship paradise, right? The second home of Mickey and Minnie. They have a few homes now. They're doing quite well. But what were some of the things you were hearing out there? What are some of the concerns? What are some of the questions, I guess, is a great way of just kind of kicking off the show. What are people thinking? What are people feeling about the markets right now?
You know, there was, I think, several thousand, I think up to 4,000 or 5,000 people come there, and then we were actually right as you came into the exhibitor hall. We were right there, and we did a whole bunch of sessions. In fact, you know, the pre-introductory workshop we do, we actually held one of those, and it was packed. I think we had 120 people in one of them, which is a great session right there, and then in multiple sessions we just filled the room. So, yeah, they actually was interested. A lot of questions really about a couple things. First of all, people wanted to know, like, what kind of income strategies do we actually teach here? What about wealth growth strategies? And then a lot of people right now, especially the markets, these all-time highs again and again and again, wealth protection strategies. So all those three, I think, were the main ones, and then a lot of interest in our proprietary trading software.
Oh, yeah, Click. Yeah, I heard there was a lot of demand for that. And one of the things you brought up was wealth protection strategies, and I was on a call this morning with some friends of mine down in Atlanta, and one of the things they were talking about was how much complacency is out there and how dangerous that can be, and how excited they were actually to hear people say those same type of things, is that they were really looking, you know, to learn how to preserve them wealth, and kind of, we have that sense of the calm before the storm, and one of the common, you know, themes that you can see before every kind of meltdown in the markets is they always come from the top. But what are some of the things that people can do if they are in that complacent stage and they want to, say, you know, be more proactive with their risk management and kind of protection side of things?
I don't think they need to. I mean, really, the market's been up for 11 years. We're our 11th year up. I think it's going to keep going and going. They'll never come down.
To the moon, Frankie.
But you know, in all seriousness, there are people that actually think that way and really believe that, you know what, this is great. We're going to have, you know, keep going on with the same political system we have right now, same economy, everything's on the roll. We're going to have at least another 4 or 5 more years of this. And as you know, for 120 years, the market's alternated bull market, bear market, bull market, bear market. That you use in bear markets than you do in bull markets.
Yeah, and you know, one of the key things, I'm sure you guys spent a lot of time on this in the introductory workshops, but is there's bull markets and bear markets, because there's also two other kind of actions in the market. There's buys and sells, right? And buying is when an overbidding creates bull markets, and selling actually creates the bear market. So maybe we can touch on that a little bit.
Yeah, and you know, if you look at the history of it, you know, take a look at the bull market. And by the way, I know you know. I don't know if our audience will know.
Well, you're maybe giving me a lot of credit.
But you know why they call it a bull market, bear market? Before we get into it,
I have heard some rumors.
Yeah, so they call it a bull market, and a bear market is how the animals actually attack. So bulls will put their horns down and attack up. So it's the buyers attacking up, and then the bear market, the bears will stand on their hind legs and they'll attack down. So I've been told. I've not yet been attacked by a bull or a bear.
but I have seen Revenant. Was that the Leonardo DiCaprio movie?
Oh yeah,
the Leo movie. He definitely that bear tacked downward.
And did. And you know, the markets kind of alternate. So it's usually kind of a generality of about 3 to 5 years in an up market, bull market, and then 1 or 2 years down. That's kind of 2 to 3 years down. That's kind of the cycle. So this market being up for its 11th year is actually a record. I don't think we've never been longer than this. So there's a lot of fear out there, kind of worrying just how bad is this next bear market going to be?
Yeah, and when you think about it, there's been a lot of profits built into this market, so there stands to potentially be a lot of profit taking, and so that next wave could be fairly violent. But one of the things we can do, we're about halfway through kind of this first little segment here. Yeah. We say we try to squeeze in a little giveaway for those people who aren't going to sit on the sidelines, sit in that world of complacency and do absolutely nothing. We can do some giveaways, help them get educated.
That'd be great, especially come to the workshop. One of the things you're going to start learning a little bit more about is actually making money when the markets go down.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now we've got a class coming up in your area, and this is these classes where we've introduced thousands, you know, just like you, to our patented core strategy, which is designed to help you make better investing decisions. I think that sounds pretty good.
That is.
Now, one of the things that we're going to do just for getting registered, you're going to get a Professional Insiders kit. This is packed with important information from some of our top instructors, a bunch of different lessons in there, but specifically even one Greg was mentioning, opportunities when the market goes down. You know, we all know how to buy things and hold them as the market goes up, but what do we do as the market goes down? That Professional Insiders kit's going to make it so you can start learning right now. The number is 877-399-8723. That's 877-399-8723. Or go ahead and register online at freeotaclass.com.
But if you're looking, you know, potentially for how I can get some income strategies, either on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis, how I can grow my wealth, you know, that's already in there, and how I can protect it. And I think there's something we can offer in that introductory workshop.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you go back to the great Zig Ziglar, right? You don't have to be great to get started, but you have to get started in order to be great. And you know, with the proper education, with the proper tools, you know, that is that first initial step. And so many times we'll set New Year's resolutions, and I talk about this a lot on the show. I'm a big fan of doing that at the beginning of the year, setting some goals, but then also building a plan to get there. And you have to understand what you're doing before we can ever accomplish any of that. And these classes are a perfect place to do it. Your team does an amazing job out there.
I appreciate that.
Glad to hear that you guys had such a good time down in Orlando.
You know what's interesting? Another thing that people came up to us, because our name is Online Trading Academy.
Sure.
So first they're like, oh, so you're all online. I'm like, no, not exactly. And they're like, you only do trading. You're like, no, we do trading and investing.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that's unique. People ask me, like, why don't you change your name? And they're really proud of the fact that we haven't had to change our name in 2 decades.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, there's a lot of companies out there that have to keep changing their names because they, you know, we don't. And I love that fact. But one of the things I want to make sure all our audience knows is that, yes, it is Online Trading Academy. We have online education, but they also have the physical centers. We have 48 centers around the world and counting.
Yeah.
7 countries.
Yes, 7 countries, over 40 physical brick and mortar facilities.
I've been to 4 of them. I think have you been to all of them?
I have not been to all of them. No way. That would be a lot of sky miles, though. If I did go to all of them, then I would probably plan a trip to like.
I've been 4 countries. I'm sorry, 4 countries. How many countries have you been to of them?
I'm trying to. Yeah, I probably actually have been to all 7 countries. Yeah, that's safe to say I've been to all 7 countries, but I haven't been to all the campuses. And when we were doing a lot of, you know, we do have the brick and mortar, but we also have what we call the click and mortar, you know, the online campuses as well. So
I see what you did there.
Yeah, right, a little play on words.
Platform, yeah.
But, so we do have the physical footprint that's also supported by, you know, by online support and everything like that as well. And so we used to joke around about how we have students on every continent except Antarctica. You know, no one down in Antarctica. The Wi-Fi down there is just a little sketchy.
Oh, Elon Musk now is putting up all those satellites. We're going to have internet literally everywhere.
Yeah, they're gonna know every time we step out the front door.
Yeah, because right now, you know, legal team, the lawyers always say, hey, you can't say that you can do your education and do your analysis from anywhere,
right? Because
the internet's not everywhere. But in a little bit, it will be everywhere.
Yeah, I do not know of any of our traders down in Antarctica. So yeah, we cannot say, from a legal standpoint, you cannot say you can trade from anywhere because Antarctica and the moon are both very difficult. But if you are in an area where you have a good connection, where you have reliable services, then the market becomes very
interesting. You kind of bring up a good point, because I did have someone who wanted to go on to the introductory workshop, and she had a concern. She said, hey, wait, you know, do I need to get a computer? Do I need to, you know, mine's really old. Do I need fast internet?
Yeah.
And what's really interesting is, especially with our new click trading platform, it's all up there in that thing up there, the cloud,
the cloud, the sky,
and so all the processing power is done there. And so you can have a 4 or 5-year-old, 6-year-old computer, maybe even a little older than that, and a slow-speed internet. I was actually doing demonstrations, ready on this, a 2-megabyte connection. And I wish I knew what that was. It's really slow. Here at the office, you know, I think we have it on like 100 meg or something like that.
Sure.
So it was slow, but it worked great. And that's what, you know, you don't need a lot of technology, invest in a lot of technology to actually trade or invest.
Yeah, I mean, think about the other things that we do that are far more complex from a technological standpoint on a regular basis. You know, and when you look at the idea of just sending an order back and forth, I mean, how many times do you send a message back and forth? I mean, essentially that's all it's doing. On maybe a secure, more network, and you know, my friends in the IT department are going, it's a lot more difficult than that, but I don't know. Okay, I'm not an IT person.
That's all job security.
Yeah, I'm not an IT person, but I look at, we're just sending little bits and pieces. It's like from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, from Willy Wonka. Little bits of chocolate through the air, and then they come over here. It's like, that makes total sense to me. I love little things like that. But when you look at it, really, we have such mobile capabilities with tablets, with phones, with, you know, laptops these days. You know, you do just need to have that reliable internet connection. Now, we have a class coming up in your area, and these classes are led by Gregory's team, and they're where we've introduced thousands just like you to our patented core strategy, which is designed to teach you how to make better investing decisions. Now, in just a second, you'll be able to win a set of passes, so get that phone ready, and if you're driving, come on, let's be safe. Pull on over. Now, also included with your passes is going to be a Professional Insiders Kit. It introduces a bunch of different topics that are amazing, led by our incredible instructors on topics like enhancing retirement strategies. Talked about this a little earlier, opportunities when the market goes down, diversifying income streams. I'm just trying to think of them off the top of my head. Tons of great lessons. One of the keys about this is it makes it so you can start learning right now. The number is
877-399-8723. That's 877-399-8723. Or go ahead and register online at freeotaclass.com.
Cocoa Real-Time Traffic, sponsored by the T.J. Martell Foundation. The major problem is the slowing from San Clemente into Oceanside and then more slow traffic toward Encinitas. That's 1 hour and 5 minutes from Nasalone Road down to Del Mar. I'm Mark Zegan. Kogo's next real-time traffic update is the 4:30 news.
Join the T.J. Martell Foundation in the fight against leukemia, cancer, and AIDS. Your support helps facilitate cutting-edge research that will lead to more effective treatments and save more lives. Visit tjmartell.org to learn about music's promise for a cure.
From downtown to Del Mar and wherever news happens, stay connected, stay informed. News Radio 600. Kogo. We are watching the roads and freeways for you. But come on, work with us, people. Want to say something? I'll put it out there. When you see a problem, call us at pound 250 and say Kogo Traffic. News Radio 600.
Hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
News Radio 600. Kogo.
Welcome back to Trading and Investing with Ryan Cook and Larry Jacobson.
Welcome back. If you're just tuning in, then you missed Gregory Thomas. Really shed some light on some of the, I would say, the most common questions kind of rattling around in the market. You know, Gregory just got back from the Money Show down in Orlando. 4,000 or 5,000 visitors down there. We had a huge online trading academy booth. Bunch of different classes led by Gregory, Rick Smith. I know Chase was there, Irick was there, a huge team was there. Ryan was there.
We had all kinds of just one-to-many sessions. We had 1,000 people kind of pull up chairs, and then we do a session with them, and everybody's really eager to learn. A lot of questions were about, how do I get more income, on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis? What strategies are out there? How do I grow my portfolio? And really the one I'm hearing quite a bit of right now, how you protect your portfolio. And in the news, there's a lot of stuff going on. In fact, they just had a big headline. Did you see that one about household debt? It jumped to the worst and most in 12 years, according to the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, and I've got to say, post-holidays, my wife always tells me that our household debt just jumps to another all-time high. We're like, well, we love the kids, so we got to get them a new bike, But no, that's not surprising. We've talked a lot. That is a scary scenario. But we've talked a lot on this show, and even just other conversations, you, myself, other instructors, and a lot of times we'll reference even the national kind of savings rate and different things like that, and how it'll be even below 0% sometimes. And when you look at how our country is ran, even with the deficits that we're able to roll into, it's no wonder that, houses will follow that same suit. It's like, oh, well, if the government can spend more than they make, why can't we? Maybe we'll get an individual bailout one day rather than a big corporate bailout.
Well, the scariest part is not so much the fact that we hit, so total household debt rose $601 billion last year. That alone, isolation, we've been a trillion before.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
But the idea, though, is that history, I think, repeats itself.
Yeah.
And the last time we had it, this one was, guess what year? 2007.
Oh, nice.
What happened at the end of 2007?
That was another calm before the storm. And when you say history repeats itself, I believe that was a Winston Churchill, right? If you don't learn from it, you're doomed to repeat it. And that's one of the things where, we'll have 5-6 years between major market crashes, and as educators in this space, we try to keep that in front of people's, right in front of somebody's vision, right in their scope, because what happens is these scenarios start creeping out, and they end up in our peripherals. We're not really paying attention to them, and sure enough, as soon as we're not paying attention to it, we're doomed to repeat it. And here we are again, just like we were back a few different times, but even specifically back in this time period that you were just referencing, 2007.
And that was a 57% decrease.
Yeah.
From peak to trough.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if take your account right now, anyone who's listening, take all your accounts that are in your 401ks, 403bs, IRAs, RSPs, TFSAs, whatever you have, anything in the stock market or mutual funds or ETFs, and just, cut it by more than half. How's that feel?
Yeah, and then even the repercussions that come from that, which are usually a fairly big collapse in the housing markets, which are job loss and everything that kind of follows suit with the economy. I mean, or with the markets, because the markets and the economy, are two different things. The S&P 500 is 500 large cap companies that's managed by a group of economists at Standard & Poor's to be used as a leading indicator.
Right.
It's out in front of the reality that we feel. And we feel it in our account, but then we feel it in our life after that. And that's where it becomes
which is why we went to the Great Recession, and then we had to come out of as well. So,
what's some of the big news things though that are going on right now?
Yeah, right now Tesla, it's up a little bit this year. It's had a good run, 100%.
Triple digit.
Triple digit. It's over 100% in 2020.
Whenever I hear stuff like that, and I don't follow Tesla on a daily basis, so I love to have a little bit of shock with it. It is genuine. I don't look at it every day. It's like, oh yeah, I guess that's true. But the thing I always look at, and I love your opinion on this, is so many times we hear, I'll talk to somebody and say, what kind of companies do you buy? And they'll say, oh, well, I buy this, that, and the other. Why do you buy it? Let's take Tesla, for example. They say, and this is just an example, they say, oh, well, I love their products. Because a lot of people do love the electric cars, and they love the direction it's taking us, as far as a world and a less of a carbon footprint. And that's actually what my brother did say to me the other day. And you can go on, and I love this, and I love that, and I love this. And one of the things we always talk about is make sure you're not making an emotional decision. And this is that time of love, as we were talking about, right?
This is
the time of love. And one of my old friends, Dan, used to always say, don't fall in love with your stocks because they're never going to love you back. Now, this is going to date my conversation with Dan, because he used to always say, it's just like me and Pamela Anderson. So the kids out there right now are like, who's that? This goes back. These are conversations maybe 15 or 20 years ago when I was just starting trading. But that was one of the things. Don't fall in love with your stocks. And so you see something like this, it's real easy for somebody to make an emotional decision, and with the FOMO, oh, I'm missing out, now I've got to get on, and they get caught at buying at all-time highs, which is what retail consumers do every day. We buy milk at an all-time high, too. We're comfortable doing that. It's an easy trap for people to fall into.
It is. If I were to ask the audience right now, I want you, everyone just immediately, I want you to do this. Okay, ready? Think of your favorite stock out there. What is it? You know what they just said?
Tesla.
Or
Apple.
Yeah. Amazon.
Netflix.
It's all the same. And that was so funny when I was down at the Money Show. I'd ask someone, okay, let's go take a look at a stock. Every time it's Apple. I'm like, we've already done that 10 times today. Let's find something that isn't out there that maybe you're not looking at, but institutions are.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at something as like a Tesla or something, up 100%. I mean, that screams retail. And in any industry, professionals are buying at wholesale, they're selling at retail.
Yeah, Wall Street is a lot like Walmart, and that's one thing we talk about. At our introductory workshop, we actually talk quite a bit about the idea between retail prices and wholesale prices. And the institutions, they're like Wall Street is like Walmart. They want to buy low, sell high, buy at wholesale, sell at retail. And one of the things, we should probably get some people to come to that workshop, because that actually is pretty awesome.
We can do a little giveaway right now.
Let's do it.
That's where you cover this stuff. That's where you introduce it. Well, right now we've got a class coming up in your area. Like Gregor was just saying, this is where we've introduced thousands of students, thousands of individuals just like you to our patented core strategy, which is designed to help you make better investing decisions. Now, in just a second, you're going to be able to win a set of those passes. Get that phone ready and pull on over. Also, we're going to throw in a Professional Insiders kit, packed with lessons from some of our top instructors. This makes it so you can start learning right now. The number is 877-399-8723. That's 877-399-8723. Or go ahead and register online at freeotaclass.com. But I do think that this wholesale retail concept is an important one, and I think it's one that is so simple, and my opinion of simple things is they're the first things that are overlooked.
But when you come to the workshop, it's interesting. We'll talk about the difference between retail and wholesale, and most people go, yeah, no, I buy at wholesale prices. And then we actually take them through several examples, and we actually have a quiz we put into it.
Yeah.
All of a sudden people go, whoa, I can't believe all these years I was getting, taken by technical indicators, which are telling me when to buy, which might not, should be.
Yeah.
By analysts who are upgrading stocks when, you think, oh, it's upgraded, I gotta buy.
This is great for you to buy.
The trend, the trend is your friend. We hear it all the time. And exactly, and sometimes when you look at it, when you go ahead and you actually short a market, we'll talk more about that when you come to the workshop, how make money on the downside. You're doing it when there's great news, when the stock is in an uptrend, when all the technical indicators are telling you to buy, when the analysts have just done the opposite. You know who else does that?
Who?
Mr. Warren Buffett.
Absolutely.
You remember that famous saying he had? What is it? When others are greedy, I'm fearful.
Yep.
When others are fearful, I'm greedy.
Yeah, the translation in my brain on that one is when others are buying, because it's just do the exact opposite, right? When others are buying, it's time to be selling. When others are selling, it's time to be buying. Now, when you kind of go back through all this stuff, I think that's an important thing to just hit on again is just think about it. Uptrend. That's high prices. That means prices have already gone up. Followed by some good news. You rattled off a bunch of different things that just scream high price. And then you say, oh, and then an analyst recommending to buy. It's like, if it was an amazing opportunity, they would just be buying it. Right now, when it's an amazing opportunity, isn't it interesting that they are selling it? Because that's really what's happening, right? They're selling the idea of buying this. In fact, if they were buying it, they would want to keep it the biggest secret possible. Because if they're buying it, if there's a car across the street that I want to buy, and it's a great deal, and I come to you and go, hey, did you see this great deal?
Yep.
There's a 1987 Buick Malibu over there. It's amazing. And you're my competition now. So by sharing this type of stuff, you actually create your own competition. My dad has had his construction business since 1969. So I got my background's all construction. Gregory
landed on the moon that year. That was a good year.
Absolutely. Gregory's the brains of the operation here. That is definitely for sure. But one of the things about his construction company, he's had it since 1969. I've never heard him once in my whole life say, I wish I had more competition. I have heard him say, I wish I had more customers. I've never once heard him say, I wish I have more competition. So there's a lot that people need to sift through. So this education, this training is what I would consider a lifelong skill, or a life necessary skill even.
Absolutely, and we'll talk more about why institutions buy at wholesale and why they sell at retail. And once you kind of see the reasoning behind it, it's like the little light bulbs go off all in our audiences, like, whoa, they get it.
Yeah, and that's what the patented core strategy is all about. And how about what do you say we do another quick little giveaway before the break?
Let's do it.
All right, we've got classes coming up in your area, and we're just mentioning that patented core strategy. And in these classes, that's where we're going to introduce you to exactly that, our patented core strategy, which is designed to teach you how to make better investing decisions. In just a second, you're going to be able to win a set of passes to one of these classes. Get that phone ready, pull over to be safe. Included with the passes is going to be the Professional Insider's Kit. It is packed with important information on topics like enhancing retirement strategies. We've mentioned a few times opportunities when the market goes down, diversifying income streams, and much, much more. The Professional Insider Kit makes it so you can start learning right now. The number is 877-399-8723. That's 877-399-8723. Or go ahead and register online at freeotaclass.com. Break time, what's up next?
Up next, we're going to talk a little bit more about the news. Got a few more interesting things there.
Maybe a Valentine's reference or two to add on top.
It'll be fun. Next year, maybe if we have more time, we can actually send some single tickets and match people up.
Oh, now we're talking. I love where your mind's at here. People helping people. Ryan and Greg will be back in just a minute.
CJ Papa, early voting underway in the Nevada caucuses, a top priority of people heading to the polls, healthcare. The Democratic hopefuls are sounding off on this topic, including Senator Bernie Sanders in Las Vegas.
We are going to take on the greed of the insurance companies and the drug companies, and we are going to pass a Medicare for all single-payer program.
The Nevada caucuses are, etc. Acting Department of Homeland Security Secretary Chad Wolf speaking to Fox News about the move to use SWAT-like tactical agents in sanctuary cities.
In our sanctuary cities, we get zero help from law enforcement. And most times, they are prohibited from helping us due to either state or the local law there.
And officials say a New Jersey man dies when he falls through an opening in a chairlift at a Colorado resort. He appears to suffocate to death. America is listening to Fox News.
In the Kogo News Center, I'm Phil Farrar. In a move never seen before here in California, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement subpoenaing the San Diego County Sheriff's Department as part of a fight over California's sanctuary state laws. Those laws limit local police agencies' ability to cooperate with ICE detainer requests for undocumented immigrant jail inmates. In a statement, ICE officials say they've issued 4 subpoenas seeking information about 4 undocumented Mexican immigrant inmates. San Diego Police Department says officers will take part in a bicycle and pedestrian safety enforcement operation on Sunday. Gas up a half-cent a gallon, $3.56. Kogo's updated San Diego weather. 60s and 70s with sunshine. Right now downtown it is 66 degrees. I'm Phil Farrar. Stay connected, stay informed. On San Diego's breaking news station, News Radio 600 Kogo.
From your always sunny San Diego Honda Dealers Traffic Center, one trouble spot, that is the South 5 down the coastline, coming out of San Clemente from Basilone Road down to the 78. That's very sluggish. And then more slow traffic Tamarack to Santa Fe Drive. 65 minutes in that stretch down to Del Mar. This sponsored by Allstate. With an Allstate agent, you get a local expert and help finding the best coverage for you. And because they live in your community, you can always count on them to be there when you need them most. Plus, when you bundle home and auto, you can save. So call your local Allstate agent today. Are you in good hands? I'm Mark Zegan. Kogo's next real-time traffic update is at 4:45.
What is the retirement architect? Well, it's someone who's going to help you design and build a retirement that you can count on, one that's going to last a lifetime. And we've got one, the retirement architect, David Reyes. Sunday mornings at 9 on News Radio 600 KOGO. Children's Cancer Research Fund. We believe a world without childhood cancer is possible, but it takes all of us. And whether it's developing a groundbreaking treatment or helping a girl realize her dream, everyone has a role in a child's cancer journey.
Ask me how I keep a smile on my face. It's easy when you have so many great people that take care of you and support you.
To find out how you can be a part of a child's cancer journey and a part of the cure, visit childrenscancer.org, a public service message from Children's Cancer Research Fund.
Southern Caregiver Resource Center, caring for those who care for others. Visit scrc.care.
This is Trading and Investing with Ryan and Larry.
Welcome back. If you're just tuning in, you missed Gregory Zonas. Really shed some light on what's going on in the news these days. We've been talking about how some of it can be a little misleading, and how the uninitiated, as they say on Batman, the untrained can really get caught in a bad situation. You start seeing something in a quote-unquote uptrend. Prices have already gone up. All of a sudden, there's a good earnings announcement. There's a gap up. That's even higher prices. You get a couple technical indicators finally letting you know these lagging indicators, right? These lagging indicators.
Are you making fun of me? I say lagging.
I'm just trying to improve the way I say lagging.
Wisconsin boy to me.
And so what happens is all of a sudden we get at these all-time highs and we get caught buying, and we get caught. It's like buying a car, and then it rolls off the lot and it goes down, and the average investor's left with that. Every time I buy, it goes down, and every time I sell, it goes back up. And you really
just this week, I mean, with all these earnings seasons, we had like dozens and dozens. I mean, way over 60+ stocks hitting all-time highs again.
Yeah, it's crazy. And if that doesn't scream retail pricing and look out below, I don't know what does. Now, Gregor, I got a quick question for you. Did you hear about the pancake that lost its temper? No, it was so strange, it just flipped. I love dad jokes. That was a good one. I got that one.
Coronavirus, but there's been another dip in new cases with slightly more than 2,600 reported in mainland China. In the meantime, the State Department's preparing to evacuate hundreds of Americans who have been stranded aboard a cruise ship.
As the U.S. government prepares to evacuate hundreds of Americans from that quarantine cruise ship in Japan, comes word from the Japanese health minister that the number of people aboard the ship testing positive for the coronavirus now stands at 355. Picking up the story, correspondent Deborah Patton.
On Sunday, American
Americans on board the ship wishing to be evacuated will be taken by bus to a U.S. chartered plane, but before boarding, they will undergo a health screening. Symptomatic passengers may not be allowed to fly.
Attorney Matt Smith and his wife have been on that ship for nearly a month and do not wish to take part.
My government has succeeded in making me feel like a pariah.
His reason for feeling that way?
The U.S. government has said, oh, you're on board that ship, well, you're unclean, so we've got to lock you up, and we don't trust the Japanese to have conducted a proper quarantine.
I'm Tom Pooley.
That chartered flight is expected to make a stop at Travis Air Force Base in Northern California. Some of the passengers expected to continue on to Lackland Air Force Base in Texas. Like previous flights, the passengers will be quarantined for 2 weeks and monitored for any symptoms of coronavirus. Princess Cruises, which owns the ships that's been quarantined off the coast of Japan, has canceled additional Asia trips on Sapphire Princess and Majestic Princess Cruises because of port closures and restrictions in Southeast Asia. At least 4 rockets fired by Iraqi militants overnight wound up landing near the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad at a nearby military base where some American troops are based. Both U.S. and Iraqi officials say there were no casualties and the rockets caused only minor damages. The Iraqi security officials say 2 of the rockets actually fell inside the embassy compound without hitting any buildings, but that has not been confirmed. It was one of the highest profile terrorism cases post 9/11, and now federal prosecutors say they will not pursue charges against a Central Valley man who had been linked to a purported Al-Qaeda sleeper cell in California. Hamid Hawat was freed from prison last year after completing more than half his sentence on charges of providing material support to terrorists and lying to FBI agents. The judge in the case overturned his conviction, saying he hadn't received a proper defense trial. Executive Director of the Sacramento Valley Office on the Council on American-Islamic Relations told CBS 13 the entire Muslim community was impacted.
This was still hanging over his head, you know, since being released, not knowing what's going to happen, and now he can move forward with his life.
Prosecutors could have appealed the judge's decision or asked for a new trial, but instead they filed a brief motion to dismiss the case. A cascade of scandals in the Catholic Church has had surprisingly little impact on enrollment in its American seminaries, though the number of seminarians is down from a half-century ago. It's held relatively steady the past decade and even registered slight increases in the past few years. At St. Charles Borromeo Seminary outside Philadelphia, though the clergy abuse crisis isn't a constant topic of discussion, students say they know they'll be ministering to a flock that has been fractured by crimes in the church alongside broader societal secularization. Future priests say they can be the examples to restore the public's faith in the church. Volunteer firefighters risk their own lives to save the lives of others, and they do it without getting paid. However, in Tennessee, there is a shortage of volunteer firefighters. Reporter Chris Davis spoke with Amber Fox about some of the hardships she's facing.
Just the adrenaline and being able to go and help somebody that's in need.
You might think firefighters like Amber are worth every penny, but as a volunteer, she doesn't even make one.
Coming in and being able to do this for free is incredibly difficult, and so it's just a challenge to recruit people in general.
By day, she's a store manager at Subway.
I work anywhere from 50 to 60, 70 hours a week.
By night, she's a mother of a 7-year-old. Any spare time is spent right here.
Trying to juggle everything is a bit of a struggle.
But selfless servants like Amber are becoming difficult to find.
And Fox is a volunteer at the Nolensville Fire Department. The chiefs there say the best way to recruit is to find other adrenaline junkies like her. Beyond that, hopes to expand the number of stipends he can pay volunteers. Got a problem on the 405 North and the Sepulveda Pass. That story is coming up in 4 minutes at 6:41.
Did you get your assets kicked by the 08 recession? If so, the next one's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. If you're fed up with getting only 2 to 3% return on your CD, money market, or bond fund, here's a way to earn 10 to 12% with no market risk of any kind. Call 800-788-1000. Reliant Capital. They'll explain how you can get the returns Warren Buffett's been earning for years, 10 to 12%. And it's eligible for an IRA or 401k rollover. Reliant Capital. Call 800-788-1000 for your free brochure.
Will you outlive your money? Will your savings or investments earn you enough to retire? If you're only getting 2 to 3% return on your money market CD or bond fund, chances are they won't. But now you can get a 10 to 12% return with no market risk. It's how smart investors have been earning double-digit returns for years. Call Reliant Capital, 800-788-1000. Reliant's clients know one of the best-kept investment secrets, and it's eligible for an IRA or 401k rollover. Call for your free brochure, 800-788-1000.
Pop quiz. If you sell a home for $500,000, how much would a traditional real estate agent charge in commission? If you guessed $25,000 to $30,000, you're right. But if you think that's the only way, you're wrong. This is why thousands of homeowners are making the switch to Rex. With Rex, you get a dedicated agent and a full-service experience at a fraction of the cost. Rex uses game-changing technology to cut out the middleman and save homeowners tens of thousands of dollars in fees. Remember, this is your home. Why give an insane amount of equity away to an agent? Rex offers the lowest fee in the industry without skimping on service. You'll work with an experienced real estate team with you every step of the way. Get the most out of your home. See if you qualify by calling 833-REX-HOME. 833-REX-HOME. That's 833-REX. DRE number 01976010. Minimum fee may apply. Not licensed in all 50 states. Visit rexhomes.com to see if Rex is available in your area. Rex fully supports the principles of the Fair Housing Act and Equal Opportunity Act.
Sweet strawberry icing. You're in Goodwill, and just past that vintage denim jacket, you spot miniature donut earrings. You lean in. That's the scent of shopping success. Because at Goodwill, every item you buy funds local job training and more. So bring home those donut earrings and bring home so much good to your community. Goodwill. Bring good home. Brought to you by Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Hi, it's Olivia Munn with my shelter pets, Frankie and Chance, reminding you that when you adopt a shelter pet, you discover all the things that make them unique. Adopt Pure Love at theshelterpetproject.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the Humane Society of the United States, and Maddie's Fund.
This is Southern California's only 24-hour local news and traffic station, KNX 1070 News Radio. Depend on us.
644, I'm Rob Archer, and coming up, consumer watchdog groups says people should be cautious about buying products sold at 99 cents only stores.
Marijuana boosts commercial real estate. That story is coming up in 5 minutes when Bloomberg checks your money.
And a state of emergency is declared in Mississippi ahead of severe flooding expected later today. These stories in the next 15 minutes. But first, it's 6:45. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 5s. Here's Jeff Biggs.
Well, we still have a big problem right now in the Sepulveda Pass. 405 northbound at Getty Center Drive. Thank you to few of our KNX traffic tipsters at 323-467-1070. This is an earlier fatal crash that happened a couple of hours ago, a few hours ago actually. The cars are still in the middle of the freeway and only one lane is open, the slow lane, so you are absolutely jammed on that northbound 405. Probably your best bet would be to exit at Sunset, take Sepulveda, and go around it that way. Looks like it's going to be a while before they get that one cleared up. We'll also have a signal alert in Monrovia, 210 eastbound before Huntington Drive. This is another fatal crash that was caused by a wrong-way driver. Only the right lane is open there as well. The rest of the lanes are scheduled to be closed until about 9 this morning, and both on-ramps at Huntington to the eastbound 210 are currently closed. And then on the other side of the 210, westbound at Polk Street, this is an earlier big rig that caught on fire that was blocking the slow lane. The flames are out, but they're still clearing that up and getting that cleaned up. And then in Placentia, northbound 57, there was an earlier 3-car crash still blocking the carpool and left 2 lanes, and some of the debris ended up on the southbound side of the 57. Your next report coming up at 6:55. I'm Jeff Biggs with more traffic reports more often. KNX 1070 News Radio.
Temperatures near average as we head into this Sunday afternoon. Mid-60s along the coast, lower 70s for LA and Orange County Metro, 73 for the Valley, 72 up in the high desert communities, and 58 degrees for the mountains. Very similar conditions heading into our President's Day, but periods of offshore winds will bring warmer temperatures as we head into this week, so pushing mid-70s for some of us. And then as we head into next weekend, we have a chance of rain heading into Saturday. With Southern California's most accurate and dependable forecast, I'm CBS 2's Alex Biston for KNX 1070 News Radio.
Right now, 45 degrees in Pasadena, 51 in Long Beach, 48 in Orange at 6:47. A local watchdog group says 99-cents only stores will not agree to stop selling toxic products.
Jose Bravo is the national coordinator for Campaign for Healthier Solutions. He says 80% of the products they tested in discount stores had toxic chemicals. The stores include 99-cents only, Dollar Tree, Dollar General, and Family Dollar.
Dollar General and Family Dollar and Dollar Tree have already started to look into the toxics in their products.
Bravo says 99-cents only stores have ignored his group.
We want these stores to pass comprehensive chemical policy that directs their businesses not to put products with toxics on their shelves.
99-cents only sent KNX's statement, which reads in part, we require that all of our suppliers provide us with products that meet or exceeds all applicable federal and state legal requirements. And they say they're going to be meeting with Bravo's campaign in the near future. Emily Valdez, KNX 1070 News Radio.
A new list is out from USC of the 20 most dangerous intersections in Los Angeles. It's based on LAPD data about the places with the highest number of crashes.
And topping the list is the corner of Sepulveda and Sherman Way. There were a total of 47 crashes here last year, including single-car accidents, vehicle versus vehicle, or cars rolling into pedestrians. One man tells me he tries to avoid the intersection.
My wife won't let me bike here anymore because there have just been too many accidents, so I just stick to the trails.
And a local businessman thinks the corner is dicey because drivers are speeding to make a left turn on a left arrow. But whatever the reason, it can be a dangerous place to be.
There's a lot of people there and a lot of cars. And a lot of them cross against the light and all sorts of stuff.
The mayor's office launched Vision Zero in 2015 with the goal of completely eliminating traffic collisions by 2025, but the progress has been minimal so far. In Van Nuys, John Baird, KNX 1070 News Radio.
The LAPD says it may make some changes to technology it uses to track license plates as people drive across the city. It's a result of a privacy review by the California auditor.
Each day as you drive across Los Angeles, there are cameras on cop cars. There are cameras mounted at intersections, and those cams are taking pics of your car, your license plate, cataloging all of that info. They're called automated license plate readers, ALPRs. It's happening statewide.
Drivers in Sacramento had their plates scanned 195 million times. That data was uploaded to the cloud. The vast majority of this data belongs to people who are not and never will be connected to a criminal investigation.
That's privacy advocate Dave Moss testifying to state lawmakers. California state auditor took a close look at LAPD's saving of the info, up to 5 years in some cases, and says well over 99% of the pictures are of people not connected to any crime. Chief Michael Moore says LAPD will address the concerns raised in this state audit. Craig Figner, KNX 1070 News Radio.
At 6:50, Denise Pellegrini checks your money.
Marijuana shops and dispensaries are turning into pots of gold for some in the commercial real estate industry.
Our members who are in states where marijuana has been legal for the longest period of time, so before 2016, have actually seen an increased demand for warehouses, land, storage place, and then also places where you can actually sell marijuana.
Jessica Lautz is Vice President of Demographics and Behavioral Insights at the National Association of Realtors.
Washington, Oregon, Colorado, those are states where perhaps there was a vacant property and now there's an increased demand and there's actually an increased value that's placed on these types of properties.
But Lautz warns there are complications, and one of them, the marijuana industry's access to banking is limited.
Who's willing to take cash? Are they willing to take cash? And what do individuals who are earning that money, but then the individuals who are the landlords, do about that?
We check your money at 20 and 50 after each hour. I'm Bloomberg's Denise Pellegrini for KNX 1070 News Radio.
Southern California's traffic is notorious. Fortunately, the KNX traffic reports are legendary. We're the original traffic app with updates every 10 minutes on the 5s around the clock.
Get off right before all that at Brea County. Take Golden Springs over you.
KNX 1070 News Radio. Depend on us.
6:51 on KNX. Teenagers live a good portion of their lives through their connected devices, and now researchers have discovered they also experience through their phones, tablets, and computers. The Florida Atlantic University study found that boys experience what the scientists call digital dating abuse at slightly higher rate than girls. They define that abuse as using technology to repeatedly harass a love interest in order to control or intimidate them. Students gave these examples: a partner looking through their phone without permission, stealing their device, posting something embarrassing or hurtful about them online, or posting a private image online without your consent. President Trump's requesting a big increase to NASA's budget in the next fiscal year. NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine says he appreciates the administration's support because the agency is trying to send astronauts back to the moon by 2024.
One of the most noteworthy features of the 2021 fiscal budget is the $3.3 billion President Trump has directed for development of the human landing system. 2020 marks the first time we've had direct funding for a human landing system since the Apollo program.
Budget proposal is a 12% increase over the current year. Along with the lunar program, the budget request would provide funding for the International Space Station through 2025. Older adults who don't play golf might want to take it up to keep themselves alive. Researchers at the University of Missouri say playing golf as little as once a month can lower the overall risk of death for older people who don't engage in more strenuous activities. And they say that's not only because of the exercise, but also because of the social aspects of the game and the fact that for many people, golf can help relieve stress that could lead to serious health problems. Even though doctors recommend against sleeping in the same bed as your baby, a University of Virginia study finds nearly 1 in 5 infants sleep with their parents. Pediatrician Gina Posner with Memorial Care Orange Coast Medical Center tells KidX there's a lot of misinformation out there with people believing what they hear and read rather than what their doctor says.
So the biggest danger is suffocation. So unless you've seen a mom come in or a dad come in hysterics with their dead baby that we can't resuscitate, you won't ever forget that lesson that you should never bed share.
Posner says she dealt with the issue firsthand as a doctor, and it's something she says she'll never forget. County officials are giving their approval to the new California law that will allow independent voters in the state to change their party preference right on Election Day.
Orange County Registrar of Voters Neil Kelly says this new law is a beautiful thing.
It simplifies the process for voters. The majority of voters that come in that want to make a change probably might be doing it on a party level, and you just don't have to put them through this entire lengthy process to do that anymore, so it makes it much easier.
For the first time, people can change their party or address on Election Day at any polling place in the state and in the 2 weeks leading up to the March 3rd primary. Kelly says they're ready.
For us here in Orange County, we've been planning for this. We've been aware of this bill for some time, and we're ready to pivot.
Before, voters in the state had to re-register to vote and take a conditional ballot. Karen Adams, KNX 1070 News Radio.
Teacher unions say active shooter drills are a big problem in schools.
Many students are being subjected to scenarios that seem so real they can be traumatizing. So says the nation's 2 largest teacher unions.
Schools are for learning, and to have kids go back to that learning environment after simulation, it's not working.
That's Melissa Breimer with the UCLA Duke National Center for Child Traumatic Stress. She tells KNX students at the very least should have a warning.
These drills have to be announced. Some schools have done unannounced drills, and that causes significant anxiety as people are trying to figure out, is this a real emergency or what's happening at this time?
Breimer notes schools have proven for years that they can conduct fire drills without actually setting fires. Brian Payne, KNX 1070 News Radio.
Democratic presidential hopeful Senator Amy Klobuchar says she wants Attorney General William Barr to appear before the Senate Judiciary Committee. That story's coming up at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. 6:55, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes at 5, brought to you by First 5 California. Here's Jeff Biggs.
All right, Sunday morning in the Sepulveda Pass, 405 northbound at Getty Center Drive. Emergency crews are still clearing up an earlier fatal crash. The cars are still in the middle of the freeway. Only one lane is open, the slow lane, and you have a lot of heavy backup right now through the Sepulveda Pass on the 405 northbound. Also a signal alert still in effect in Monrovia, 210 eastbound before Huntington Drive. This is another fatal car crash that was caused by a wrong-way driver. Only the right lane is open there as well, with the rest of the lane scheduled to be closed until about 9 o'clock this morning. 210 westbound at Polk Street, there was a big rig, but that has been taken off the freeway, and there's just some flares on the side of the freeway there, so that's good. And with thanks to one of our KNX traffic tipsters, that 3-car crash in Placentia on the northbound 57 at Chapman has been cleared. Did you know that beats, rhythms, and melodies are actually math concepts? Rocking your baby and patting his back while you sing a song helps him experience rhythmic patterns through sound and touch. More at first5california.com. Your next report coming up at 7:05. I'm Jeff Biggs with more traffic reports more often. KNX 1070.
News Radio. Spot this morning, then sunny and windy with highs today in the 60s and 70s, lows tonight in the 40s. Going to be partly cloudy and windy tomorrow with highs in the mid-70s. Currently 47 in Burbank, 49 in Torrance, 48 degrees in Anaheim. Among our top local stories right now, a porn shoot in a library in Santa Monica during business hours. A lot of people are upset. An vigil's been held for a teenage shooting victim in the San Fernando Valley. It's 6:57.
Guys, by now, you've heard the great news. If you wanted to try Viagra or Cialis, but were worried about the price, U.S. Pharmacy can finally give you the results you've been looking for. Why pay almost $15 per pill when you get the same results you need for less than $2? That's right. Call today and receive 66 blue pills or 66 yellow pills for only $99 plus shipping. That's less than $2 per pill and saves you hundreds from your local pharmacy. Why wait? Call 844-245-2994 today and finally have those moments you've been looking for again and again. Call 844-245-2994 right now and we'll rush your order discreetly packaged to your door. Just call 844-245-2994. That's 844-245-2994. Call 844-245-2994.
You're in charge of hiring, and Indeed has solutions, like online skills tests, which let a candidate show that they're the right hire. Indeed will also give you the sticky frog, which will suddenly leap and stick to the face of the person. Okay, there's no sticky frog. But skills tests, that's a for sure.
See why independent research by Silk Road shows Indeed delivers 3 times more hires than any other job site. Post your next job at Indeed.com/hire and try skills tests for free. Terms and conditions apply.
Sweet and salty bars from Nature Valley are a perfect combination of sweet and salty. So take a moment for yourself out here. You deserve every last bite. Nature Valley Sweet and Salty Bars, now available in minis.
Hi, it's Olivia Munn with my shelter pets, Frankie and Chino, reminding you that when you adopt a shelter pet, you discover all the things that make them unique. Adopt your love at theshelterpetproject.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the Humane Society of the United States, and Maddie's Fund.
Listen and imagine. It takes 5 seconds to send a text, and for those 5 seconds, you're driving blind. Life is worth more than a text. Stay alive. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, Noise, and the Ad Council.
The news you need from the station you trust. Southern California's only 24-hour local news and traffic station. This is KNX 8HD, KOTH-HD2, Los Angeles. KNX 1070 News Radio, a radio.com station. Depend on us.
Coming over top local story, a porn video sparking outrage in Santa Monica because of where it was shot. Plus, emotions run high at a vigil for a teenage boy shot to death in Arleta, and hundreds of Americans getting ready to leave Japan for the U.S. These stories plus traffic every 10 minutes. The vibes coming up in just 5 minutes after CBS covers the world. It's 7 o'clock. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Mass Mutual.
I'm Bud Bishkin. Next up on the campaign trail for the Democrats is the February 22nd Nevada caucuses. Many of the Democratic hopefuls are there this weekend. Senator Amy Klobuchar is coming off a strong performance in New Hampshire. On CBS's Face the Nation, she addressed the performance of Attorney General William Barr in light of last week's controversy over the sentencing of President Trump's friend, Roger Stone.
I think he needs to go under oath, and I'm very glad that he's going to have to testify before the House Judiciary Committee. I also hope he comes over to our Senate Judiciary Committee as well.
New York Times is reporting a group of more than 1,000 former federal prosecutors and Justice Department officials have written an open letter calling on the Attorney General to resign. The letter criticizes the President and the Attorney General for what it calls, quote, interference in the fair administration of justice. CBS's Weijia Jiang is in Florida with the President.
There are no indications that the Attorney General will be out of a job anytime soon, even after speaking out against the President this week. Barr is adamant that he does not make decisions based on what the President wants. Democrats aren't buying it.
Back on the campaign trail, Joe Biden is taking on the President's behavior on NBC's Meet the Press.
The cruelty, the viciousness, the way he pits people against one another, the way he goes after people of color, the way he makes fun of. I mean, there's a cruelty about it.
Former Vice President is looking to rebound from disappointing showings in Iowa and New Hampshire.
I have to ask myself whether or not it has been wise to be sort of polite and not negative as I have not been.
Some Americans have started the process of leaving the Diamond Princess cruise ship in Yokohama, Japan. If they test negative for coronavirus, they'll take buses to chartered planes and then head home. The BBC's Rupert Wingfield Hayes.
The U.S. government has sent 2 aircraft. They're currently on their way from the U.S. to Japan. They're expected to land here sometime later this evening. And then the Americans on board this ship will be evacuated on these buses, taken to the airport, put on those evacuation flights and taken to California, where they will continue their quarantine.
Now, those who were on the ship and already diagnosed with coronavirus will stay in Japan for treatment. In Jackson, Mississippi, they are hoping for no rain today. The area is already dealing with massive flooding issues, and the Pearl River in Jackson is expected to crest today at 38 feet, its highest level in decades. This is Jackson Mayor Shokwa Antar Lumumba.
We're concerned for property value. We're concerned for those enterprises and how it will affect them. But most importantly, we're concerned for human life.
This is CBS News.
Behind every moment shared with the ones you love is a plan that helped make it happen. Learn more or find an advisor at massmutual.com.
Hi, Saver. Walgreens here. We like the way you save. Take coffee. You know it doesn't have to cost $4 a cup, so you make your own. And co-pays on Medicare Part D. You save up to $5 and get 100 balance rewards points on each prescription when Walgreens is your preferred pharmacy. Save smartly on Med D. Walgreens. Trusted since 1901. Co-pay savings on Tier 1 generic drugs available through select plans that include Walgreens as a preferred pharmacy. Points cannot be earned in Arkansas, New Jersey, or New York. Complete details at walgreens.com/balance.
What would you like to be better at? Dancing.
Poker.
Yoga. According to a study, CVS customers are better than most at something important, staying on prescriptions, which tends to make you healthier. So get a free prescription savings review. Plus, earn up to 50 extra bucks rewards each year for filling. Because of the things you could be better at, staying healthy tops them all. Treat yourself well at CVS. Terms and conditions apply. Not all prescriptions eligible. See our pharmacist or cvs.com/RX savings or /RX rewards.
CBS's Deborah Rodriguez now with some recommended reading for Black History Month.
Hair Love is a best-selling children's picture book featuring a black family.
Highlighting that the dad is doing his daughter's hair for the very first time.
New York City librarian Shantae Burns loves the story, as well as the animated film version, which won an Oscar this month.
Yay, you did it! That was so much fun.
While Burns recommends Hair Love for reading during Black History Month, she notes that
kids, ultimately, they want a great story.
So she promotes diversity in literature all year round.
Kids want to learn. Parents and educators want to be able to have these discussions, and I think books are the best gateway to do that.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
For the NASCAR crowd, today's the Super Bowl, World Series, and Stanley Cup all rolled into one. The 62nd annual Daytona 500. For hoop fans, it's the NBA All-Star Game in Chicago. The league announced yesterday that the All-Star Game MVP award will now be named in honor of Kobe Bryant. Bud Mishkin, CBS News.
This is Southern California's only 24-hour local news and traffic station KUNX. In 70 News Radio, I'm Rob Archer. Top local stories at 7:05. Outrage in Santa Monica over an explicit sex scene shot at a city library. And Metro reports crime is down 17% on its buses and trains. But first, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 5s. Here's Jeff Biggs.
All right, we start this 7 o'clock hour with an update on that problem in the Sepulveda Pass. It is still working. 405 northbound at Getty Center Drive. Emergency crews clearing up an earlier fatal crash that was caused by a wrong-way driver. The cars involved in that accident are still in the middle of the freeway, and only one lane is presently open, the slow lane. So that's causing a lot of slowing on that northbound 405. And then on the northbound 405 in Irvine, way down the other way, Jamboree reports of a table in the slow lane. They need to get that cleared up. Have another signaler working in Monrovia, 210 eastbound before Huntington Drive, an earlier fatal car crash that was also caused by a wrong-way driver. Only the right lane is open there as well, and the rest of the lanes are scheduled to be closed until about 9 this morning, so a couple more hours on that one. And both on-ramps at Huntington to the eastbound 210 are presently closed. And the only other incident was a solo car spin-out that was in Garden Grove, 22 eastbound at Brookhurst. That's been moved over to the right shoulder.
Your next report coming up at 7:15. I'm Jeff Hayes with more traffic reports more often. KNX 1070 News Radio.
It's going to be sunny after the fog burns off this morning. Windy today, too, with highs in the 60s and 70s. Lows tonight down to the 40s. Partly cloudy and windy tomorrow, with highs getting up to the mid-70s. Your exclusive 5-day forecast is coming up at 7:15. Currently, it's 46. Inglewood, 47 in Irvine at 7:07. A sex video that was made in Santa Monica and then posted online has sparked an uproar because of some of the places where it was shot. Reporter Christopher Ardo has details in an exclusive story by CBS 2.
It's a porn stunt apparently meant to get clicks, but it's provoking outrage. The video shows a woman exposing herself on Santa Monica streets, even outside John Muir Elementary, then carrying out sex acts inside the Ocean Park Library.
That woman and the man who's also in the video were in that library during regular business hours, and many people have heard about it say they're truly shocked that anybody would do that kind of thing. Well, knowing that regular library customers, including children, might have caught them in the act, police say they're aware of it and they're looking into what happened. Friends have gathered to remember a Sun Valley High School senior who was shot to death at a house party as police reach out to the community for help in identifying his killer. Kristen Camacho is one of 3 people shot by a party crasher Friday night in Arleta. One witness said he heard 10 gunshots after the party crasher argued with some of the guests. Camacho was shot multiple times and died on the sidewalk. 2 others were wounded. Jesus Pisano told CBS 2 that his friend had been helping his mom raise his 2 younger brothers since the recent death of their father.
It's just like his family, you know, they've gone through a lot, like in the household and all that stuff. So he's had like a rough life.
LAPD detectives don't have a motive or even a description of the suspect. They're asking anyone who saw anything to give them a call. There's also a GoFundMe account to help Christian Camacho's family with costs of his funeral. Metro says big reason for a 17% drop in crime on its trains and buses over the past 5 years is a boost in law enforcement patrols.
We utilize a model of presence. We recognize that presence is key in reference to being able to deter criminal activity.
Metro's Executive Officer for Security, Aston Green, tells KNX he hopes people's perception of safety on public transit changes for the better. He says Metro continues to build an intelligence-led security training and exercise program. The goal is to increase their ability to identify significant threats. Riders can report safety and security concerns anonymously on Metro Transit Watch app. Thousands of California prison and jail inmates work as volunteer firefighters on state and county fire crews, and a bill is now being considered in Sacramento that will let their criminal records be quickly erased after they're released from custody. The measure is aimed at making it easier for such inmates to find jobs and pursue long-term careers after finishing their sentences. Right now, prisoners who work on fire crews have to wait until they complete their parole periods before asking to have their criminal records expunged. Even then, they still have to disclose their convictions when applying for jobs that require state licenses, including jobs as professional firefighters, but that requirement would be dropped under the proposed new law. 2 California Democratic congressmen are sponsoring a bill that would eventually ban the production of most single-use plastic products in the United States. Long Beach area lawmaker Alan Lowenthal and Central California Congressman Jimmy Panetta say the measure is aimed at forcing plastic makers to take more responsibility for the pollution they create. It's called the Break Free from Plastic Pollution Act and would require plastic producers to drop most single-use products in favor of ones that can be reused, and also to design and finance new waste and recycling systems for plastic. Plastic waste has become a huge problem when it comes to ocean pollution, and experts say plastic production is also a big contributor to the climate crisis. But Apollo Masters, the company that supplies 75% of the vinyl for the record industry, was destroyed by fire recently in the Inland Empire. It left record store owners up in the air as to their future.
It wasn't that many years ago you couldn't even find a record player to play a vinyl record. But now for many stores, vinyl, new and old, makes up about 40% of sales. The loss of Apollo Masters, with its well-guarded way of making vinyl, could really send the industry reeling.
Certainly concerned about that, and it's just a terrible loss.
Jim Henderson is co-owner of Amoeba Records in Hollywood. He tells KNX this is just another thing they don't need.
Last year was a complete mess for the industry due to the direct shot consolidation that the major labels were trying to consolidate the distribution methods, and it really clogged up the distribution of new vinyl.
Well, there are many variables. The cost of a vinyl album versus the same album on a CD is about twice as much. Henderson says it's difficult to predict the future on this, but there will be an effect. Bob Brill, KNX 1070 News Radio.
All right, you got a big problem in Encino. It's on the 101 westbound. Your next check of traffic is coming up in 4 minutes. It's 7:11.
This is Mike Diamond's buddy Fred. After the last presidential debate, suddenly everybody's talking about plumbers. Mike Diamond Plumbing isn't much into politicking, and you won't hear about our favorite candidate. But having had to clean up a lot of the stuff those folks are flinging out there on the campaign trail, you may say we're a group of experts. We've had to fish out foreign policies from toilets. We win the war on clogs in your shower. And bailouts? Well, by fixing leaks, we've probably saved over 700 billion gallons of water in the Los Angeles area alone, give or take. So if your bathroom's like most politicians and full of crap, call us. We can promise change in your plumbing condition. We'll work under the sink, across the aisle, wherever it needs fixing. We're here for all people. So while everyone else is talking about plumbers, Mike Diamond Plumbing is doing something about it. We're plumbing.
The next time you've got a plumbing need, call Mike Diamond Plumbing at 1-800-446-MIKE.
This is Mike Diamond, and I guarantee my plumber will show up on time and smell good, or your house call is free.
Contractor license number 3999170.
We also have 6 smell good plumbers named Joe. If you prefer Joe, let us know.
Entercom Corporation, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at our stations. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants. Community organizations that wish to receive our vacancy information should contact Human Resources by calling 323-930-8793. In addition, all listeners are encouraged to visit the Career Center at entercom.com for an online listing of job openings at all Entercom radio stations.
If you have rats in your attic or walls, don't make the mistake of putting out poison or wasting money with a company that charges you monthly to check rat traps. Rat proof. For a one-time fee, Rodent Stop will identify and seal all rat entry points, trap and remove all rats, sanitize your attic to remove any nasty viruses, and remove and replace all rat nest-infested attic insulation. Rodent Stop is so confident that they can stop your rat and mice problems that they provide a lifetime guarantee. Read all the 5-star reviews on Yelp. If you have rats or mice in your house or business, call Rodent Stop at 800-290-5343. 800-290-5343. We provide fast, friendly, and effective rodent control solutions throughout Southern California. Plus, our technicians are clean, friendly, and always on time. To stop the rodents, call Rodent Stop at 800-290-5343. Open 24 hours. Call 800-290-5343.
This is Southern California's only 24-hour local news and traffic station, KNX 1070 News Radio. Depend on us.
7:14, I'm Rob Archer, and coming up, stealing a delivery package from a porch is a misdemeanor now. It could soon be a felony.
Auto insurers' safe driving apps are getting nosier. That story's coming up in 5 minutes when Bloomberg checks your money.
Santa Monica police say they're investigating the shooting of an explicit sex video in a city library. These stories and more coming up in the next 15 minutes. But first, it's 7:15. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in the 5's Your Jeff Biggs.
All right, we have this new problem in Encino, 101 westbound at Haskell that's going to cause a lot of problems. An overturned big rig with the big rig on its side. This just happened literally about 2 minutes ago. So we will have more details as to exactly where that is and what ways you can take to get around it once we find out what's going on. Meanwhile, in the Sepulveda Pass, making your way into the valley, this has been a problem for a few hours now. 405 northbound at Getty Center Drive. Emergency crews are still clearing up an earlier fatal crash. The cars are still in the middle of the freeway. Only one lane has been open, the slow lane. On that 405 northbound, if you're heading that way and you want to get around it, your best bet would be to exit at Sunset, take Sepulveda, and get around it that way. Also, SIG alert going in Monrovia, 210 eastbound before Huntington Drive. This was an earlier fatal crash that was caused by a wrong-way driver as well. Only the right lane is open there as well, and the rest of the lanes are scheduled to be closed until about 9 o'clock. That's the estimate right now. Plus, both on-ramps at Huntington to the eastbound 210 are currently closed. Your next report coming up at 7:25. I'm Jeff Biggs with more traffic reports more often.
KNX 1070 News Radio.
Temperatures very similar to what we felt yesterday, so near average, mid-60s along the coast, lower 70s for LA and Orange County Metro, 73 for the Valley, 72 for the Inland Empire, upper 50s up in the mountains. Very similar conditions as we head into our President's Day, but we will see periods of offshore winds this week, and that will help boost up our temperatures above average, so some areas could even be pushing mid-70s by the start and the middle of this week. And then by the weekend, Saturday, looks like we have a chance of rain in the forecast. With Southern California's most accurate and dependable forecast, I'm CBS 2's Alex Fiston for KNX 1070 News Radio.
Your exergent temperatures right now, 47 in West Covina, 51 in Malibu, and 47 degrees in Santa Ana at 716. A state senator wants to toughen the laws to combat porch piracy.
Under the dictates of Prop 47, any theft under $950 in value is treated as a misdemeanor, providing little deterrence to porch pirates. State Senator Brian Jones of Santee wants two specific changes in the law to deter repeat offenders.
It immediately makes it a crime if your intent is to steal off the porch. That's number one. Number two is if you are caught 3 times and prosecuted, it can now become a wobbler. It gives the judge and the DAs the ability to decide whether they want to prosecute it as a misdemeanor or a felony.
A felony conviction can mean up to 3 years in prison. Jones's bill is headed for the Senate Public Safety Committee for a first hearing later this spring. Pete Demetrio, KNX 1070 News Radio.
The local watchdog group says 99 cents only stores just won't budge when it comes to getting toxic chemicals out of their products.
The Campaign for Healthier Solutions released a report 5 years ago that showed more than 81% of products in dollar store chains contain toxic chemicals. We're talking things linked to birth defects, cancer, learning disabilities, diabetes, and other serious health issues. Jose Bravo with the campaign says Dollar Tree and Dollar General have committed to phasing out more than 20 toxic chemicals or groups of chemicals, but 99 cents only stores won't.
The question here is not to drive them out of business, not to boycott them, not to say to people don't go shop. What we're about is to get them to be conscious about the toxics that are in their products and go to their suppliers and demand that as major discount retailers, they have the power to go to their suppliers and demand that these toxics be removed.
99 cents only stores said in part in a statement to KNX that their suppliers give them products that meet or exceed federal and state legal requirements. And they say they will be meeting with the campaign in the near future. Emily Valdez, KNX 1070 News Radio.
Super Bowl is in the books and the NFL is hibernating for spring, but there will be pro football in LA today as the Wildcats play their home opener as part of a resurrected XFL. Just like the version that ran for one season back in 2001, the new Back from the Dead XFL of 2020 is controlled by Vince McMahon, who runs World Wrestling Entertainment. He promises less wrestling-type action this time around. Game time 12:04 this afternoon in Carson. If you're getting up there in age and you want to live longer, you might want to think about taking up golf.
A new study published by the American Heart Association finds that playing golf once a month reduces the probability of early death in older adults.
We do know that regular physical activity is extremely important for your health and reduces your risk of premature death.
Dr. Scott Kaiser is with Providence St. John's Health Center in Santa Monica.
Maybe it's just getting out there with friends and having that healthy social connection that makes the difference. Too soon to say based on this study, but definitely a lot to look for in the future.
Researchers analyzed findings from the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute's cardiovascular health study and found a clear link between playing golf and reduced death rates. Chris Seaton's KNX 1070 News Radio.
It's 7:20. Andrew O'Day checks your money.
Drive safe and save from State Farm.
Allstate actually helps you drive safely with DriveWise.
Snapshot from Progressive. Snap it in and get a discount based on your good driving.
For more than a decade, auto insurance companies have tried convincing you to install a small device in your vehicle or use an app to track your driving habits and give you a discount.
Don't mess with my discount.
Don't mess with my discount.
Now the insurance business is about to pay a lot more attention. Most companies apply your good or bad driving habits to your rate once or twice a year, but now Allstate says it will adjust your rate every week. Among drivers being tested only in Arizona for now, 2/3 are seeing their rates go down. The senior vice president with Allstate tells Bloomberg Businessweek a big reason for the weekly updates is to reward drivers frequently for being responsible and encourage them to keep it up. is trying to increase the number of drivers who get tracked because companies have found they cost them less with fewer wrecks. And the wrecks that do happen are less severe.
Easy. You're in labor. Don't mess with my discount.
We check your money at 20 and 50 after each hour. I'm Bloomberg's Andrew O'Day for KNX 1070 News Radio.
Remember when the news used to be the news? You know, a report on what happened. Without someone spending the next hour telling you what you want to think about it. News without the noise. That's the way we've always done it at KNX. KNX 1070 News Radio. Depend on us.
It's okay to say, I need help. Seasons in Malibu is a world-class luxury addiction and mental health rehab center right here in Southern California. Seasons is different because of three things. Our acclaimed doctorate-level one-on-one therapy. All clients at Seasons in Malibu have a primary therapist who holds a doctorate degree in psychology. 2, Seasons is licensed for both addiction and mental health treatment. That means we can treat the whole person. And number 3, Seasons works with most PPO insurance plans. So if you or a loved one is suffering with addiction or mental health issues, please get help now. And if you want some of the finest treatment in the world, call Seasons in Malibu at 844-534-HELP. That's 844-534-HELP. Or visit seasonsmalibu.com. And remember, it's okay to say, I need help.
722 on KNX. A new report ranks 7 California cities in the top 10 when it comes to ethnic diversity in big cities. LA is 8th, and Long Beach is right behind at number 9. Wallet Hub analyst Jill ranked higher, but it scored lower on birthplace diversity.
And that's because a lot of people that live there now were actually born in California. So they might be second, third generation immigrants rather than newfounded immigrants now.
Gonzalez says that's not a bad thing. She says it means people and their families like LA and stay. New York City is ranked number 1. Oakland is number 2, followed by San Jose, Sacramento, and San Francisco. San Diego is number 7. Discouraging news for people who hope to maintain or reduce their weight by following a popular guideline that says you can do it by walking 10,000 steps a day. Researchers at Utah's Brigham Young University says a study of students there indicates the step theory doesn't hold up. In fact, most students who walked even more than 10,000 steps a day still tended to gain weight unless they were also careful about what they ate. California animal rights activists making a new attempt to pass a bill forcing all dog and cat owners who get their pets from a shelter to fit them with a microchip. Judy Mancuso of the group Social Compassion and Legislation says they talked with Governor Newsom after he blocked a similar bill last year.
We met with him and we said, why on earth would you veto our bill? His response was, what if an owner can't afford it? A microchip only costs $5.
The bill has now been reworked to exempt from payment people who can't afford the cost. The measure is expected to become law this time around. A heads up again today for anybody driving through Malibu along PCH. Southbound traffic on the highway is going to be limited to just one lane for part of the distance between Sunset Boulevard and Temescal Canyon Road so that work crews can finish repairs of a 30-inch water main. That main started leaking a few days ago near Las Pulgas Canyon Road, and the repairs started on Friday, but more work is needed today to backfill the hole caused by the leak and repave the roadway in that area. A new earthquake app aims to shake up the current early warning systems.
It's called Quake Alert. It was just launched by Santa Monica company Early Warning Labs.
This is a test. Earthquake, extreme shaking.
Josh Basham, founder and CEO, says this app is different from the state and city earthquake apps.
So we get the raw earthquake data from our partner, USGS. And with that, we're able to look and see how far you are from the earthquake. And based off of that, through some calculations that we do, we can tell you how that shaking is going to be where you are. And we can also tell you how long it's going to take for those S waves to actually reach your location. And it'll be, and the S waves cause that shaking that you actually feel.
The Quake Alert app is free. No ads. Basham said it's paid for by their commercial ventures like earthquake protection for movie studios, the LA Metro system, and LA City Hall. Emily Valdez, KNX 1070 News Radio.
Not the best place to shoot a porn video, a library during open business hours. That story's coming out at the bottom of the hour. hour at 7:30. 7:25, traffic and weather together. Every 10 minutes, the Vine brought to you by In-N-Out Burger. Here's Jeff Biggs.
All right, we have an update on that problem in the Sepulveda Pass. It has not been officially called a signal alert, but only the slow lane has been open for a few hours now. This is due to an earlier fatal crash. The cars were still in the middle of the freeway, and only the slow lane has been open, but it looks like the plan is for all lanes to be open on the northbound 405 at Getty Center in about 10 or 15 minutes. So we will keep you posted on that, but it looks like they're wrapping up that investigation. However, a new problem in Sherman Oaks, 101 westbound connector to the 405. This is an overturned big rig. The big rig is on its side and blocking the slow lane. Also have the other signal alert still working in Monrovia. That should still be going on for another 90 minutes or so. 210 eastbound before Huntington Drive. This is an earlier fatal crash as well that was caused by a wrong-way driver. Only the right lane is open, and the other lanes are scheduled to be closed until about 9 this morning, plus both on-ramps to Huntington to the eastbound 210 are closed as well. And you heard from Rob, Pacific Palisades on the southbound side of the PCH down to one lane between Sunset and Temescal. This is due to a long-term project to repair a water main. Your next report coming up at 7:35. I'm Jeff Biggs with more traffic reports more often. KNX 1070 News Radio.
Right now, 46 degrees in San Bernardino, 51 in Gardena, 47 in Yorba Linda at 727.
There's no room for compromise in a quality burger. That's why In-N-Out uses patties that are never frozen and only the freshest produce we can find. Because that's what a hamburger is all about.
They say that breakfast is the most important meal of the day, but take it from me, Melinda Lee, that breakfast created and enjoyed in a fabulous kitchen makes a difference. It starts your day off just right, and the pleasure stays with you. I love just to enter my pretty kitchen each morning. The cabinets are as gorgeous as the day I got them, and it just happens that all of the kitchen store cabinets are on sale right now, and at all price levels. You'll wonder, as I do, what took you so long. The kitchen store's enormous showroom has all kinds of cabinet displays, from traditional to modern, and wonderful designers who work with you one-on-one and make sure that your kitchen will turn out even better than you imagine it. They make it easy, too. 1 year same-as cash financing, a whole year with no payments and no interest must be their more than 50 years experience. Call the kitchen store today at 310-KITCHEN or visit their website at 310kitchen.com. Can you smell the coffee already?
Guys, by now, you've heard the great news. If you wanted to try Viagra or Cialis, but were worried about the price, U.S. Pharmacy can finally give you the results you've been looking for. Why pay almost $15 per pill when you get the same results you need for less than $2? That's right. Call today and receive 66 blue pills or 66 yellow pills for only $99 plus shipping. That's less than $2 per pill and saves you hundreds from your local pharmacy. Why wait? Call 844-245-2994 today and finally have those moments you've been looking for again and again. Call 844-245-2994 right now and we'll rush your order discreetly packaged to your door. Just call 844-245-2994. That's 844-245-2994. Call 844-245-2994.
The Home Depot has a secret recipe for new kitchen appliances, up to 40% off appliance special buys. Like a stainless steel Whirlpool kitchen package for only $18.98. You get a side-by-side refrigerator, electric range, dishwasher, microwave, and for a limited time, over $1,000 off. Guess the secret's out. Save now on a Whirlpool kitchen, only at the Home Depot. How doers get extra. See store for details, valid through February 26th.
From shredding to printing, the UPS store does everything for small business. And of course, shipping. And this holiday, when the other guys are closing, we're doing another ing altogether, opening. So while we're busy notarizing and faxing, consulting and mailboxing, packing and shipping, well, they're not really doing much of any ing. Opening this holiday, the UPS store. Every ing for small business. And of course, shipping. The UPS store franchise locations are independently owned and operated. Services, pricing, and hours may vary. See Center for details.
This is Southern California's only 24-hour local news and traffic station, KNX 1070 News Radio. Good morning, I'm Rob Archer. Top local story at 7:30. Most porn videos are shot in small studios, homes, apartments, and other private places. But a new one posted online caused a lot of outrage and anger in Santa Monica because its locations include the exterior of an elementary school and the inside of the city's Ocean Park Public Library. Reporter Christopher Ardo has more on that video in an exclusive story covered by CBS 2.
The video was uploaded to a porn site that pays per click. The man in the video's face is never shown, and we're not naming the woman, but a search shows she has other adult films.
The library was open to the public at the time the couple performed and recorded several sex acts inside. A woman who lives nearby says she can't believe they did that, knowing that regular library customers, including children, could have seen them.
We have to have laws to stop them from doing things that put children in harm's way.
Santa Monica police say they are looking into it. A 17-year-old high school senior fatally shot at a house party in Arleta was remembered by a candlelight vigil on the sidewalk. He died of his wounds. Christian Camacho was shot multiple times. Two other party guests were also shot, but their wounds are not life-threatening. Camacho's friend, Maribel Rincon, told CBS 2 that in addition to his schoolwork, he'd also been helping his mom raise his two younger brothers after the recent death of their dad.
He wanted to do everything for his mom. My parents lost his mom.
GoFundMe accounts collecting contributions toward Camacho's funeral expenses. So far, the LAPD has no description of the suspect and no motive. Detectives ask anyone who can help to please give detectives a call. A state senator from the San Diego area is proposing changes to the law to cut down on so-called porch pirates.
Due to the passage of Prop 47, any theft with a value of less than $950 is treated as a misdemeanor, and a conviction means little or no jail time at all. Under the bill proposed by Senator Brian Jones, it becomes a crime if your intent of getting on someone's property is to steal a package. And if you're caught and convicted 3 times in 36 months, the prosecutor will have the option to charge the case as a felony.
So we're reestablishing the ability for the DAs and the police to prosecute these kind of crimes.
Jones' bill may have to be reconciled with a similar measure now working its way through the state assembly, and it's possible a compromise bill could be on the governor's desk sometime this fall. Pete Demetrio, KNX 1070 News Radio.
Metro says more law enforcement officers on patrol is a big reason why crime on its buses and trains has dropped 17% over the past 5 years.
And you undergird that with training and exercises and security technologies and campaigns to tell people if you see something, say something by using our Transit Watch app. I think all of that helps to create a safer environment for our patrons and employees as they use our system.
Metro's executive officer for security, Ashley Green, there telling KNX that he hopes the public will notice and feel more comfortable riding on the trains and buses. USC researchers crunched the numbers and have produced a list of the 20 most dangerous intersections in Los Angeles. Sherman Way and Sepulveda in Van Nuys is on top.
There were 47 accidents at this corner last year. It's a pretty hectic place. Some people were surprised that it's listed as the worst intersection in L.A.
It is? Oh, wow. I'm not sure.
But he thinks he knows why it's so bad, why drivers get into trouble here at the intersection.
Playing with their phones a lot, that's the problem.
Yes, he thinks it's all due to distracted driving. Now, 6 intersections on that top 20 list are in Van Nuys, but this one, wow.
Honestly, there's too many cars and they're moving really fast.
He would know. He crosses on a bicycle. Another bad intersection, Sepulveda and Burbank Boulevard. That was 3rd on the list with 40 crashes. And intersections in Valley Glen, Northridge, and Panorama City also made that top 20 list. In Van Nuys, John Baird, KNX 1070. News Radio.
LAPD may make changes to technology it uses to track license plates as people drive across the city. It's the result of a state audit on privacy concerns.
Each day as you drive across Los Angeles, there are cameras on cop cars, cameras mounted at intersections, taking pictures of your car, your license plate. That info is...
count on us so we can receive the financial plan and make sure that you're prepared for the challenges ahead. Just call us for a free visit. Together, we'll work the creative strategy to help you preserve what you've worked so hard to build. But don't wait. Call us today at 855-523-0045 to schedule your visit. And call your KNX 1070 listener. There's no cost to you, but our calendar's still up this week. Call 855-523-0045.
on for 3 mass individuals who held a couple at gunpoint inside their home in Woodland Hills. Police say the suspect entered the backyard, stole thousands in cash and jewelry and a cell phone last night. Investigators say one suspect climbed through a window, opened the door to let the others in. No descriptions released yet, but police say they did get away in a dark car. This is every day there's a new report about a neighborhood of it going dark and the opportunity never again. It's that way for months. People who live there, they've pretty much given up. Alex Silverman in Fairfax District.
This is Cornell Avenue, Beverly Melrose, part of my life. Home to work every day, and it's very, very dark. Really feel the flashes come through. A lot of the lights here now, cars pass by, comes from an out, and it's really away from light. And how does it say that? Most of the lights are out.
Well, that is part of the couple wires goes over the little blue filter and the wire. So what is it on that?
Sure. Tell me about what it's like on this light.
The sidewalk and stuff like that. So that looks like that, okay? That's my first light, or I will do it.
And you called this radio show.
What's going on?
And unfortunately, because where the average airtime now is something like 9 months. This is not what's happening all over. One neighbor said it seemed like this almost in fear, and they were just trying not to go outside after dark. This is crazy.
Repairs. Well, all accounts is now underway in LA County. Over there, the care and other institutions felt it takes a lot of volunteers to push the night. It's broken out into 26 homeless housing. It's one of the country, thousands of volunteers hanging out at night to help people living unsheltered across LA County. Another running off from the past with volunteers helping them to get land, and with other people are still unsheltered. Cars, shelters, orphans, outdoor public spaces, care the housing and homelessness committee, Councilmember Nikia Roberts. Are the more care accountable? $4 years like, oh, I thought about that. Or well locked up, or the only homeless services authority after audit concerns about transparency and what it takes to clearly show where the money is going and what was actually working. Officers tiny homeless districts, and it's a big homelessness worry. And locally, it's also saying they want more accountability before restoring that money. The county kicked off last night, meeting with San Fernando Valley and Metro Los Angeles. It continues tonight with San Gabriel Valley and East LA. And then wraps up tomorrow night at areas like San Angeles Valley, West LA, South LA, and the South Bay. Starting in the part of the Los Angeles County Council, Whiteville, and Long Beach, those connect to own independent homeless county, separate from Manta, and then report numbers separate. And now to the video, Planet 2, and 7-1 of that. It's 10-1-1.
One of those things is to ensure that there's more educational process, so exactly when you want it to go. You don't have to worry about walkthroughs, listings, or repairs, all the other happenings that come along with selling. Westwood Homes to avoid the traditional way and get it all cash offer. Then Westwood Homes, trusted home buyer in Southern California, they have earned a reputation over the last 40 years. They have service, and they work fast. Only 2 days where they can do this on your timeline, and they work with all different kinds of situations, ready to downsize or making changes, relocating, selling your property, even financial translation, and that's real estate self-complication. They will need to go and with they're actually supplying all around Southern California. The offers are firm, so no last-minute price drops. What you hear about with some of the other all-gas buyers, no obligation offer, all the house. So there's 871 871 Westwoodhomes.com. It is an idea. Let's do a simple New Year's resolution. Something guaranteed. Licensing here, feel more confident in your bike. Rescue your lock once and for all with advanced care, simple one-day treatment. Your own natural hair, and keeping free growing so every next day. And this guaranteed gets to grow. Celebrate the new year with a fuller and a better get a good consultation. $150 off, $150 free aircraft. It's 44333 air. It's 44333 air. Before and after pictures to advanced hair. Interstate.com. At Court Furniture, you'll find new looks and new savings on everything you need. Brighten up your home or make your workplace more comfortable. Court Furniture prices are always super low. So you leave your furniture for this model home. Movies and television, unmatched pictures, and haunted offices. And when the furniture comes back, they sell it for pennies on the dollar. Court Furniture Complex, that doesn't work in relation to the analogy of like someone else's trash. Your trash type of thing. Yeah. You could say, like Sean Thurman. They went 7-1 total off, but they weren't good. They let Denver by 10, they let the Bears by 10, they let the Lions by 10 in the fourth quarter. So do I sound like a lunatic when I said I think they can win the division next year? I don't think they're that far away, even though they have a bad record. Yeah, I heard you talking during the break, and I gotta tell you, I think you're spot on. It kind of fired me up. I'm like, damn, I'm more excited about the Giants now than I was all last year. So it's great. But you're right. They have the quarterback. In fact, it's almost bad that he got drafted late in the bench. Should have been drafted before his number came up. But he played really well. And now they've got a quarterback, and they got ball. I mean, they've got a defensive line that can get to the quarterback. Those are my two. Yeah. let me know, or what they're going to have come in, whoever it is. Again, it's a new voice, it's a new way, and maybe that's all they need is something a little different to get them over the top. You know, it's interesting with, we've got Sean Payton against Mike Vrabel. And I look at the Patriots, Bill. I got the same owner that Brady had. I got the same offensive coordinator Brady had. But Drake may lose more than Brady, but he's a big, tall kid that's accurate. You know, he's not as good in the pocket as Tom was, like on a mover. And Vrabel, to me, looks like a more current Belichick. Like a little more player-friendly, a little more engaged with him. He's a current Belichick. He looks like no BS, all about football. I look at New England, I told my friend Nick like yesterday, everybody's doing Buffalo and Baltimore. I said, if you told me Andy Reid Mahomes' biggest obstacle for the next 10 years, I said, it's Vrabel, Robert Kraft, Drake May, Josh McDaniel. That's the obstacle. Do you feel as high on the Patriots as I do? Yes, I do. I feel high on Mike Vrabel. Look, you talked about Sean Payton and Mike Vrabel. You talked about culture, sitting at tables, understanding the whole organization, especially the football team, they got it. And you know, Mike Vrabel, I was down in Tennessee one year, I'll never forget this. We're kind of talking about what we're doing right now. And he goes, Bill, one thing I've learned in this league, I thought it was all about, I have the X's and O's, and that's not it. It's connection with the players. And he changed why he was at Tennessee, and he carried that over to New England. I mean, during every time they score, something goes well. You know, he's hugging the players and like, you know, he gives them energy. They want that recognition that they do something well, and it's really fun to watch. And to see these two playing the game, I kind of know what Brady's going to do, but Sean Payton, man, you're just as good as anybody what he's going to do in this game with Derek Still. So I'm watching Seattle and the Rams, and this doesn't happen very often, so maybe about once a decade, you get a team where you've got a player on a team-friendly deal, quarterback, and then they come to draft next to several years, and it's Seattle, and I can say this all year together, it's sort of soundbound, no bias, but you watch them, they look longer and faster, and they just go 100 special teams are fast, they don't have any holes. And I want you to go back to your coach, because that doesn't mean they're going to do the best. millions of data points a second to identity theft. They are learning repeatedly of changing costs up. They have a $1 million protection package of life loss. They give you a restoration specialist, money back if not. And if you lose wages, money stolen, life loss has you back as well. Even with lost wages. Join now. Save up to 4% per year. Call 1-800-LifeLocker
Hi, I'm Susan Rivera, Senior Vice President and Manager of Citizens Business Banking President. We proud to support California's thriving small community customers. Our relationship-based approach and straightforward business model set us apart from financial services. We are a banking partner that understands your interests and your company. Whether you're expanding operations or planning for the future, Citizens Business Bank is here to help ensure your banking experience is smooth, convenient, and aligned
one thing Andrew got associated with, I never thought I would say this for one year, but we have another like situation in the division starting to Buffalo Bills. I don't know what is going on. It's that press conference that was put together very quickly after reports came out yesterday in the local Buffalo media that the ex-Buffalo Bills head coach Tom McDermott, but he had a chance to meet with Tracy Moore, the owner, and Brandon Bean, the ex-general manager, now president of football operations in Buffalo, about the roster as constructed. And to put it in so many words, he said that, well, this is not the kind of roster that can win a Super Bowl. And according to their report, that is your Tracy Moore or Brandon being the right one? Oh, no. One of the many reasons why they believe that Tom McDermott was not going to be long for this football team. He at the press conference today, Eric McCool put it out there, not about the reports, but the real reason why they decided to move on from a guy that won almost 100 games for them in the years in Buffalo.
My decision to bring in a new coach was based on the results of our game in Denver. I want to take you in the locker room after that game. I looked around. First thing I noticed was our quarterback with his head down, crying. I looked at all the other players. I looked at their faces and our coaches. I walked over to Josh. He didn't even acknowledge I was there. First thing I said to him, I said, that was a catch. We all know what I'm talking about. He didn't acknowledge me. He just sat there sobbing. He was whispering. He had given everything he had to try to win that game. And looking around, so did all the other players on the team. I saw the pain in Josh's face at his pressure, and I felt his pain. I know we can do better, and I know we will get better. I would add to that, Freddie, it's not just the losses to the Broncos that they had. I also felt like it was the previous years with Josh Allen as their quarterback and not getting over the hump, not making it to a Super Bowl. Now, Patrick Mahomes played a large part in that because all those playoff losses that they had under Josh Allen has come to the Kansas City Chiefs. But for me, I felt like Tom McDermott was the guy to get them over the hump. He's been there 9 seasons, 8 with Josh Allen as their quarterback. And if you think back in time to the things that have transpired in playoff settings, you can get 30 seconds on the clock, and they can't get it done. You look at the game versus the Broncos, a lot of things went wrong. I felt like the secondary wasn't great. I felt like Josh Allen wasn't great at times as well, too. You look at the year that they hosted, you kept getting teams in the field goal because missing the field goal. All kind of things have gone wrong, in my opinion, and has stopped the Buffalo Bills from actually getting to a Super Bowl and trying to win one. And then you think about all the years prior to Josh Allen, the 4 falls of Buffalo, just not being able to get it done on all type of fronts. Right. But Tom McDermott also played a part of this thing. Absolutely. Like, he has his role in this organization as well, in my opinion.
Well, the Buffalo Bills needed to be part of that press conference. Because all I heard today was Tom McDermott talk, Tom McDermott talk, Tom McDermott talk, Tom McDermott talk. He did everything possible to make sure everybody knows this is not on me to be on. This is not on Brandon Bean.
But that's what people do, though, Freddie.
I am ready.
When you fire a head coach and you keep the general manager, who was the point of this thing? He's a head coach.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't understand. Yeah. You start to reflect and you start to well, he's not going.
Right.
He wasn't the guy that Brandon Bean really wanted. He's going to be signed out for him. And that's why I just got on sports and I said to myself, okay, yes, Tom McDermott was the guy that wanted Keon Coleman. The general manager and the owner had to sign off on that.
Absolutely.
He can't just take that direction on his own.
Yeah.
So to just put all of that on Tom McDermott, it's changing my opinion.
Speaking of that, because this is how Eric McCool defended Brandon Bean.
Sean Coleman ran a 40-yard dash in 4.57. There's video of Brandon Bean singing our coach. I'm glad Coleman ran that 4.57 40-yard dash. It'll help to get him info. And Sean McDermott was nowhere around when Brandon Bean was saying that. So literally, I don't remember that. More than was special. So what the owner had said to defend the guy that he wanted to keep over somebody else. You know why? Because that guy had more than years Terry Pagula than Sean McDermott. So Brandon Bean basically said, I'm going to go sports earth to keep my job. How am I going to do that? I'm going to make sure the blame goes somewhere else because the owner, I talk to more than Sean McDermott does. The owner's going to believe what I'm going to say more than Sean McDermott had in that meeting. Because Sean McDermott, according to reports, AC, really told both of those guys to their faces, hey, Terry Pagula, I know you're the owner. Hey, Brandon Bean, I know you're my boss as general manager. But the roster that we have right now is not constructed well up around Josh Allen to be a Super Bowl winning team. And instead of acting like grown men and saying what can we do about it, and then maybe make their decision go forward to fire Sean McDermott, they got their nose go sideways because of what he said. If now Brandon Bean says that's the owner, I guarantee Sean McDermott is still the head coach. But because Sean McDermott said it, and Brandon Bean looks like a fool in front of the owner, all of a sudden they banded together and said, as much as you're right, Sean McDermott has to take some accountability as a head coach not getting it done. So we think we're clear. That's what the Buffalo Bills. But when you're in that kind of hole like that, and the guy has more of the ear of the guy that pays your check than somebody else, guess what's going to happen? We've seen this in everyday life. How many people work in jobs out there where you know somebody's out to get you, and what are they going to do? They're going to give you that the only have the ear of somebody that can make those kind of decisions. It's the same campaign that happened in Buffalo. The difference is Sean McDermott got thrown on the sword, but everybody else's transgression and sin, including his.
That's why Usher plays a big part in what I'm about to say now.
Okay.
Sean McDermott hurt both of their businesses. That's exactly what happened. Because when you actually look at this roster, that's what I was talking to Mike Tannenbaum about this unfortunate. Hey, it's not just the wide receiver where the mind gets true. It's the secondary. Look at the secondary and how they had meltdowns versus Denver Broncos based the ball game that allowed the Denver Broncos, Marvin Mill, Courtland Sutton to make game-winning plays. Look at that secondary last year in the AFC Championship game versus the Kansas City Chiefs. They couldn't stop it. They had loads of Patrick Mahomes. They could get everything that he wanted to do from a pass game standpoint. And also, look at how he's talking about the Kansas City Chiefs and the weapons that they didn't have last year. And they still went out there and balled out from a skill position standpoint. Taking advantage of the secondary of the Buffalo Bills. So it's the playmakers around Josh Allen. It's the secondary of the Buffalo Bills. It's the injuries that they consistently had across the board on both sides of the football that really hurt this team. Now, Sean McDermott, I would also add this. He wasn't really good at situational football all the time. There was a game last year, I would say versus the Houston Texans, not 2025 or 2024. Rated out for the TV on ESPN rating with 32 seconds on the clock. They're back up into their own end zone on first down. Now, the Houston Texans only had one timeout. They threw the football every single play, but it allowed Houston to utilize that timeout when they got the play to call timeout to get the field goal to win the game. And then we all know about the 13 seconds, right? Giving Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce free access and then shooting that game into overtime and end up losing it when it all is said and done. Like, there have been multiple things amongst Sean McDermott, but here's the biggest one. This Buffalo Bills football team has won the AFC East the last 5 years, not including this. Here comes a guy by the name of Mike Vrabel from the New England Patriots. He's no longer the best coach in that division. Not only is he no longer the best coach in Mike Vrabel's first year after the team was 4-13 years old, he wins the AFC East Patriots that year, Mike Vrabel that is, and then now this weekend he's playing in the AFC Championship game. And you know what, Freddie Coleman? So McCool's around looking like, what the heck did happen?
Well, he can look around with that all he wants. By the way, that's how we Elvis and Freddie Coleman together. Known as the after-school edition of Freddie and Harry and ESPN Radio and ESPN after ESPN Plus. You can look around all he wants and say, what the heck happened? Well, what do you do about it now? Because based on reports, Josh Allen somebody can say, but doesn't work out, this is Josh Allen. Well, to me, that's just bad leadership. I don't care if it's going to the middleman.
And here's another thing, Frank, I want to bring up as well. The team that's playing in the NFC Championship game this week is the Seattle Seahawks. They went and traded for what wide receiver from New Orleans?
So that,
Rashid Shaheed has made a major difference on the Seattle Seahawks, in my opinion. The first play of the game last week was a touchdown on a kickoff return. That pivotal matchup that they had on Thursday night, where he had that punt return for a touchdown, Pontiac game-changing performance, hey, offensive entire football game, helped Seattle to the #1 seed. That's a player you could have went and traded for. You could have went and got Jalen Waddle, but you didn't want to give up your 2026 first-round pick, which is going to be late in the draft every single damn year because you have Josh Allen. Why not give it up, Brandon Bean? What you holding on to it for?
that's a great question, number one. And number two, if you're Brandon Bean going forward, if this is what you wanted. To me, this is the Buffalo Bills want. They don't want a head coach that they want a public coach. They want somebody that's going to toe the line and not talk to the truth. Because Sean McDermott said, I guarantee you that the first time he did that, so it was the last time, when he said that about this roster as constructed, it's not enough to win a Super Bowl championship around Josh Allen. Oh, no. What about this? Yeah. What's like the Bills? You know, Paul and David Cohen, but it's Friday. When you raise it, they beat the top. He said you can make me like Josh Allen did not have help to try to win the Super Bowl.
Every illusion with the Josh Allen doesn't have enough help argument. They ran Steph Diggs out of town in Buffalo. Listen, Josh Allen, the player that we know him now, he didn't start to come in that signal and traded for Steph Diggs from Minnesota. They ran him out of Buffalo as addition by subtraction, ends up being addition by addiction for the New England Patriots. How Steph Diggs looked on Sunday against the Houston Texans. You can't argue that Josh Allen don't got enough help. When it's ran help out of town, that's on the quarterback.
It's ironic that the nation is
like he was speaking to the problem.
That's a lot of shower coming from one of the good kids. But it's ironic that they talk about Keon Coleman and trying to say that didn't happen.
That was supposed to be the replacement.
So essentially,
and it's paying out right now. And then, you know, that's why I think like Keon Coleman, he's starting to work in this situation, though, Freddie. He's going to have to get his message in. I'll almost said another word. Because when the ownership comes there, they talk about you like that, I can only imagine the conversation that they're having behind closed doors about Keon Coleman. Young man, it's time to grow up.
Well, put it this way.
You don't have time to get ready. You got to stay ready so you don't have to get ready.
No doubt. I just go back to that night of the draft, and I'm reading this quote right now from Brandon Bean, the draft that got a Keon Coleman. And I quote, I went to bed that night saying that Keon let someone blow us away. Barring someone else offering us something stupid, we'll take Keon Coleman in the second round. So it sounds like that was Brandon Bean's pick. Wasn't Sean McDermott's pick. It wasn't David Buller's pick. It wasn't Keon Coleman's mama's pick. It was Brandon Bean's pick. So for all when I started saying, this was yesterday, I expected my team, the New York Jets. I expected kind of what did we just witness in the press conference from my team. It was B-I-L-L-L, Bill. What they were able to do. That people have evidence. And the order came out and said, no, under Brandon Bean's fault. Sean McDermott, he wanted that guy. Every day. I expect that from the New York Jets in the offseason. I would never think I would see that from the Buffalo Bills.
The last thing I'll ask, Frank. We had Keon Coleman on these shows.
Yes.
Who warned them, Frank?
You did.
I wasn't doing it. I stopped to say it in a way to where it wasn't so obvious. Well, I didn't understand exactly what I was saying. But Frank, what did I tell him? I said, hey, man, you got to come on now.
Get yourself together.
You got to get yourself together.
Get yourself together.
But that's the part of the business that our listeners and our viewers, they don't get to tune in on every day. Now, for those who inside their head, and they do this normally behind closed doors, especially in the way more sensitive than what we heard out loud.
There's a lot of things going on. Well, so who is to blame for the undefeated Buffalo Bills? Did the Bills do everything but not do enough to give the right supporting staff to surround their quarterback, Josh Allen? I'm sure it doesn't matter. Okay, please call me. Call Freddie and Harry now. Hello. 1-888-ACSBN. How's it going? That's 1-888-729-3776. We're here from you. We're here for Christine Lee, a person anchor guy, Buffalo Bills fan, about what's in thought and paid as her team turned to the New York Jets right before our eyes. Won't you sit out at the Harvey till you get this word from Granger?
It's just like Grandma said, make it enough. As you know, managing, maintenance, repair, and operations is never easy. But for the ones who always fly for the parents, Granger has your back. For professional-grade products you can count on, the fast, dependable delivery, they're there to help you keep things running smoothly. Plus, the technical product specialists are here to help answer all of your toughest questions. And because Granger knows safety is always a priority, they're committed to being your partner in protecting both your people and your facilities. Call 1-800-GRANGER, clickgranger.com, or just stop by. Make it enough.
Coming up on the Thursday edition of Unsportsmanlike, we're going to go on 15th and New York moment. The Patriots are already back in the AFC Championship game. Are we headed for another Pats dynasty, or is it just a one-off appearance? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU. Hey, fans! Welcome back. The fans still here. And here's okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal, whatever, it's right, it's totally right. But I cope with these things with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. It's totally hard to weigh the pain of your college football team taking up things back now. Pass the phone. It's everything.
Hey, Team Wendy here. If you're looking to consolidate your high-interest credit card debt with a personal loan, take a look at SoFi Stack. The SoFi personal loan comes with low fixed rates, no fees required, and it's taking same-day funding. That looks good on paper, but SoFi also has CPI tests, having helped members pay off over $33 billion in debt to date. Score. View your rates for a SoFi personal loan at SoFi.com/stack. Loan originated by SoFi Bank, NMLS FDIC. Terms and conditions apply at SoFi.com/stack. NMLS 696891.
ESPN Fresno is taking you straight to the biggest stage in sports. Phil Benetti, host of Behind the Bench, is headed to Radio Row for the big game. All week long, leading to Levi Stadium, still brings you exclusive coverage, breaking stories, and legendary guests as we count down the kickoff. Fresno gets a front row seat to see who will lift the Lombardi Trophy. Don't miss Behind the Bench with Phil Benetti, live from Radio Row, only on ESPN Fresno. Brought to you by Horn Barbecue and Chichanti Gold Resort and Casino.
With summer match headlines, I'm Lori Boyer. Leaders and staff of the American Beef Industry Association met last week with a top U.S. Department of Agriculture officials to urge inclusion of wool into the new farmer wage assistance program. Leaders out of Washington, D.C. with USDA Farm Production and Conservation Undersecretary Richard Fordyce following the department's December announcement of $12 billion for the program. ASI has been a testimony detailing ongoing market disruptions, high harvesting costs, and persistently low wool prices that beef producers have faced since 2019. USDA said wool would be considered for funding through the program's competitive reserve for unencumbered commodities, though no final decisions have been made. Today, we're talking with basic and life about Christina insecticide from BASF. The nail to the patella. I'm the feeling. Really? And you still want to devour the field? No way! There you have it, folks. Christina insecticide is specifically engineered to destroy invasive and plant flies so they can't eat. And when they can't eat, they can't destroy.
Help protect your alfalfa from issues. Christina insecticide. Always bring the powerful directions.
Sentinel disease control for your almonds, and Active 20SC fungicide provides new chemistry to defeat old enemies. It targets tough springtime diseases like shot hole, round rot, and daffodil, providing preventative and systemic protection you can trust. Powered by the new Active Chemical, Active 20SC has no known cross-resistant issues and a strong rotational partner for your almond orchard. Ask your retailer about Active 20SC from UPL today. Always use follow label directions.
According to a recent analysis report put out by Rabobank, the global poultry sector is expected to post another strong year in 2026 with production and consumption projected to grow by about 2.5%. Demand remains solid worldwide thanks to poultry affordability, broad consumer acceptance, and rising beef comes in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. I'm Lori Boyer, Striking Out West.
One more summer fun, cool, and rewarding. Being an egg is hiring. Stand our team with full and part-time positions at over 40 locations. Join our growing company as a delivery driver or value deliverer today. For more information on job descriptions or will apply, go online at meetanedge.com or visit your nearest location. Meet Edge is hiring. Spell it out.
up on the Bulldog with insiders like Paul Leffler, Jackson Moore, and Ralph Wood. If it's 2 p.m., it's the Bulldog Hour with Tony D. Each weekday on 1430 ESPN Fresno.
Quick, where can you find a great selection of Tempur-Pedic certified? First day. You'll find adjustable beds, sheets, pillows, mattress protectors, and more.
Winning beer and football. If that sounds good to you, then maybe you should be in at Century Grill, the legendary pizza that you know and love. Served in a family fun dining area. But to order neighborhood style with cheesy and friendly service, there's nothing.
What's the number one key to being able to minimize human being?
I think we got to play sound football, you know. We got to...
down and do an interview with someone that he's comfortable with in the mainstream media and explain himself a little bit. Does he want everybody to have these thoughts about him? He seemed to be very concerned that everybody thought when he was going for the contract negotiation. Now he's just going to disappear and not explain his curious, beyond curious behavior. So you wonder what happened. And you know, the team clearly missed him. But you also worry about the individual. What is wrong? Is he bipolar? Is he manic? Is he, you know, Charles Haley had up and down crazy behaviors as a 49er. And, well, after his career was over, did he get the proper medication? And he got him when he was playing. How much better? He won 5 Super Bowls. But how much better of a teammate would he have been? So he broke down his arms one day in the golf tournament, explaining what he had to go through, the demons that he had to live through. Mental health is an issue. I don't know what's wrong with him, but I do worry more so than the football player with where he had to the human being. Crying, and Alden Smith, I kept saying, somebody help this guy. Somebody help him. Seriously, help him. I remember him going to a Super Bowl the year that he wrapped his car around a tree that Friday before the Colts game. He wound up playing in that game anyway. Right after the season was over, a couple of weeks later, he shows up on Radio Row for the Super Bowl. I'm like, why is he here? Get him in the betting pool, get him somewhere. Somebody help this guy. And it never got there. He tried to, went to the Raiders and just never could get an open wound up. What that career could have been, what that life could have been. You're worried about him as a human being, but he didn't even scratch the surface of his ability. His first 2 years in the NFL, he was Javon Curse, better. One of the best players ever. And he played the run really well, and he obviously sacked the quarterback. He has a Hall of Fame career that just never was allowed to occur for whatever was bothering him and the demons and the addictions he had off because nobody else did. So for Brandon, I think it's different. Somebody please help him and then help yourself. And I do wonder in what form he puts his career back together again. But it's pretty clear based on John just taking his last snap here and Kyle openly, honestly, detailing the disconnect and how this guy basically went radio silent on the organization. Why?
I mean, from a human standpoint, I am genuinely concerned for Brandon. I do not want to see anything bad happen to him, and I wish that we had more answers, as was expressed by Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Everybody involved with Brandon Ayuk and his former teammates, people who have been able to communicate with him, and then seemingly struggled as he distanced himself further and further with that injury. From a football player standpoint, this is another thing that the 49ers have to deal with from a first-round pick who didn't pan out in the long term. And it's not because he was a bust, and it's not because he had a history of injuries and could never stay on the field. It was something entirely unique, and as Shanahan put it, in his 22 years of coaching, he hasn't really seen anything like this. And so, the potential figure in getting multiple 49ers MVP votes in 2023. He was the second pro all-team, second all-pro receiver for Brock Purdy, who got over 1,000 yards and the most touchdown targets. But you also mentioned the blocking and how much he played into that run game. And Christian McCaffrey also getting MVP votes in that 2023 season, which was nearly so magical. And so, you have to wonder, had things gone differently in the Super Bowl, what would ultimately happen? Was the 49ers more willing to pay him? More willing to trade him, knowing they got that Lombardi trophy, and those are questions that we're never really going to have the answer to, but the fact that it panned out this way, it's shocking, it's disappointing, certainly disappointing for the football team, but again, I also hope that the human Brandon Ayuk is doing okay out there.
Yeah, I don't think that matters, and I know he was upset with the targets in the Super Bowl, and I think they probably should have used him more. Spagnuolo played a lot of man, and Brandon could beat man where Debo could not. And a lot of balls went to Debo, blocked up by Trent McDuffie that game in Vegas. I don't think that matters. If you win one, you want to come back and win another one. If you lose one in overtime, you want to come back and make it up. Your motivation every year is the same. Based on prior circumstances, it shouldn't matter. I don't know, honestly. I have no idea. He went into the biggest offseason of his life. He was going to get paid anyway. When Amon-Ra St. Brown got that deal in Detroit, they drove the market up. Wide receivers were getting paid. You're going to get your money. I I don't know. When you're sitting on generational wealth from the upbringing that he had, it freaks people out. I don't know. He didn't show that. I could be very wrong. He didn't show this kind of behavior before. I don't know if the trauma occurred in his life or he was able to control things before easier. And then he does come back and he winds up getting hurt. What if he never got hurt right before halftime against the KC Chiefs on October the 20th and 24th? What if his knee was not slammed like that and he does organically recover from the injury and become that player at the end of 24 and into the season? I don't know what happened to him when he got hurt. It was a bad injury. It took a month for that. That happened October 20th. He did not have surgery until mid-November. It was inflamed. It was so bad. It was an ACL, an MCL, a cycle extended, and the meniscus blew out. It was a gnarly injury. So I don't know how he handled it. If he properly rehabbed it. If he obviously disconnected from the organization during that time, they couldn't reel him back in. So all I know is they were perfect together. Brandon Ayuk is the ex-wide receiver. Deebo Samuel is the lead of the split and move guy. They could also move in the backfield. And then you had Jawan Jennings, the big body catch, slot wide receiver. That could be third and Jawan. You were all set, X, C, and F. And you had the best wide, George Kittle. The inline blocker, big catch guy. And then you had the best halfback in football, the best fullback in football, those five eligibles. Wow. Kyle's playing master chess, and he's got all these chess pieces to play with. You got to rebuild the wide receiver with him. I like Jawan Jennings a lot. He's a dog. He fits the mentality here, but he's a pure ex-wide receiver. I do wonder about that. And then, can Richie be that lead? Can Richie be healthy enough? And then who's your slot? How do you make that work when you do go to 11 personnel? But for a while there, you had Ayuk, you had Deebo, and you had Jennings. They were all guys you drafted in different rounds. First round pick, second round pick, seventh round pick. They were the perfect, X and Z and pass for Kyle Shanahan to play. Deebo didn't block like that, but Deebo had a skill set. The ultimate jack throw. He was more running back than wide receiver. And to run after the catch and the mentality of the football team came from the D-line. And here comes Bosa. But it came from Deebo, breaking tackles, running over people. And, Ayuk blocking and Jennings blocking, and it all works so well together. We talk a lot about the offensive line, the D-line, and all that. But it's rare when you get that kind of physicality from a wide receiver. How do you replicate that again? How do you get that kind of toughness from the wide receiver room without Ayuk, without Deebo, and then ultimately, what do you do with Jawan Jennings to keep him on this roster?
So, Jefferson of NFL.com was originally scheduled to join us right now, but because of the sign getting pushed back, he's going to be joining us at 1:30. So between now and then, we want to hear from you. 808-ABR, 415-808-5627. Give us a call in the studio right now. Same number to text. What do you want to see happen this offseason at the wide receiver position with Jawan Jennings? What do you want to see happen with Matt Jones? They said, you'd be surprised if he wasn't on the team. How are you addressing the 49ers' biggest needs in the context of the comments made by Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch? We'll talk about that next and talk to you on the Sports Later.
Custom lens replacement surgery from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's been a game changer for me. I couldn't see anything different twice, and now I got 20/20 vision. You struggle with distance vision, and now you need reading glasses or bifocals. I don't need any of them. CLR is your permanent solution to readers, bifocals, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. Don't wait until you're older like me to secretly do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, Dr. Craig Bingley and his team at Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. And they make it easy. Start with a free virtual consultation at lasereyeclr.com. You'll discuss your vision goals and all their different lens technologies, no readers, contacts, glasses, or cataracts. Laser Eye CLR.
GLR.com or call 877-GET-2020.
Volkswagen. Even Creek Volkswagen has a tremendous selection of Volkswagen vehicles. Everybody loves the all-electric VW ID Buzz, Sedan, Atlas, Atlas Cross Sport, Jetta, and Tiguan. Shop and save today at Even Creek Volkswagen. President Trump, while at the World Economic Forum, posts on social media that the framework of a future deal on Greenland has been reached. Venezuela that shot Russia. This solution, if consummated, will be a great one for the United States of America and all NATO nations, unquote. In response to this framework, the President said he would not be imposing the tariffs that he had scheduled to go into effect February 1st. President Trump's attempt to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, CBS again offers the import. I think the justices were very skeptical, all of them, conservative and liberal, about those sweeping arguments that the president can do this, really just because he thinks he has cause to do it. It's the first time ever that a president has tried to remove the sitting Fed governor. This time over allegations that he committed mortgage fraud, Cook has denied these allegations. The U.S. military has begun transferring Islamic-based detainees from Syria to Iraq. CBS began reforming.
The military says 150 ISIS members have been moved so far, up to 7,000 could be transferred. That allows the Syrian government to take control of the camp from U.S.-backed Syrian Democratic Forces. It is true as part of a ceasefire, but the Kurdish-led SDF still controls more than a dozen detention facilities with some 9,000 ISIS members. The CENTCOM commander says the transfers are critical, preventing a breakout that could pose a threat to U.S. and regional security.
A new study in the journal Nature suggests airborne microplastic levels may be lower than earlier estimates. University of Vienna scientist Andreas Stoller. Increase on land, in oceans, and in the atmosphere. On Wall Street, the Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 all closed up after President Trump's Greenland comment. This is CBS News.
I'm Nathan Garrett. Follow and listen to the Take-Up on the Free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. 103 is the area's news station, KCBS. It's sunny today, mostly cloudy and high, only in the low 60s. Good afternoon. I'm Holly Swan. Thanks for being here, and here's what's going on. Roller coaster like week for investors with stocks recovering most of their losses from yesterday. This after the president says he's reached the framework of a deal on Greenland with NATO. Get a look at Wilson Val with Jason.
And only this was a relief rally for the market on the president's comments regarding Greenland. The market had feared a global trade war erupting with Europe, but the president said those tariffs are now off the table, so stocks rallied higher. The Dow gaining 588 points to 29,077, NASDAQ up 270 to 23,224, and the S&P advanced higher by 78 points to 6875. Treasury yields eased lower after spiking to 5-month highs on the sell-off on Tuesday, so that's better news for interest rates, which had also been cut higher by rising Treasury yields. I'll have more on today's rally at 1:25.
Hey, Jason, didn't we talk about this just yesterday, and how the president did something very similar when he first talked about tariffs, and then he sort of backed off, and the market did the same thing?
We saw this with the Liberation Day event last year. Stocks sold off and then came back after that. And the market had anticipated that the president might walk back his comments and threats to tariffs on European nations. And that perhaps prevented an even bigger sell-off on Tuesday. And that's where the rally came into place today. Of course, this changes on a day-to-day basis.
very much, Jason. We will check you out at your regular report in about 10 minutes. Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff sounding the alarm over the need for more regulation on the development of artificial intelligence. KCBS's Michael Wall says Benioff says the technology is putting kids at risk.
Appearing at the World Economic Forum meeting in Davos, Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff calling on government to rein in AI and for the industry to stop fighting it. The primary concern tied to what he calls one of the darkest developments he's seen in technology. We saw models this year coach kids into suicide. In particular, Benioff taking federal law protecting tech companies from legal liability over user content.
What's more important to us, growth or our kids? What's more important to us, growth or our families?
Despite efforts in some states like California and New York, Anthony Giuliano with the marketing firm Hatcher Agency says at this point there's no federal standard about AI.
Not much has changed. There has been more public scrutiny because more private
Anyhow, made similar comments about social media in Davos 10 years ago. Michael Wall, CBS.
Meanwhile, Governor Newsom has accused Trump administration officials of denying him a speaking slot in Davos, Switzerland. The governor's office says the event's official media partner, Fortune, had invited Newsom to speak. But Trump administration officials pressured organizers to cancel his slot, which was slated to follow the president. In a statement to the Sacramento Bee, Trump officials did not deny they played a part in Newsom's removal. Reportedly planning to critique Trump's policies and present California and himself as a counterpoint to the administration's action. President Trump spent most of his speech on the shortfalls of other world leaders. Newsom's office said as part of the World Economic Forum official schedule is still taking place later tonight. After 15,000 hours of investigation, Barr has come out with a highly technical report that explains what went wrong to cause 9 service breakdowns from late August to early December. Barr says it's done a lot to minimize disruptions, better cleanup of debris, like aluminum cans and mylar balloons, which can cause electrical arcing, replacing insulators so they don't catch fire. The report to be presented at Thursday's board meeting looks at equipment failures that have plagued riders feeling less confident in its reliability, and that is key. And voters are being asked to approve a regional sales tax in November to help raise $500 million a year for public transit. Rider Paul Sauer rides from Oakland to San Francisco.
I personally don't have a problem with paying more taxes if it means BART is running smoothly and more often. I want it to succeed so much. I want it to expand. I want it to grow.
BART telling KCBS the report shows there were a dozen things that went wrong to cause those breakdowns, all of which will be fixed by the end of the month. Still to come on KCBS.
I'm Matt Bigler. There's a new push to fix Oakland's police shortage with a public-private partnership aiming to fill the ranks.
108 at KCBS. We are checking close up in San Jose. Here's Victor.
And that would be on 280 in the northbound direction. Just as you pass Highway 101, you're going to come up on a stretch of heavy traffic. This traffic report is brought to you by Cal Street. Looks like it's the 7th Street off-ramp on northbound 280. That's real close. Traffic is moving a little slow past in that area. The and Cal Street are reporting that it's close to about 30, so it's just a late way there. Once you get to 87, you can now go in the northbound direction of 87. That connects traffic close by Cal Street as well to about 330. Traffic is being diverted on to southbound 87. That's the reason why you're very heavy there. You can exit on the following street, which is Auburn Avenue, to get back on northbound from there. If you want to avoid all that, stay on 280 northbound, get off at Bird Avenue, and then you can head into the downtown area from there, and then get back on 87 as well. But if you are on 87 southbound, after you get past that slowdown, and you don't need to get off the rest, right all the way to Highway 85, and looking clear at the speed limit. As you leave Santa Clara, making your way into San Jose, 101 southbound, just after Great American Parkway, on and off the street. As you pass out the Bus Expressway, so right before you get to Dela Cruz Trimble, it's Caltrans doing a little bit of work there as well. They're scheduled till 4 o'clock. They get on the right lane closed, so definitely keep an eye out for them. The conference championships are this weekend, and now you can trade on football legally nationwide on Cal Sheet. For right now, LA is trading at 42% to beat Seattle, $100. A $100 trade pays out $220 by using the code FAN, F-A-N, and you get $20 when you trade 100. K-A-L-S-H-I, Cal Sheet will trade on anything. Your next traffic update at 118 on the traffic leader, KCBS.
right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off. The news launch continues. Police arrested several people after breaking up a sideshow in San Francisco's outer Richmond over the weekend. San Francisco officers with the sudden driving response unit responded to a sideshow Sunday night happening near Clement and 32nd. They stopped one car wanted in Oakland for stunt driving, and one of the passengers, 22-year-old Albert Zavala of Vacaville, suspected of firearms violation. Police also arrested a driver who allegedly participated in the sideshow. The 22-year-old Modesto man had an outstanding warrant related to stunt driving in another county. Oakland is looking to fill police vacancies from the private sector. KCBS's Matt Winkler tells us two major corporations are footing the bill to bring back the city's police cadet program. The Oakland Police Cadet program is the reason that twin brothers Isaac and Isaiah Harris got their foot in the door with law enforcement. Honestly, it was the perfect segue for the academy. Like the team said, success rate of cadets in the academy was high, and it's the reason why they are now both Oakland police officers. Now it's back, thanks to $900,000 for PG&E and Kaiser Permanente, both companies based in Oakland. Interim Police Chief James Beard says the cadet program will help to boost their officer ranks, combined with recent police academy graduates and even former officers who are returning to Oakland. We have 3 officers that are coming back in the next week or two that actually took less than a year ago. The cadet program will begin this summer with 9 positions. Applicants need to be at least 18 years old. In Oakland, Matt Winkler, KCBS. There was a shooting in South L.A. this morning involving federal agents. Reporter John Barrett says it happened just after 7 a.m. in L.A.'s Willowbrook neighborhood. He says no one was hit by the shots, but several people have been detained, so the investigation is ongoing. He says the situation between neighborhood residents and the federal agents has been very tense.
We're very tense here. They've got people who live in the police team, so on this end of the block and the other end of the block, where the investigation continues, it's a residential street, but people are really upset, telling ICE to leave the area. But let me tell you, the most tense moments came when some of these heavily armed agents came out of the yellow tape area and were confronted by a number of the people here who were really angry, kind of getting in their face. Again, these agents wearing camouflage gear and helmets and masks, and these people were basically surrounding them and getting in their face. They eventually went back inside the area where they were conducting their investigation.
Federal officials say the target of their investigation is suspected in a human smuggling operation and had made a dangerous attempt to evade arrest. Just to come on KCBS, I'm David Welch in San Francisco. A new co-working space above Green Apple Book is giving riders something they desperately need. KCBS News Time 1:15, sponsored by Bay Alarm. Security and fire alarms for every business. Dave Sachu. And the 2 players inducted to Baseball Hall of Fame. We checked sports line with Stephen Langford. The National Baseball Hall of Fame added 2 new members, announcing the class of 2026, and both of them are superstar outfielders. Carlos Beltran, across 20 seasons, he has become one of the all-time great switch hitters as both a lefty and right-handed batter. He really shined on the playoff stage, overall competing for 8 different clubs, including a brief stint with the San Francisco Giants in the summer of 2011. 9 All-Star appearances, a Rookie of the Year, World Series champion with the Astros in 2017, a game that was embroiled in controversy over the sign-stealing scandal, which seemingly kept the Riders from voting him in. This is Sports Year on the Ballot.
I feel that hopefully once I have it, thank God that we have it, and, I appreciate all the voters.
That was on MLB Network. His class of 2026 counterpart is Andrew Jones, a longtime Atlanta Brave, arguably the greatest defensive center fielder of all time, who collected 10 Gold Gloves and clobbered 434 home runs, putting him among the elite. This was his 9th year on the ballot. That was Sports That. Stephen Langford, KCBS.
Hi, it's Daniel from John By's Bay Area Houses. Is your house worth sold and it's worth
dealing with endless repairs, frustrating tenants, or an inherited property that's just sitting there? You're not alone. A lot of homeowners feel stuck, not knowing where to start. That's where we come in. At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we make selling your house simple. Just call 510-800-JOHN or visit our website and you'll get a fair cash offer in minutes. We buy houses as is. That means no cleaning, no repairs, no agent fees or commissions. You choose your timeline so you skip the hassle. We handle the hard part so you can move on with confidence. Stop fresh. Selling your house will be back. Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses and get your cash offer today. That's 510-800-JOHN.
Did you know that Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill offer free delivery and pickup when you spend $25 or more online? No subscription needed. And you get the same great prices we have in store. Shop online today at Rayleighs.com to save.
Like John, we all get wrong with the on and off the field. Make a game plan for your program at loveyourmindplaybook.org. Love your mind. Brought to you by the Trust and Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
118 is KCBS. We're checking out close up in Marin Woods. Here's Victor.
And that'll be on 101 in the southbound direction, just as you approach a Lucas Valley Road on and off the brakes. Right around that. It's been ongoing road work with Caltrans. They're sitting in the right lane, so keep an eye out for that definitely once you get around that. Rest your right is actually looking pretty good as you continue hitting San Rafael, making your way over the 580 split. You do continue to the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge. That's actually a very smooth ride into Richmond. This travel report is brought to you by Caltrain. Or if you continue on 101 southbound through Marin County, making your way towards the Golden Gate Bridge at the moment, looking really, really good. Speaking of bridges, all of a sudden, more people are just leaving the San Francisco area. Now very heavy traffic on 101 northbound. It starts to slow down slightly past Cesar Chavez, but by the time you get to Vermont Street, right before you get to the 80-101 split, it gets really heavy all the way to the Bay Bridge. Once on the bridge, very nice ride into the east face, and there was a little slowing as you approach the Caldecott Tunnel and Oakland, headed towards Red on Highway 24. I don't see any slowing anymore, so whatever it was, no longer there, looking really good. As you continue through the tunnel, through Renville, Lafayette, all the way to 680 in Walnut Creek. If you head into Chase Center for a game or concert, traffic and parking around the city can be a nightmare. Caltrain gets you straight into San Francisco with no parking hassle and an easy ride home after the event. Caltrain, your ride to what matters. Get your traffic update at the 128 on the traffic leader, KCBS.
Cloudy days ahead. Might want to take a jacket. Here's your 6-day forecast. Good afternoon. I'm meteorologist Jessica Bird. Cloudy skies and daytime highs a little bit below average for us today. Let's talk about it. Upper 50s today in the North Bay. Upper 50s across the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. We head off into the East Bay. Well, Oakland's also sitting in the upper 50s as well as the East Bay. But we have some low 60s in the Santa Clara Valley. As one of our warmest microclimates today. Something crazy to write home about. But throughout the next couple days, we'll all start to feel a little bit of a warm up. Back into the 60s throughout rest of our inland spots by Thursday and Friday. The sunnier skies in store for us as we head into our Saturday forecast. It'll be a beautiful kickoff to the weekend. Upper 60s throughout most of our inland areas, sunny skies, and some more clouds rolling to kick off early next week. Still, not a drop of rain in sight. The dry next 7-day trend. If you have any outdoor plans, this is the time to be doing it. I'm meteorologist Jessica Bird. Before you leave the house, you can watch my virtual weather forecast every morning on KPIX and Kansas Plus. Traffic and weather together on the 8th. And all news 1069 and AM 740. KCBS. Watch continues. San Francisco writers and creatives have a new place to get work done. KCBS's David Welsh tells us it's tucked above a bookstore where an empty mezzanine sat unused for years. When you're a parent, writers or academics, there are
People are attracted to the space, and she says it's turning into more than just a place to go and ride parts. Carrying out the startup principle of the New San Francisco, David Welch, CBS.
The nationwide Free America walkout, which drew large crowds protesting the Trump administration, prompted more than a dozen towns and cities in the Bay Area to hold their own rallies. KCBS is conducting one of the local protests in San Francisco.
A crowd numbering around 7,000 first gathered near City Hall, then took to the streets, marching across and shutting down major thoroughfares like Mission and Market Street. As we followed the marching, we spoke to people about why they're here. My frustration, my endless frustration that I can't understand any Republican or Democrat wanted this to be Greenland to begin with. The one topic that came up again and again concerned immigration and the worry about the way the Trump administration is trying to enforce it in places like Minnesota.
What's going on in Minneapolis is the biggest issue for me right now. 15 are, neighbors and citizens and residents to see us and care for us and who make this country great being dragged from their homes and businesses.
Researchers at Stanford's Black Lab are working to decipher an ancient star map that could answer some of science's biggest questions. CBS's Michael Wall reports from Menlo Park. Trouble is, the map can't be read by the naked eye.
There's one problem in reading a 2,000-year-old star map. It's been erased and written over sometimes twice. Black Lab researcher Sam Webb.
That's sort of the library, where someone tries to write a new prayer book. They wiped and erased it, and then wrote new text over top of it.
To read it, this team is using a high-powered X-ray here at the lab that can identify layers of material, revealing the ancient Greek lettering underneath.
That's why we know nice and bright, so it's X-ray, not going to your census X-ray.
Scans are done around the globe. Researchers are just now looking at the first images.
The sample is the X-ray fluorescer, and then that fluorescence is detected.
The ancient star map by Greek astronomer Hipparchus is believed to be the oldest ever. It's part of a multi-year effort by researcher Victor Geisenberg, who says it will allow us to understand how the first astronomers mapped the stars perfectly with the naked eye.
This is the first database of star coordinates, so it's the backdrop to everything else you do in astronomy.
In Menlo Park, Mike Wall, CBS. Stocks bounce back as tensions ease over Greenland. The Money Watch with Jason.
Holly President Trump said he canceled his terrorist threat over Greenland after agreeing with NATO on a future deal for Greenland. That sent stocks roaring back after the big sell-off the previous day. U.S. Treasury prints stabilized. That also eased interest rates, helping out the market rally. Dow gained 588 points. NASDAQ up 270. S&P advanced higher by 78. Semiconductor stocks powered the rally, with Intel stocks up nearly 12% ahead of its earnings report on Thursday. Netflix shares finished lower despite topping earnings estimates, and that sent the NASDAQ to an even bigger gain. Heavy home sales took a more than 9% dive in December to the previous month, indicating a slow start for the housing market in 2026. On the Money Watch, Jason Brooks, KCBS. Remember when we felt unstoppable, when morning started with purpose and nights ended with passion? Then something changed. Fatigue crept in, desire disappeared, confidence is gone. This isn't just aging, it's a medical issue, and at Prime Medical, we treat it that way. ED, low disease, performance issues, incontinence, or want to shed some weight, Prime Medical can help. Real doctors, real treatment. No help from the gas station, no judgment, no nonsense, just results. You don't have to accept the decline. You can fight back. You can feel like you again. Call Prime Medical in San Francisco, San Jose, and East Bay. The first 10 callers this week will receive a customized evaluation for just $99, which covers your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a full year of free visits. Call now, 415-761-4037. That's 415-761-4037, or go to PrimeNailMedical.com. That's 415-761-4037. The real estate market feels more uncertain than ever these days. Homes are sitting long for sale, and prices are falling. Skip the hassle. Call Wynwood Homes to discuss your options for one of our experts, or get a quick cash offer fast. Do you have a house that needs repairs, or want to downsize, relocate, or sell an inheritance property? Do you need quick cash? Are you tired of dealing with tough rental property? Wynwood Homes can help. We offer a fast, reliable, all-cash offer. Wynwood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. In as little as 3 days or on your timeline. All prices continue to fall. Skip the stress of a
cash offer. Wedgwood Homes, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer. 415-466-8829. 415-466-8829. Or WedgwoodHomes.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocate is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-7606. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. General programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an 8+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmares today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-7606. That's 800-688-7606. Tax Relief Advocate. Real solutions for real people. At 128, when you take a look at the Richmond San Rafael Bridge from Victor, is in your local Honda dealer traffic center?
Nothing major, but I see a little bit of a slowdown. If you are leaving to Richmond, getting onto the bridge, making your way over to Marin County, it looks like it's on the second decline. There's a report of debris bouncing around the lanes, and now starting to see a little bit of a slowdown with people swerving. So definitely keep an eye out for that. Once you get around there, by the time you get in the, right around the San Quentin area, that's looking pretty good. Opposite direction, that's actually very smooth right out of Marin County into Richmond. You are definitely clear. That's the speed limit. In Richmond, on West 80 westbound, if you're making your way towards Oakland, at the moment, very light traffic. There is no slowing whatsoever. Richmond, El Cerrito, Albany, Berkeley, Emeryville, and Oakland, that whole stretch is looking really good. Oakland, 580 westbound, there is some slowing just as you approach that 80 split. You know I'm pretty happy there, but if you continue to the Bay Bridge and right into the city, it's looking good. Your next traffic update at 138 on the traffic leader.
Mostly clouds today, a little bit of a peak of sun here and there. Temperatures in the 50s and low 60s. Cooling trend most noticeable along the coast where the fog is going to roll in overnight, possibly. Slight chance of a light shower over the South Bay tonight. Otherwise, it's going to stay dry into the middle of next week. Traffic and weather together on the 8th at Altitude 106.9 and AM 740. KCBS. New year, new home. Those new windows you've been thinking about, American Vision Windows can make it happen in just one day. Hi, I'm Tim Vestal. As an employee-owned company, they treat your home as their own. Book by January 31st for no payments until next year. New windows now. Pay in 2027. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. On approved credit, minimum purchase of all windows. Some restrictions apply. Offer ends January 31st, 2026. Call our free website for details. It's on 277-866. News that matters to you. Around the day, around the world, around the clock. All news 106.9 and AM 740. KCBS. It is Wednesday, January 21st. Coming up on KCBS.
I'm Matt Bigler at the Golden Gate Bridge. Why the new suicide safety barrier is being called a huge success 2 years after its completion.
Beware of scams as you open up your wallet for crowdfunding campaigns. CBS News recently, OB-led House Oversight Committee recommends holding the Clintons in contempt for ignoring subpoenas in the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Democratic Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett on perceived hypocrisy of the proceedings.
We continue to do the right thing and say yes, apply the rules equally across the board, and then y'all play it in our faces, and you only apply it to one side.
Possible win and loss for President Trump today. First, he says there is a framework deal for a deal on the U.S. to acquire Greenland.
The United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice.
And in Trump's attempt to fire Federal Reserve Board Chair Governor Lisa Cook, the U.S. Supreme Court, after hearing arguments, seems likely to let her super job. CBS's legal contributor Jessica Levinson.
Well, we hear the justices acknowledging there's something different about the Fed. We want the Fed to have more independence, and therefore maybe more separation from the president.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kaiser. Watch continues. Every weekday at 9:20, we are giving you direct access to top experts in various fields. Call it our Ask an Expert segment. Today, crowdfunding campaigns are a staple of our social media algorithms and online advertising. For more connected effective than ever through the internet, and it takes just a couple seconds to open your heart and your wallet to just about any cause that you're passionate about. But an increase in donations to scams has damaged public trust in crowdfunding sites like GoFundMe. KCBS's Steve Scott spoke with Bill Stanzakevich, director of the fundraising school at Indiana University, Lilly Family School of Philanthropy.
What inspires people to give to total strangers?
Generosity. You know, when people see a need, they rise up and want to be part of the solution. And it can happen in formal ways through professional fundraisers like those we train at the fundraising school. But it happens in everyday life. And when people see that need, they want to respond. Some folks respond out of a religious motivation, others out of an ethical or moral motivation. Maybe they were in that same situation themselves, or maybe somebody they know was in that same situation so they can relate to the situation. They want to be part of a group. They want to be in association with other people who see the world the way that they do and, want to be part of that same solution. So there are a myriad of reasons why people are active philanthropically, including, these quick and instant type of donations that happen through crowdfunding.
It used to be if you wanted to donate to some cause or to some charity, maybe you would write a check, you would put it in an envelope, you would put the address on the envelope, you'd walk to the post office and the mailbox, drop it in, and it would be on its way. Now, just a couple of clicks, and you can send money. And I guess that's good, but it's also dangerous too, right?
Well, we've seen a shift over the decades, Steve, to your point. Back in the day, just about every community had a thriving United Way, or communities have United Way still, do wonderful work today. But a lot of folks simply made their donation to United Way and said, that's where the experts are, and I'm going to trust them with that gift, and they're going to disperse it throughout my local community. And that still is an option, and it still is happening. But perhaps not as much as before, as people then said, well, wait a minute, I can donate directly to a specific nonprofit, and then the internet comes along, and I can, be very particular and learn even more about the nonprofit that I want to support. And now we go even farther, very granular, right to the grassroots level through crowdfunding. So it is a wonderful opportunity for people to be generous and make an impact, make a difference. But as you alluded to, donor beware to make sure that the donation is being used well and used effectively.
Let's say somebody hears us doing a news story on KCBS, and we say the family has set up a GoFundMe, or relatives have set up a GoFundMe. What would you recommend for listeners who hear or see something like that? What should they do before they hit send on their donation?
Well, first of all, KCBS has a wonderful reputation for decades as a reliable news source. If this was a scam, you folks would have, vetted that out right away. Large news organizations still have the ability to do that for us, and it's that larger story that it made KCBS. There are other stories online that I can research and that I can look for. I might not be the first one to donate. I might want to wait a day or two just to see if the story is holding up. Because again, the problem's not going to be solved right away. Maybe put a pause on that impulsivity, take a closer look, and then make that decision if you want to donate. One other quick thing, Steve, about crowdfunding on a positive sense. We know that crowdfunding is bringing more donors who are non-white, who are single, who are not necessarily attached to religious faith. Some of those aspects like marriage and religious faith are predictors of charitable giving. Not so much on crowdfunding. It is democratizing charitable giving here in the United States.
This was just a snippet of a longer conversation with Bill Stanzakevich, director of the fundraising school at Indiana University, Lilly Family School of Philanthropy. You can catch the entire interview and past Ask an Expert segments on the Odyssey app. Put it on your phone and favorite KCBS radio. Interviews are posted in the on-demand section, or use the rewind feature to listen back. With the Super Bowl now just a couple of weeks away, and Silicon Valley preparing to host the World Cup matches as well, it is a huge year for sports in San Jose. Now, KCBS's Megan Goldsby tells us the walls of City Hall reflect that. There are swimmers and skateboarders, soccer forwards, and roller derby.
But after using Babbel, I can tell you I was just talking longer. Using Babbel's 10 to 15-minute lesson, you can be speaking confidently in a new language within a week.
I was amazed that I could start having real-life conversations right away. It was so fast. Now I'm speaking Spanish. Woohoo!
No wonder Babbel is the #1 selling language learning app in Europe. Try it for yourself and see why Babbel is a quick way to get conversational in a new language, like Spanish, French, or more. You can try Download the app to try it for free. That's Babbel.com.
It was a happy crowd. Several thousand people turned out to get their Smurf on. CBS's Jim Taylor.
This is the sound of the largest meeting ever of Smurfs. 2,762 people dressed like Smurfs in the southern German town of Lochwingen. In order to be counted toward the Guinness record, fans are required to wear a white Smurf hat, white pants and shoes, a blue t-shirt, and be painted blue. The record is expected to be approved in coming weeks. Smurf business empire is worth an estimated $8 million. Jim Taylor, CBS News. Honda recalling 100,000 Ridgeline trucks from model years 2017, 2018, and 2019. The vehicles in question affected market issues stemming from fuel pump feed ports, which over time can corrode by acid found in products like soaps used in car washers. Corrosion can leave cracks around gasoline that can cause fire risk. Very on CBS News.
For Ohio Bay Area Food Station TCBS, beautiful day this afternoon with slight chance of showers continuing into tonight. High 750. Good afternoon, I'm Susan Kennedy, and here's what's happening. Our county and a number of government agencies have been working 24/7 to repair a breach levee. TCBS was after shower work. The hope is to reopen a partially closed section of Highway 37 this Nevada by Wednesday.
Work crews from Marin along with private contractors have been installing a temporary dam to hold back water gathered in open space adjoining the highway. The work nonprofit by the State Assembly member Mark Levine represents Marin County.
But we're hopeful that the start of the line that the levee short up and the water comes out and things can get back to normal by Wednesday if that's possible.
Contractors are also placing temporary pumps to try and divert the water away from the highway.
However, this holiday weekend, that can impact some of that work, but I don't want to make any guarantees, but I know that they're working very diligently to make that happen.
Levine says Wednesday is the earliest the westbound lanes can be reopened. Currently, all westbound traffic is being rerouted onto Appleton Avenue, connecting with Highway 101. Meanwhile, the Marin County Board of Supervisors are expected to formally declare a state of emergency, and that would trigger a request to Governor Newsom.
Very hopeful that we do have a state of emergency where the state resources can be used to help compensate the state for the impact of this state resort.
Jeffrey Shaw, KCBS.
Well, we are finally getting a break from the rain, and a lot of us are taking the opportunity to head outdoors.
When I stood in the ferry building in San Francisco after days of rain, people making it come back to life with buskers playing music and crowds shuffling past well-stocked street vendors. Bronwyn and her family of young children had planned to speed on through the ferry building on their way to the exploratorium, but then,
It's beautiful, so we have to just stay outside and sitting around trying to get my inside.
and for them, the sun came out none too soon.
With the little one at home, were you getting a little cabin fever at all?
Always.
I also spoke to a few out-of-state tourists that say they've gotten weather difference from all the sudden changes that have happened since they arrived in San Francisco on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, you can literally have all four seasons in 30 minutes.
And now that the weather has improved, they're ready to do some exploring.
Hasn't hurt your impression of the Bay Area too much?
Not at all. I love this place. It's gorgeous. I come back in the summer, though. I don't know if I want to do February again.
In San Francisco,
Apple County Sheriff's Office has asked folks to stay home and avoid traveling to the fair unless they absolutely have to. To that, on PCS,
I'm still on the theory the new governor's proposal for a quote data dividend, making some folks in the Silicon Valley scratch their heads.
I think the internet almost blew a partnership deal.
Well, we need to search for traffic. Get that over the traffic. In our last report, Susan, we spotted a mysterious slowdown north of Benicia on 6 to 80, and thanks to Scott and Jenny, both for the KCBS golf course, they confirmed that we got a weather cell passing over the area that brought a brief, heavy hailstorm and a drenching downpour, and traffic really slowed down, and it still is heavy. So a heads up for rain is, what's the song, weather-wise? That's a cooler day. It's been that way for over a week now. In Concord, we've got traffic backed up behind the 4-car crash. Northbound 6 to 80 between Willow Path Road and Concord Boulevard. 2 cars on the right-hand shoulder, and then 2 more in the center divide. It was a very messy accident. There's a lot of debris scattered across Tomorrow will be a sunny day, Monday will be in the 50s, and then on Tuesday, more of the same. Lots of sunshine with temperatures in the 40s and 50s. Traffic and weather together on the 8th, then all these 169 and AM 740 in CBS. KCBS News Time 410, and the news watch continues. An emergency landing at 100 near Vallejo occurred today, and the responders were called to Stack Island this morning. The pilot had reported some high winds pushing the balloon toward the power line, which forced the landing this morning. While people were on board, but no one was hurt. Sacramento County Sheriff's Office, the CHP, and Vallejo Fire Department responded to that incident. There are no reports of any damage or injury following this morning's earthquake in the heart of wine country. The U.S. Geological Survey reports a magnitude 3.7 quake shortly before 2 a.m. The center about 4 miles southwest of Nashville in Napa County. KCBS newsroom got calls from folks locally in San Francisco saying that the quake jolted them out of bed. Napa County Sheriff's Office also got dozens of calls from folks who felt the earthquake. Governor Newsom has come up with a new proposal that has some of the Silicon Valley of too.
It also during his state of the state speech a proposal for a new data dividend for California.
Gavin Newsom providing a twist on what seems like a tax on internet companies who provide personal data to advertisers and others. The first flat is Carl Blandino with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. It does appear that this could be a tax.
We want leaders who are willing to lead. A key ingredient to leading is also sitting down and having those conversations, and that's what's going to come next, I'm sure.
Newsom's office said the governor is open to constructive input from the tech industry, lawmakers, and experts. Last year, the European Union and Spain's government proposed taxing companies like Google, Facebook, and Amazon for providing personal data.
That's again going to be fascinating, because what does that do to you and I as consumers? Are we now going to be paying to use those systems?
Scott was during KCBS.
News on 411, sponsored by Shane Company.
Come to Shane Company for a gift that's easy to love. Pack and found Shane.
And I'm Alicia, our lead designer. Jewelry essentials are classic pieces that every woman should own. They make perfect gifts because you can wear them with anything. At Shane Company, we have all the essentials. Diamond studs, diamond hoop earrings, diamond pendants, tennis bracelets, and statement rings with diamonds, sapphires, and rubies. My team is always redesigning the basics to make them anything but basic. They still look classic, but our unique details make them beautiful from every angle. Far more special than the plain styles sold everywhere else.
Come in and see our excellent craftsmanship. You can see this because we make all of our jewelry to last a lifetime.
Ladies, treat yourself, or put these essentials on your wish list. You deserve something beautiful that you can wear forever.
And you have a friend in the jewelry business, Shane Company and ShaneCo.com.
The journey's always worth it when you come home to the right mattress. Enjoy big savings during Nancy Sleeper's 50th anniversary mattress sale. With the largest selection of top brand mattresses at the lowest prices, you'll see why Nancy Sleeper has helped the Bay Area come home to a great night's sleep for 50 years. So come in to one of our 33 locations and find the mattress that makes you go. Pretzel Crust fans, rejoice because it's back by popular demand. Little Caesar's large, all pretzel crust pizza featuring a creamy cheddar cheese sauce, pepperoni, and a 4-cheese blend, surrounded by a delicious salted soft pretzel crust for just $6. Slots ready every day between 4 and 8, and only 6 spots from the home of pretzel crust pizza, Little Caesar.
At participating locations like that. With this job, having 2 hands won't cut. Which is why I think the stars may have a third. Granger. When my 2 hands are full, I fully rely on Granger. They're America's #1 source for industrial-grade supply. So, whether I'm fixing the furnace or fastening a faucet, Granger hands me what I need when I need it. It makes me a pretty lucky guy. Because when it comes to needs an extra hand, Granger's got your back.
Michigan State outscores Ohio State 20-2 down the stretch to beat the Buckeyes 62-44. Final round of the Genesis Open. J.B. Holmes now with a two-shot lead over the field. He's at 14 under par. Leads Siwoo Kim, Rory McIlroy, and Justin Thomas by those two shots. Siwoo Kim is in the clubhouse after a round of 66. 2 laps to go at the 61st Daytona 500. Again, a red flag after another crash. There have been 3 crashes in the last 10 laps. One of those involved 18 cars. Denny Hamlin right now has the lead. Kyle Busch running second. Joey Logano is third. Sports at 15 to 45 and all news 106.9 and AM 740. KCBS.
California, it's back. It's bigger and it's better. It's the President's Day Telethon, and it's back at your California Ford dealer. It's bigger. It's telethon price savings on a new Ford. Choose from a massive selection of our most popular cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's huge savings on our best lineup. These deals are too big to miss. And it's better than ever. Add an extra $1,000 on top of select offers when you trade. You heard that right. Now's your chance for an extra $1,000 on top of our best deals on Fusion, F-150, Explorer, and more. The President's Day Telethon. It's fast, it's bigger, and it's better. California Ford dealers before they're gone for good.
Service this guy requires trade with 95% or people. Lease terminated 30 days prior to a 90-day company retail delivery. Trade is available on 2018 F-150, Explorer, and this Ford Fusion in 2019 Fusion and Edge. Excludes factors. Make new retail delivery with authorized Ford dealers stop by 22819. Qualifications and key details.
First 4 traffic here at Industrial. We're going back to Benicia, Susan, where a drenching downpour, even hail really slowed traffic down, and now we've got a spin out on 680 northbound, about a mile south of Parish Road. It is on the right side, and as we mentioned, it was hailing in that area in the last 2 minutes. So take it easy there. And on northbound 680 in Concord, looking at heavy traffic. It's a 4-car crash between Willow Pass Road and Concord. 2 cars on the right, 2 cars in the center divide. A lot of debris scattered in the lane, so really swallowing the area there in the northbound direction. And let's check out our Bay Area bridges. I'm looking at the KCBS in-studio camera, and the Golden Gate looks lovely in the blue sky. And traffic across the span of both the north and southbound directions is pretty full, but moving between Marin County and San Francisco. They have turned off the metering lights at the Bay Road coming into San Francisco to enjoy later than usual night because it's a 3-day weekend. No waiting until times. It is crowded, but moving along the upper deck all the way to downtown San Francisco. And lightly traveled the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge, no issues there, and nothing to report on the Dumbarton or the San Mateo Bridge. Half Moon Bay, that's been attracting a crowd along the coast. We saw traffic earlier headed west down 92 towards Highway 1, and now we see some folks leaving, starting to fill up in the eastbound direction. Your next update at 4:28 on the traffic with KCBS. Your forecast now, we've got some sunshine today, and we're seeing winds 20 to 3 miles per hour this afternoon. Any chance of some showers or snow showers for tonight at this day Hills and Santa Cruz Mountains. Lows tonight will be in the upper 20s to the upper 30s on this strong your holiday. Tuesday, sunny with highs in the 50s. We're going to see more sunshine Tuesday, temperatures in the 40s and 50s. And then on Wednesday and Thursday, partly sunny days, but slight chance of showers. Next chance of snow showers in the higher elevations on Wednesday night as well. And highs in the low to mid 50s. Friday, we're going to see sunshine with highs in the state and the 50s on Saturday with partly sunny skies. From the Bay Area this hour, we have 53 degrees to 40 in Santa Rosa. It is 54 at Napa Airport and in Hayward and Oakland. 56 in Concord this hour. Livermore's at 49 degrees. Redwood City has 50, and in downtown San Francisco, it is also 50 degrees. Traffic and weather together on the 8th on All News 106.9 and AM 740 KCBS. KCBS News Time 4:20. Pope Francis made the decision on Friday to cross Theodore Harris, who is now ex-cardinal and former Archbishop of Washington. This happened over several cases of child sex abuse and harassment. It's the harshest punishment yet for such a high-ranking member of the church, and comes less than a week before the Vatican's highly anticipated summit on abuse in the church. Paul Murphy is a history professor and director of the Institute of Catholic Studies at John Carroll University. He tells KCBS's John Bristow
The summit could be a global moment of recognition on the issue.
First of all, where will this summit take place?
This summit will take place in Rome, and it is a meeting of the heads of the national bishops' conferences throughout the world. So there will be more than 100 bishops present as well as Vatican officials.
And for our listeners who might not be terribly familiar with the workings of the church, can you put into context how big this decision is to have this?
It's a significant deal because when the sex abuse crisis among the Catholic clergy broke into public consciousness in 2001 in the Boston area, other churches throughout the world, in India, Africa, Latin America, claimed that this was an American problem, that we Americans were too loose with our sexual mores, and that's why it happened there, the sexual revolution and all that. I think what Pope Francis is trying to do is impress upon the bishops of the rest of the world that this is a global phenomenon that goes to the heart of how the church functions. He blames much of it on clericalism, and it's not just an American problem. As he's seen, it's clearly a problem in Latin America. It's also a problem in India, in Western Europe as well. The significance here is that they're actually going to try and take steps to make sure that this is dealt with universally.
Okay, and Paul, is there any indication that we are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel when this is concerned?
It could be. It depends on how resistant certain members of the hierarchy are to actually being held accountable to this. The great crisis we face today is not simply the crisis that priests abuse children sexually, but that bishops didn't respond adequately to it, and they seem to hide the real magnitude of the problem. We now know it was far worse than it was. So I think we're now at a tipping point in terms of how the church is going to deal with this issue. I think great strides have been made in terms of the protection of children in the Catholic Church since 2002, but now we have to deal with the issue of how to hold bishops accountable who don't do their job.
And finally, Paul Murphy, what should we expect now going into the summit?
Well, I don't think we should expect that they're going to solve every problem in a 3-day meeting, but certainly I think what's going to happen is that the experts in Rome who are clear on the issue are going to inform the bishops around the world, heads of each of these national bishops' conferences, that they have to take this seriously, and this is how you do it, and here are the experts that you need to turn to. This is not going to be a meeting where they're going to deliberate how serious the problem is. This is kind of a come to Jesus moment for those bishops, so that they actually take this seriously. And the actions of, the Pope's actions regarding the Archbishop of Herod indicate.
And that is almost the history professor director of the Institute of Catholic Studies at John Carroll University. For 24 CBS, I'm Remember Watching for hackers are looking for a way into your computer, and they're going through your e-security. I'm Brian Mann, Network on Business. According to a survey conducted by Interstate, more than 80% of consumers have clicked on an ad for some kind of diet or fitness program. The survey of 15,000 people between 21 and 54 also found 30% had purchased something from those ads without knowing whether or not it's a secure site. Experts say this is like buying pills from a person on a street corner without knowing what they are. The same cyber criminals are getting smart and know that before somebody, people are looking to count the extra pound. It picked up over the last few months. So it's pretty common to see more ads than even promising a quick way to slim down. Experts say the thing to remember is if you don't perceive it too good to be true, then it probably is. You should also keep your devices updated with the latest antivirus software to keep from touching anything. Maybe you're better off just putting Jim, Brian Mann, CBS News.
Hey, business owners, does your Wi-Fi ever slow down because of your customers? Do downloads lag when they stream videos? Ever tried to finish payroll while clients hog up your bandwidth? That makes the switch to Comcast Business. Our gig speed network is fast. And we go beyond fast when you add Wi-Fi Pro, which lets you allocate how much bandwidth you give to customers and your business. So while customers are busy streaming, emailing, and chatting, your employees can still be productive. Wi-Fi Pro on the nation's largest gig speed network. A great experience for your customers and your business. Switch to Comcast Business now for an amazing deal. Get Comcast Business Wi-Fi Pro for just $19.95 a month for 2 years when you buy any internet speed.
Call 1-800-501-6000 today. Comcast Business. Beyond fast.
Contracts 2/28/19 restrictions apply. New business customers only 2-year agreement required. Requires Comcast Business Internet and additional monthly charge. Early termination fee applied. The code taxes and fees extra subject to change. There's this new sleep concept out there. I call it mattress in box. You see, they send you this box and you take a piece of foam out of it and sleep on it. Now that's fine. But for me, I need something more for my every night sleep comfort. Something you can't fit in a box. For that, I go to European Sleepworks. They've been perfecting their sleep systems for over 40 years. Their flexible slats, high-density microcoils, merino wool, and eco-certified latex. They'll come in a box. In fact, they assemble the European components right here in the Bay Area. Hey, I don't mind my cereal arriving in a box, but I don't sleep on my cornflakes. That's awfully soggy. European Sleepworks, superior sleep systems. Factory direct prices. The intersection of luxury and value with Avalon, Nashville, and Brooklyn. Or online at sleepworks.com.
We are coming to you from the #1 volume Subaru dealer in California, Sacramento, Subaru. You know the Subaru is the most trusted brand for 2018 according to Selling Tools at KBB.com, and they've also been named ALG's top mainstream brand for best residual value for 2018. And that makes Subaru a great value. Sacramento Subaru is a great place to buy. In fact, so great that I picked up a Subaru for myself. Come check out the #1 volume Subaru dealer in California, 4th year in a row, Sacramento Subaru. #1 ranking based on 2018 sales report through Subaru America.
Keeping you connected. It took me from 5 to 5:30 to get from Battery and Broadway to the Ferry Building. Keeping you informed. The gridlock is just horrific, always live, and always local. Channel Lane on the Bay Area's news station, KCBS. KCBS first for traffic with Invesco. Things looking better in Concord, clearing out that 4-car crash and had to back up northbound 680 right wheel pass road further ahead of Benicia. Weather got kind of crazy. Drenching downpour and hail. We had a solo spin out. That's about a mile south of Parrish. So traffic also heavy on Highway 4 and 242, we suspect, because it's weather related. And things are picking up on the San Mateo Bridge, not because of traffic, because a wind advisory has been officially issued now. So gusty winds as you cross the span. Your next update at 4:38 on the traffic leader, KCBS. And our forecast in the Bay Area tonight, we're seeing slight chance of showers and snow showers for the East Bay Hills and Santa Cruz Mountains. Chilly nights with lows in the upper 20s to the upper 30s. Traffic and weather together on the 8 on 1069 and AM 740 KCBS.
I'm Attorney Darren Capilosi from 1-800-NO-CUPS. There's a new law affecting anyone who enjoys even an occasional drink. If you're arrested for DUI after January 1st and you get convicted of that DUI, you'll have to get an ignition interlock device put in your car, even on the first offense. We only hope to avoid that message to reduce those DUI charges to something better. That's where 1-800-NO-CUPS comes in. 1-800-NO-CUPS, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUPS.
It's important to take medication as prescribed and store it in a secure place. But if you have unwanted medication, then proper disposal is important. Always check the label for disposal instructions and remove any personal information. Med Project kiosks are available inside participating law enforcement offices, hospitals, and pharmacies. Just bring your unwanted medication and place it in a Med Project kiosk. For more information or to find a kiosk near you, call 844-MED-PROJECT or visit medproject.org. Med Project. Safe and secure.
Your NorCal Honda dealers countdown to President's Day is on. Hurry in now through President's Day for the year's best deals on every new Honda, including Civic, Accord, and CRV. For details, visit NorCalHondaDealers.com. When searching solar, search SemperSolaris.com.
News that matters to you. Around the Bay, around the world, around the clock. All news 1069 and AM 740. KCBS. It is Sunday, February 17th, 2019, coming up on KCBS. The very latest from CBS News. 431.
CBS News updates. Former FBI Director Andrew McCabe on CBS's 60 Minutes says that Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein mentioned invoking the 25th Amendment to remove President Trump from office after the firing of James Comey as the chief of the FBI, amid concerns about possible links by the president to Russia.
If the president committed obstruction of justice, fired the director of the FBI to negatively impact or to shut down our investigation of Russia's malign activities, and possibly in support of his campaign, as a counterintelligence investigator, you have to ask yourself, why would a president of the United States do that?
The Justice Department issued a statement saying McCabe's story is inaccurate and factually incorrect. South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham says there will be an investigation.
Well, we will have a hearing about who's telling the truth, what actually happened.
CBS's Face the Nation with Lindsey Graham. CBS News Update, I'm Gary Knott.
CBS News at 4:32. The White House is defending the president's decision to declare a national emergency on the southern border. Mr. Trump declared the national emergency Friday to circumvent Congress. They refused to full request for border wall funding. CBS News correspondent Errol Barnett says that there are multiple legal suits against this action, which will delay everything.
Some of the criticism President Trump is facing is that this, rather than being an urgent national emergency requiring quite a dramatic move in reallocating funds that were already pegged for other projects, President Trump says that this is something that needs to be done now. And so what could happen is all of this could be tied up in the courts for many months to come, perhaps even a year, before ground can even be broken.
CBS News Time at 4:32. Friends of the family gathered in Conroe Mitchell today outside the Aurora, Illinois warehouse where a disgruntled worker shot to death 5 of his co-workers and wounded 5 police officers.
The crowd smacked and it hurts my heart. Friday's deadly shooting is still very much on the mind of Maria Torres, who lives just blocks away from the Henry Pratt Company.
I have personal students school, so I'm very concerned for my daughters.
5 crosses, many covered in photographs and flowers, have been set up outside the building to remember the 5 victims. Friends, family, and local religious leaders gathered around those crosses. Aurora Mayor Richard Irvin.
Thousands have to move together as the strongest community.
Andy Dane for CBS News, Aurora, Illinois.
Ireland was expected to announce the defeat of ISIS this weekend. CBS News correspondent Cammy McCormick reports the last pocket of resistance in Syria is presenting some problems. Islamic State fighters are preventing hundreds of civilians from leaving a village in eastern Syria, and the ISIS fighters are hiding among the civilians in a tent village using caves and tunnels. The remaining ISIS fighters may include high-level commanders, and though U.S.-backed Kurdish forces say the end of the ISIS caliphate is near, it's not clear how long this battle could rage on. And CBS News at 4:34. Empire actor Jesse Smollett is sticking to the story, claiming that he was the victim of a racist and homophobic assault last month. Now 2 Nigerian brothers the police arrested and then released without charging them are telling authorities the story was different than what Smollett reported to police. For CBS News correspondent Tony DePolpo.
The Chicago Police Department said new evidence shifted the trajectory of the investigation after detectives arrested 2 Nigerian brothers identified as Ola and Abel Asundario. They were seen on surveillance video the night of the incident, and police found rope, masks, and bleach in their apartment. But they were released Friday after the brothers told police they bought the rope at a nearby hardware store and participated in the attack at Smollett's request, according to a Chicago police source. Smollett also allegedly paid them.
Disgraced former Congressman Anthony Weiner is out of prison. CBS Radio's Mike Smalls, who reports the New York Democrat who went online by the name Carlos Danger, is not yet a free man.
Anthony Weiner was sent to be in federal custody until this August for sexting a 15-year-old girl who lives in North Carolina. His good behavior has gotten him on the path to being out early. Now TMZ reports before Queens Congressman will live either in a halfway house or home confinement until mid-May. After that, Weiner will be on parole and start his life as a sex offender. Through the rise and fall and brief rise again before crashing down, Weiner's one constant through all of Sakuma Avenue is no longer there by his side as the two work to privately settle the divorce.
On the KCBS News Time at 4:36, we're going to check traffic for you.
The Internet of Things with Jason Brooks, brought to you by Airport Home Appliance and Mattress. The Internet of Things is poised for big developments in 2019, and one of the key storylines is the rapid adoption by industrial and manufacturing firms. A GE Digital survey found 22% of companies believe an industrial IoT-ready platform is the most important technology to invest in, and Industry Arc is forecasting that the market will top $123
return on investment as the internet connects more cars than buildings. Software firm ARM is predicting that in 2019, the availability of Internet of Things smart home products will surpass mainstream products for lighting, heating, cooling, and other household areas.
The Internet of Things, brought to you by Airport Home Appliance and Mattress. Make everything in your life smarter. Let one of their highly trained appliance and mattress experts connect your life.
Curious about how the Internet of Things can enhance your life? Let a sleep expert at Airport Home Appliance show you how tracking your sleep can help you feel fully rejuvenated. Using the Assertive Sleep GPS with sleep tracking technology, you'll gain insights into enhancing your health through better sleep. Simply lie down and let the connected bed track your heart rate, breathing, and body movement. Learn more at Airport Home Appliance. Available price, selection, and people.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. Our President's Day sale is on now. Designer carpet, exotic hardwood, tile and stone, all as much as 50% off. Have your new floors today, pay no interest for 18 months. And there is no sales tax. That's a sale by the people for the people. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 8 Bay Area showrooms. From Santa Rosa to Sunnyvale, the Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
438 at KCS. First 4 traffic clips to see what's going on with traffic scene with Ken Buckle.
I think it's safe to say we have no major problems at the moment, fingers are crossed, but we do have an assortment of minor issues. Heavy rain and heavy, hail is wreaking a bit of havoc in Solano County. It caused a slowdown on 680 just north of Benicia and a spin out that's clearing about a mile south of Parish Road, and I can see traffic heavy approaching the scene in both directions. And this heavy rain was also affecting traffic on 242 and Stretch Highway 4 as well. Just passing through, but still not behind us yet, this rain. Even though a lot of folks headed over to the beach, Half Moon Bay, we had traffic very heavy on westbound 92 between Skyline down to Highway 1, and now a lot of folks who spent the afternoon there are leaving, and it's starting to fill up in the eastbound direction on Highway 92 as you make your way back to 280. The east shore of the left has been bustling all day long, especially heavy in the westbound direction on the brakes from Golden Gate Fields through Berkeley down to the maze. A little heavy leaving the maze, but you pick up speed once you pass. I say Gilman Street in Berkeley, you are at the limit on 80 all the way up to Highway 4 and beyond. Bay Bridge coming into San Francisco, no wait at the metering lights. They turn those off, but you are under the limit before the island on the upper deck into San Francisco. Your next update at 4:48 on the traffic scene at KCBS.
And we are looking at nice night with 30 by chance showers and snow showers for the East Bay Hills and Santa Cruz Mountains. And then tomorrow in the daytime, we're going to have some sunshine for President's Day, highs in the 50s. All night into Tuesday morning, some frost in the East Bay interior valleys. The sunny skies on Tuesday, with nights in the 40s and 50s. The next chance of wet weather is on Wednesday. Traffic and weather together on the 8th on all news 106.9 and AM 740 KCBS.
Hey, it's the Sandman. I'm inviting you to get information that affects your money every Wednesday in the 7 a.m. hour during Protect Your Assets right here on KCBS.
Happening this February 28th. Publishers Clearinghouse will typically award them $5,000 a week for Everfund. Win, and you get $5,000 a week from your life. Then after that, someone you choose gets $5,000 a week from their life. This prize is guaranteed to be awarded on February 28th, so don't miss your chance to win. Enter at PCH.com before it's too late. That's PCH.com. Hurry, award day is almost here. February 28th, you can win $5,000 a week forever. NBC 225, no purchase necessary. Void where prohibited.
Ready to have a heart-to-heart about cardiovascular disease with your loved ones? Jennifer Wilson.
Hi, Mom. It's your daughter, Jennifer.
Jennifer is a nurse practitioner at San Ramon Regional Medical Center.
Mom, did you know women with diabetes like yourself are 2.5 times more likely to have heart attacks? This is a message from the bottom of my heart asking you to please take care of yourself. Have your heart checked.
At San Ramon Regional Medical Center, we're ready for a heart-to-heart with moms like yours. It's all part of building a community built on care. To schedule your heart check today, visit us online at oursanramonhospital.com.
Incredibles 2 is now an Academy Award nominee for Best Animated Film.
Yeah, baby. It shows what it means to be human.
I thought it was kind of cool. Fighting crime as a family.
Time magazine says it's rapturously entertaining.
We have
when it comes to merging cinematic spectacles with the cinema of ideas.
We've got this.
Incredible history, TV, present, and suggested.
Hi, this is Steve Wagstaff, San Mateo County District Attorney, urging you not to get behind the wheel drunk this President's Day weekend. There are steps you can take to be safe. Choose a designated driver. Decide who's going to drive before you go out. Take Lyft, take Uber, or call a taxi. Whatever you do, don't get behind the wheel if you've had a couple of drinks, and don't get into a vehicle with a drunk driver. On behalf of everyone in the San Mateo County District Attorney's Office, we wish you all a happy President's Day weekend, and remember, don't drink and drive.
Want KCBS on demand? Get the all-new radio.com app and listen to KCBS personalities anytime, anywhere. Download Insider Film and Gear on Larry Megan's Tech Report. KCBS podcasts are presented by Mancini's Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com.
CBS News Time 442. Youth sports programs are facing a bit of a crisis. The National Association for Youth Sports says 80% of game officials are quitting after just 2 years. CBS's Rebecca Corral reports you can place most of the blame on bad behavior of parents.
We've seen it all. The big mouth mom or dad screaming at the umpire or referee who just called their kid out.
It's becoming such an epidemic now that we're seeing less and less people officiating. And without officials, we don't have any.
Roger Blake is executive director of the California Interscholastic Federation, the governing body for high school sports. Over the years, he's seen more and more parents just lose it at their kids' games.
They wouldn't walk into a science classroom and yell at the teacher doing it. It's not an experiment, so we just have to remind them, it's a game, it's fun for kids.
But not when their parents turn it into a screaming match, even if the officials are making the wrong call.
It's human nature. As kids, players, and coaches make mistakes, so will officials. And that's where sometimes we have to back up and remember as adults, ooh, that was a terrible call. Okay, don't yell. Move on to the next play. Let's applaud the good things that kids are doing.
And remember, when you yell, scream, and berate the game officials, you humiliate your child, make the entire experience unpleasant for everyone. One day, your kids may not get to play at all because fewer and fewer people are willing to work these games if it means enduring parental abuse. Rebecca Corral, KCBS. CBS News Time 444.
Welcome to Air Italy, a new kind of airline where every detail has been carefully crafted to immerse you in true Italian hospitality and style. Fly from San Francisco and discover the wonders of Italy. Experience the fashion of Milan, the history of Rome, or simply relax on the incredible beaches of the Amalfi Coast. Sicily and Sardinia. Round-trip flights start from $594. Visit airitaly.com or call 1-866-387-6359. Air Italy. Imagine the world differently.
This time of year, the weather in San Francisco can be unpredictable. It's getting cold at night. There's lots of rain. Help yourself avoid the elements by parking with Spot Hero. Spot Hero saves you the time and hassle of finding a parking spot. Whether you're headed downtown to work, shop, catch a show, or just dinner with friends, you can reserve your spot in advance and park close to your destination. Simply download the app, type in your destination, and pick your spot. Plus, take $10 off your first park with promo code BRIDGE on the app. That's promo code BRIDGE. Spot Hero. Park smarter.
Coming up on KCBS, the heel giant center fielder ready to play ball. Right now, 445, Joe Salvatore is here. We have a winner at the Daytona 500.
We do have a winner at the Daytona 500. It got a little dicey towards the end with a number of restarts, but it was a racer who has won the Daytona 500 before that took the checkered flag.
Hamlin off turn number 4. No, side-by-side battle to the finish this time. Denny Hamlin wins his second Daytona 500 and wins it for Coach Gibbs in Toyota.
That call on Fox, Denny Hamlin's second Daytona 500 win in 4 years. Kyle Busch, who has never won the Daytona 500 in 14 tries, finished second. Eric Jones third. So Joe Gibbs Racing ended up finishing 1, 2, 3 in this year's Daytona 500. Final round of the Genesis Open still going on down at the Riviera Country Club. It's J.B. Holmes in front at 14 under par, leads Justin Thomas by 1 shot. Rory McIlroy now 3 shots off the lead. The NBA All-Star Game will get going in about a half hour in Charlotte. Team LeBron against Team Giannis. LeBron James certainly has been to a lot of NBA All-Star games in his career, but he says it never gets old.
It's always an honor to be a part of All-Star Weekend. I just wish someday that I would be a part of it. So to sit here today, my 15th straight, being a part of this, I mean, it's just, I get a loss for words sometimes because I just know where I come from.
Women's college basketball, Stanford beats USC 69-67. Alana Smith had 23 points and 12 rebounds in the win. NHL, the hottest team in the National Hockey League, are the St. Louis Blues. They've won 10 in a row, 3 straight shutouts. They blanked Minnesota 4-0. The Penguins beat the Rangers 6-5. And getting Nelson with 2 goals. Sharks off until tomorrow when we take on the Boston Bruins, wrapping up a 3-game home season. Sports at 15:45 and All News 106.9 and AM 740.
I would wake up in the morning feeling very tired, like I hadn't slept at all. I would wake up every morning with a headache, and that feeling basically lasted all day.
Denise suffers from sleep apnea.
I was struggling at work and was too tired to do anything at home once I got home, and I didn't know where my life was going.
How were you feeling?
I was desperate at that point.
After trying many different options, Denise turned to Inspire, a sleep apnea solution and alternative to CPAP. How has life been since Inspire?
Things are great. I feel brighter all day.
What's the biggest change you've seen?
I can go to the movie, and I see the beginning, middle, and end.
Seems like such a small thing, but it sounds like it made a big impact.
My life is great. Life is just great.
To learn that you can treat sleep apnea without an out and review important safety information, visit InspiredSleep.com. That's InspiredSleep.com. Patient testimonials are genuine and typical. However, results may vary.
More news, more stories, more depth. Always live and always local. We are the Bay Area's news station. All News 106.9 and AM 740 KCBS.
CBS News Time, information, traffic. Let's see what the trouble's out there now. Here's Kayla.
Well, we have weather-related trouble spots. We've been watching a rather wet spell pass over the East Bay, dumping not only a lot of heavy rain, but even some hail on that to blame for that. We had northbound 680 north of Venetia, a mile before Parish Road. That's still blocking traffic. It's really slow approaching the scene there. But if you're driving in Concord, Martinez, Antioch, you may be driving in the rain. We had a wind advisory issued for the San Mateo Bridge, and now they just issued one for the Dumbarton Bridge. So things are still picking up out there. And now we have word of a crash just coming in. I don't have a lot of information. Castro Valley looks like a car that ended up on its side. Westbound 580, just east of 238, lost control in the center divide. The traffic is slow there. We'll probably have more on that for next report at 4:58 on the traffic with KCBS.
That City Sleep World 6-day forecast. Enjoy big savings during that City Sleep World 50th anniversary mattress sale. Visit sleepworld.com. We do have some weather moving through the Bay Area, specifically in the North Bay and into the South Bay as well. We've got that chance of showers continuing today into tonight. There's a slight chance of snow showers tonight in East Bay Hills and Santa Cruz Mountains. It'll be a chilly evening with overnight lows in the 20s to the upper 30s. Tomorrow, President's Day, your holiday will be sunny with highs in the 50s. Tomorrow night is a Tuesday morning. That's a decent frost for the East Bay Interior Valley. Tuesday should be sunny, highs in the 40s and 50s. Next chance of wet weather on Wednesday and Thursday with a slight chance of showers. And another chance of snow on the higher elevations for Wednesday night. Friday should be sunny, partly sunny on Saturday. The temperatures will stay mostly in the low to upper 50s. It's 53 this hour in San Lorenzo, 54 at the Napa Airport and San Oakland and Hayward. The Concord area is reporting 56 degrees. San Jose is 52. More 49 in Redwood City is 50, and downtown San Francisco on 53 degrees. Traffic and weather together on the 8th tunnel is 106.9 and AM 740 KCBS. KCBS News Time 4:51 as our News Watch continues. Governor Newsom's recent papers in the state address has raised a number of questions about the future of California's high-speed rail project, especially in the Bay Area. CBS and Jeff Bell reports despite the governor's call to focus the project on the Central Valley, there's at least one local train project with contract.
California's high-speed rail project has been paying Caltrain hundreds of millions of dollars to help fund its electrification project. And that, says Caltrain spokesman Seamus Murphy, is not going to change.
We'll look forward to continuing the work that we're doing to electrify Caltrain with help from high-speed rail, provide that enhanced service to
expected tripling of ridership demands between now and 2040.
It's very important that we increase capacity along the California corridor, and electrification provides us with the ability to make that happen.
Portland's $2 billion electrification project is expected to be completed in 2022. Jeff Bell, KCBS.
Well, as spring training opens for position players, Giants manager Bruce Bochy says that he envisions center fielder Steven Douglas being somewhere at the top of the Giants lineup. Douglas coming off left shoulder surgery. He was called up last July, hit 255, 200 on 17 in 41 games. He got hurt sliding into second base in late August, spoiling what was a fairly impressive rookie year. He says his shoulder is all the way back, fully healthy, has no restrictions, and wants to build on last year when he looked like he belonged.
I did start feeling a little bit more comfortable, a little more confident. I definitely, what last year did to me was tell me that I can play in this league. But consistency is what it's about. So to be able to build upon what you did last year, that's all I'm trying to do, man. Just try to get healthy, pick up where I left off, and put my best foot forward.
What is the big difference in levels when you come to this level? I mean, you have the skill, you have the talent, you have the ability. Otherwise, you would be here. How much of it, that extra hurdle, is mental?
I'd say mental. I'd say preparation is probably the separating factor, in my opinion. There's just so much data. You need to know what you're trying to look at. Try to simplify your plan and just go out there with what you believe is right. Sell out, man.
That's Steven Douglas' credo.
Sell out on what you're trying to do, whether it's defensively, offensively, trying to steal a bag, anything. I say the preparation is kind of what I learned was going to help me stay successful, or be successful and stay consistent.
The 25-year-old is full of energy and optimism, that's for sure.
We're excited, man. I think personally, a lot of people just, kind of this out. It is what it is, But, we've got, I know personally, we've got some unbelievable players in here, man. Not just players, but people too. So, I don't know, man. We'll be ready.
With the Giants, Steven Douglas, Kevin the Rat,
Some of those tax returns just don't add up. I'm Brian Van with Northbound Business. After all the news reports about the Trump tax cut passed last year, many consumers expected big refunds when they filed their taxes for 2018. But according to Yahoo Finance, some have found themselves with a surprise tax bill from the IRS. According to Mark Meeker, director of the Tax Policy Center, for most people have seen a negative change, they did not notice the total amount of paychecks changed, affecting their income liability. But simply thanks to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, some people will gain bigger paychecks, which could affect their refunds and others. In fact, some will now owe the IRS instead of getting a check in the mail. Depending on how much tax equals help from the paycheck by your employer. So if all things dealing with taxes, get professional advice from independent experts. And remember, as advised from Illinois Senator Edward Dirksen, don't tax me and don't tax me. Tax that person behind the tree. Brian Van, CBS News.
Looking for useful information about retirement? Go to HansonMcLean.com.
In our history. Hey, it's Joe Nogria for the Bay Area's easy Mazda stores. Capital Mazda, Oak Tree Mazda, Concord Mazda, and Team Mazda. And we're celebrating President's Day with holiday incentives and discounts, our most aggressive no-brainer pricing, and our most epic no-brainer deals of 2019. Shop online and get massive savings with over 600 brand new Mazdas. That's the Bay Area's easy Mazda.
After 63 years, Eastern Furniture in Santa Clara is closing forever while we completely restructure these days like never before. With discounts up to 75% in our 50,000 square foot showroom. Save up to 75% on Eastern's $18 million inventory, including home furnishings for every room, mattresses, handmade area rugs, outdoor furniture, and more. All famous name brands are up to 75% off. If you think you're buying new furniture, now is the time. Go to EasternFurniture.com for details. Don't miss the store closing sale at Eastern Furniture in Santa Clara.
If you paid your caregiver more than $2,100 in 2018, you likely owe nanny taxes. But don't worry, Care.com Holiday has you covered. Our household tax and payroll experts can take care of it all. From caregiver budgeting, tax filing, and payroll, to setting up automatic payments and filing returns. Guaranteed. Go to Care.com/taxes now, learn more, and get a free consultation. That's Care.com.
Advertisements/taxes. It's cold and flu season again. Are you ready?
Uh-oh.
Don't worry. Clorox disinfecting wipes kill 99.9% of germs and help keep the memories going even through the sneezing months. Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes today for a clean and healthy home during cold and flu season. Clorox. What comes next is everything. This is directed on Alcohol Services. Macy's President's Day first Christmas sale is going on now. It's the perfect time to shop with Sprinkle Supervisor on free savings. Like a 5-piece Radley Shade sectional for $1,789. Pick out a Tribeca Clean storage bed for just $489. And get a free adjustable base when you buy a Beauty-Rest Caribbean King-Plus mattress, $597. Plus, learn how you can get 24-month financing when you use your Macy's credit card on qualifying purchases. Right now at Macy's, save yourself discounts and new conditions apply. It's our integrated network of doctors and hospitals. It means that better health, everyone is working together. And during the Sonoma wildfire, it meant doctors and nurses in Colorado that had much more visits with patients 100 miles away. It also was a safe to see a little less loss. With our Colorado Medical Foundation, working with the team at Generation Regional Hospital, it's stopping things and getting strong. Better health. Yes, for sport traffic here, Tim. Oh, we've got a new problem in Castro Valley involving a number of cars. I don't have the exact number here yet. Northbound 238 after East 14th Street. At least one vehicle is on its side and it's blocking the far left lane, so northbound 238 is backed up through the Farmington interchange. It's causing slowing on 580 in both the eastbound and the westbound direction. And we also have a backup on the Bay Bridge, a new crash coming in, lower deck on the Yerba Buena off-ramp. There's a bit of a backup west of the phone course. Thanks for the heads up on that. Your next update was Frank Munich at 5 on the traffic leader, KPDS. And our forecast for the Bay Area tonight, we've got some chance of more showers and some showers tonight with lows of 20 and 30. It's Sunday, February 17th, coming up.
And I'm Scott Maturi. What exactly is a data dividend?
All of us were Googling what does data dividend mean.
The new governor's proposal, we'll see what it means in coming weeks. And I'm Jeffrey Shadow. Highway 37 in Nevada, partially flooded during the storm, might reopen by Wednesday.
I have Governor Newsom get their approach this week.
When you need to know, KCBS AM, KFRC FM, and HD1, San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, on radio.com station.
CBS News on the hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance. I'm Gary Allen. Democrats ready to challenge the president's emergency declaration in front of the border wall. California expected to challenge it in court. Ohio Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown on CNN State of the Union.
Republicans are afraid he's going to take the money from somewhere else, something they care about. Fundamentally, they think it's a president who failed, who hates to lose, who's acting childish, and is violating the Constitution. Republican is telling us that privately.
Our senior policy advisor, Stephen Jordan, on ABC's This Week.
What is an emergency? I mean, what are we on now? The fifth caravan? Why does it ask senators, how many caravans do we need? 6, 7, or an endless caravan, one that never stops?
CBS's Errol Barnett on where the wall money could come from.
In declaring a national emergency, it frees up funds from various places, the largest portion of which the White House has identified will come from Pentagon construction projects. And that includes things like building a middle school in Kentucky.
Now to Florida, Denny Hamlin winning his second Daytona 500 in 4 years. Kevin, some crashes today at the race.
I'm Peter King at Daytona International Speedway. What happened within the last 10 laps of this race is probably enough to shock even race veterans. 3 big crashes, the biggest one involving 21 cars, the other 7 and 9 cars, respectively. 2 of the crashes were bad enough to stop the race the first time for nearly 25 minutes.
Former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe on CBS's 60 Minutes says Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein mentioned invoking the 25th Amendment to oust President Trump after he fired James Comey as FBI director. He says Rosenstein discussed wearing a recording device for meeting with the president. told police of it claims the attack may have been fake. CBS's Tony DeCoppel.
Chicago police say they now are following new investigative leads. One of the Nigerian brothers had been an extra on Empire. Another, according to Celeste attorneys, had been Celeste's trainer.
This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Pick from a range of coverage options with the Name Your Price tool to find a price that works for you. Find out more at progressive.com.
24/7, 365. You're up and at 'em every day, so you don't want something like Medicare Part D to slow you down. At Walgreens, we'll take care of your Medicare Part D prescription, saving you time and money. Make the switch to Walgreens today and get more by earning $100 reward points and save up to $5 on each Medicare Part D prescription when Walgreens is your preferred pharmacy. Walgreens, trusted since 1901. Prescription savings applies to your generic refill of preferred versus non-preferred pharmacy on select plans. Points can't be earned in New York, New Jersey, or Arkansas. Other restrictions and limitations apply.
I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans, America's premier home purchase lender. We've created a new way to protect you from unpredictable interest rates. Our exclusive Rate Shield approval. First, we lock your interest rate for up to 90 days. Then, if rates go up, your rate stays locked. But if rates go down, your rate drops. Either way, you win. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rate Shield approval only valid on certain 30-year fixed rate loans. All response information and conditions. Equal housing lender. License and office details. NMLS number 730. Additional conditions or exclusions may apply.
Disgraced former New York Democratic Congressman Anthony Weiner is out of prison on parole. WCBS reporter Mike Smells.
Anthony Weiner was set to be in federal custody until this August for sexting a 15-year-old girl who lives in North Carolina. His good behavior has gotten him on the path to being out early. Now TMZ reports the former congressman will live either at a halfway house or home confinement until mid-May. After that, Weiner will be on parole.
It is unclear when Weiner left the prison from here, Massachusetts, or where he is currently staying. Relatives of a British teen who ran away with other London schoolgirls to join the Islamic State extremist group says she has given birth to a baby boy in Syria and both are in good health. 19-year-old Shamamina Begum has expressed a desire to return to Britain, saying she didn't know what she was getting into when she left in 2015 to marry an ISIS fighter. The effort has touched off a debate in the UK over how to deal with citizens who want to come back now that ISIS is on the verge of collapse. Hearing on CBS News.
As Vital Times at the Bay Area's news station, KCBS. We have more shower activity and snow showers expected. Define for what is a public figure and what is not a public figure, so to speak. I'm sure you have Donald Trump for sure, but there's other people that sort of get caught up with these libel suits, too.
Yeah, so the court has expanded the meaning of public figure, and certainly you could argue with the outlines of that concept. In this particular case, it's somebody who is, let's call a private individual, who then decides to enter a public controversy, that is the controversy around comedian Bill Cosby, which is the Braves, and she said, well, I'm one of his victims. By injecting herself into the public controversy, she becomes, under the current law, a public figure. You can argue about whether someone should be a public figure if they're really just a private person, if they're really just responding to somebody else's statement. You could sort of argue with the outlines of that. But the idea that the First Amendment has to give room for people to speak freely, and that we ought to have a high standard before you can recover damages for libel or defamation, is a pretty well accepted view constitutionally, and it's been accepted for 60 or 70 years, really more than that, probably 100 years.
Well, don't you think if you open this up too and make the libel law more relaxed, that there'll be lawsuit after lawsuit that'll clog up the courts, and everyone will want to go into libel law at Hastings?
Well, you're absolutely right, and one of the values of the New York Times Metropolitan Standard is it keeps down the number of lawsuits. You can still recover if you're a private person when you're detained, and you can still recover if you're a public figure if somebody speaks with knowledge that what they're saying is false, or even reckless disregard for whether it's true or false. So it doesn't make lawsuits impossible. It simply says you got to meet a high standard before you can recover money, and that gives everybody the freedom to sort of express their views on public issues, controversial issues. It's a valuable protection during elections, certainly, and it's certainly a valuable protection right now with all the controversy surrounding President Trump.
Well, thanks for explaining it all to us today, Professor.
My pleasure, thank you.
That is Professor Rory Little of the Hastings Law. KCBS News Time, 1:25. That means it's time to check your money. At the KCBS Super Micro Intel Money Desk, here's Jason Brooks.
Okay, Wall Street reversed course at the midway point of the session, finished slightly into positive territory. Trade continues to be a key driver, with U.S. and Chinese negotiators meeting this week in Washington. Higher-level talks later in the week. Dow finished 8 points higher to 25,891. The Nasdaq gained 14 points to 7486, and the S&P rose 4 points to 2779. Price of oil was up by 50 cents to $56.09, the highest level in 3 months. Walmart was a star for the market, and shares were up by 2% on strong fourth-quarter earnings, including a big gain in e-commerce sales. Homebuilder confidence rose for the second straight month, with the National Association of Home Builders reporting rising optimism over lower mortgage rates. On the Money Watch, Jason Brooks, KCBS.
If you're tired of your messy backyard and your cramped driveway, then do your home a favor and call Mr. Pavers. Mr. Pavers, hardscape contractor, specializing in driveways, walkways, pool decks, patios, outdoor kitchens, and more. Mr. Pavers makes your personal space an awesome place. Quality pavers at affordable prices, and they do the work. No contracting out. Call Mr. Pavers now for 20% off your project and free demolition. 833 Mr. Pavers. That's 833 Mr. Pavers. Or go to MrPavers.com. Are you ready to party at the Bay Area's most exciting Academy Awards Gala? Come celebrate with the Academy of Friends, where you'll watch the Oscars in style and enjoy delicious food from local restaurants and refreshing libations. All proceeds from the event will benefit local HIV and AIDS nonprofit organizations. See you February 24th at City View at the Metreon. To learn more about the 39th Annual Gala and to get tickets, visit academyfriends.org.
Happening this February 28th, Publishers Clearing House will typically award them $5,000 a week for whoever product. Win, and you get $5,000 a week for your life. Then after that, someone you choose gets $5,000 a week for their life. This prize is guaranteed to be awarded on February 28th. What is your chance to win? Enter at BCH.com before it's too late. Check BCH.com. Hurry, a full day is almost here. February 28th, you can win $5,000 a week for whatever. ABC 45 number 2. Home for prediction.
Get an amazing deal on your new mattress during the President's Day event at the Revive Sleep Center inside Living Spaces. Save up to $400 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable sets. Save $1,000 on the iComfort limited edition mattress and save $500 on the Revive Artist Hybrid and all the Revive adjustable base for a total of $995. Plus, pay no interest for 2 years on select purchases with your favorite bedding. Only at the Revive Sleep Center inside Living Spaces. Living Spaces. Whenever news happens, wherever news happens, we're here for you. All day, all night, count on us. All News 106.9 and AM 740 KCBS. KCBS News Time 128. Folks, for traffic, here's George Rapp. Big problems on the Nimitz Freeway, lanes closed, and now it looks like they might be closed for quite some time this afternoon.
Well, a person that's confirmed now was killed in this crash on 880 in the southbound direction. The accident occurring just before 11 o'clock. And they have 3 of the 5 lanes shut down southbound, south of Marina Boulevard, north of 238. The accident occurring right at the Floresta overcrossing. And because of the fatality, that means a lengthy investigation. Currently, traffic is backed up to High Street. Use Interstate 580. If you're driving a truck or a big rig, you're permitted to do so. San Francisco traffic heavy now for the lower deck of the Bay Bridge from 7th Street, heavy into San Francisco on the upper deck, westbound from the island. And 280, the southern freeway coming into San Francisco from Daly City, is backed up from before Mission Street all the way to San Jose Avenue. We don't know the reason for those delays. It could very well be a pothole crew that's running traffic brakes. Your next update at 1:38 on the traffic leader, KCBS.
KCBS Bay Area forecast sunny, chilly today, highs in the mid to upper 50s, partly mostly cloudy tonight with those in the 30s and 40s, and we'll have a chance of showers in the forecast for tomorrow. Traffic and weather together.
Hi folks, Jim Peterson with Peterson. Hey, I was driving to work this morning and I heard a radio ad from this newly formed solar and lead roofing company. I get a kick out of it. I've got
stocks in my drawer that are older than some of these roofing and solar power companies. I started in roofing in 1980 when Jimmy Carter was in the White House. I built over 1,600,000 roofs, many hundreds of thousands of solar power systems. I've got the best financing in the United States. Look, my roof started $59 a month. These are 50-year warranty roofs. My solar power system started as low as $49 a month. Same as cash for 2 years. I won't be beat. I've got the most experience. I've built more than anybody else. I buy better than anybody else, and I've got the best financing anywhere in the United States. And I've just been around long. Give me a call if you want a roof, solar, a fence, or a backup home battery right now. 888-277-1933, 888-277-1933, or at petersondean.com. Once again, 888-277-1933. CSLB 930-640. Interstate 117-104-586.
News that matters to you. Around the bay, around the world, around the clock. All news 1069 and AM 740. KCBS. Coming up on KCBS, the plot thickens in the case of an alleged hate crime against a TV actor in Chicago. And President Trump says he's in no rush to see North Korea give up its nuclear weapons. Good afternoon. In for Rebecca Corral today, I'm Kim Foster, KCBS News Time 131.
CBS News Update. President Trump optimistic ahead of next week's second summit with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un in Vietnam, a summit that he hopes will ultimately lead to a denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula.
Well, there's no testing. I'm in no rush. If there's testing, that's another deal. But there has been no testing.
The president says it's in Pyongyang's best interest to end its isolation.
I really believe that North Korea can be a tremendous economic power when this is solved. The location between Russia, China, and South Korea is unbelievable.
The U.S. Special Representative for North Korea is traveling today to Hanoi.
He is on his way today to return for preparations for next week's summit.
State Department spokesman Robert Palladino.
Summit's going to take place next week. Steve Biegun is on his way back right now to tie up the bidder, and we're optimistic and looking forward to next week.
CBS News Update. I'm June Shanahan.
KCBS News Time 132 as our News Watch continues. Investigators looking into the alleged hate crime against Empire actor Jussie Smollett are examining a threatening letter sent last month. A source told CBS Chicago that when the letter didn't get enough attention, Smollett concocted the staged attack. Dean Reynolds reports.
Chicago police have stopped calling Smollett the victim in this case and are referring to him now merely as the individual who reported the incident. And CBS News has learned two brothers admitted to the police that the actor paid them to fake that incident. When police raided the home of brothers Ola and Abel Osundairo last week, one of the items seized was a magazine. That's notable because the week before, Jussie Smollett says he was beaten by two masked, race-baiting homophobes who yelled, "This is MAGA country." The Empire star received a threatening letter at the Chicago studios where the show is filmed. The words appeared to be spelled out with letters clipped from a magazine. CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman.
So the question I ask as a prosecutor is, what is the motive of the brothers to do any of this? Why would they do this?
Multiple sources tell CBS Chicago station WBBM Smollett was upset the letter didn't get a bigger reaction and decided to orchestrate the attack. CBS News has learned the Osundairo brothers have now admitted to police Smollett hired them to stage the assault. Investigators have requested a follow-up interview with Smollett, who has repeatedly denied faking the attack.
I'm pissed off. How do you not believe that? It's true.
Smollett's lawyers say he knows the brothers, one of whom was his personal trainer. In a video posted on Facebook last month, Abel Osundairo, a bodybuilder, practiced posing to one of Smollett's songs. Ola Osundairo appeared in the second season of Empire. The men told WBBM, "We are not racist, we are not homophobic, and we are not anti-Trump. We were born and raised in Chicago and are American citizens."
Here you have, he said, racist. So I'm sure the Chicago police are looking for any type of corroborating evidence.
For days, the police here have very publicly requested another interview with Smollett because of all the information they've gathered recently. Much of that information undermining the actor's version of what he said happened to him 3 weeks ago today.
That's CBS's Ian Reynolds reporting. KCBS News Time 1:35. We'll check your traffic and weather next.
Spring is always a time when love blossoms, but not for all men. With 1 in 4 men suffering from ED, you're not alone. And the good news is Prime Male Medical is dedicated to helping men who are suffering from ED, PE, and low testosterone. Their team of professionals are located right here in the Bay Area and have the most advanced treatments for these types of conditions. Stop wasting your money buying pills online that don't work. Ask about their sublingual lozenges. They take the active ingredients in either Viagra, Cialis, or Levitra and compound them into a lozenge that you put under your tongue. So it goes right into your bloodstream and it works fast and lasts 36 hours. Get your initial visit, a PSA test, a testosterone test, a test dose of medicine, and 1 year follow-up. 415-761-4037 now, or go to PrimeMaleMedical.com. 415-761-4037. Prime Male Medical, where we help men succeed.
This will shock you. Have you seen the new tax card you're supposed to fill out in a couple months? Simpler? Well, no. It's downright confusing, to say the least. Hey, it's David Hollander from the Protect Your Assets report. Did you know that you're probably paying more in taxes right now than you need to? It doesn't have to be this way. It is possible to reposition your investments and create tax-free income. Think about how good that sounds. Tax-free income. Don't just file your taxes. Get a well-thought-out strategy in place right now. In my office, we have a CPA, 3 estate planning attorneys, and a team of financial advisors to help you protect your investments. To find out what we can do for you, call this number, 1-866-PROTECT. Pick up the phone and start paying less taxes today. 866-PROTECT. You're one of the first phone callers right now. You will receive this very uncomplimentary analysis. The number to call is 1-866-PROTECT. It's 1-866-PROTECT.
We all have wished at one point or another we could just do 2 things at the same time. Well, if you're about to refinance or purchase a new home, here are 2 things you should absolutely do at the same time. Apply with at least 2 lenders. Mark Tice here from HMS Capital. Having 2 loans processed at the same time accomplishes a couple of important things. First, it means you continuing competition for you, the customer, right up to the finish line. This results in a lower interest rate that saves your money. Second, it improves your chances of a successful transaction by eliminating the dependence on a single lender. HMS Capital requires no advance fees to apply. There's no approval fee and no credit fee. With our razor sharp interest rates, we are completely confident that no matter how many lenders you apply with, we will win your business. So call HMS Capital today and let us show you how doing 2 things at once really can save you money. Call HMS Capital at 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. That's 833-255-5698. Or go to hmscapital.com. That's Capital Funding NMLS number 303222 in California. DBO Finance Lending Law License is 0 DBO 37652. We visit at HMS Capital. 833-255-5698.
Signature Homes offers a perfect work-life balance with 8 new home neighborhoods starting from the low 500,000. Take back your commute time with convenient locations near transportation. Relax on bar from Livermore. Live at Mountain House and jump on the 8th train or take the SMART train from Roner Park. Single-story and 2-story plans available. You'll love the spacious homes with great rooms and state-of-the-art kitchens. Visit sighomes.com or call 925-872-3876. Homes from the low 500,000. SIGhomes.com.
Looking for clear blue skies, crisp mountain air, and a clearly great time? Yosemite Mariposa County welcomes you to stunning scenery, wildlife, snow play, and stargazing. Plus, enjoy our historical towns, museums, and shops. Plan your epic adventure today at Yosemite.com.
KCBS News Time 1:38. First for traffic, George Raft continuing to follow the Nimitz Freeway, road closures, lots of big backups just ahead of this afternoon's commute.
To be very specific, lane closures, not road closures.
That's what I mean.
But we may as well have shut the roadway down when you take away 3 of the available 5 lanes. Only lanes 1 and 2, the 2 left lanes, are open south of Marina Boulevard. The rest of it, traffic is backed up a little less, or a little bit, not quite off the street. I've seen a minor improvement in the backup, and passing our camera at 66, you can see the traffic is creeping along on 880 southbound, but still only 2 lanes are open and no indication of when they will get the rest of the freeway open. Now, 580 has been the alternate route. It continues to be, but it's starting to groan under the weight of it. Traffic is backing up toward Fairmont Drive and a bit beyond in the eastbound direction, coming down to the Castro Valley Y. Big rigs have been authorized to use the eastbound lanes.
Nimitz northbound slows up through Hayward from 92 north up to A Street. And there are new problems in Pacheco. Let's go to the Chilton Auto Body Collision Cam and Kim Vestall.
I'm looking at a slow patch here. It's backing up behind a crash involving possibly up to 4 cars westbound Highway 4 at Pacheco Boulevard. Fortunately, no lanes blocked, but you'll be on the brakes from before this exciting.
And South Bay Freeway still doing remarkably well. No major problems there to report. Next update, 148 on the traffic leader, KCBS.
George, I have one question. You said that 580 was a good alternate. What about any city streets or getting around the closure?
You know, I mean, there is, of course, International Boulevard, San Leandro Street, East 14th. Those are all available. My own preference would be to use Interstate 580.
Okay, great. Thanks. Good advice. Traffic and weather together on the 8th. Let's do the weather side of things for you. Sunny skies, chilly temperatures today. Highs only in the upper 40s to mid-50s. But tonight, partly cloudy skies. That will make things a little bit warmer overnight. Lows in the mid-30s to low 40s, and a chance of showers with mostly cloudy skies tomorrow with highs in the mid-50s. Traffic and weather together on the 8th on All News 106.9 and AM 740. Keep again.
Got a moment? We do. At Fairmont Hotels and Resorts, we've got all kinds of them. Want to swim with the turtles in Hawaii? Yeah. Get the slopes in Whistler? Check. Catch a Broadway show in New York? Right this way. Enjoy your unforgettable moments at Fairmont Hotels. With up to $100 daily credit, plus 3 times the rewards points. Get the credit you deserve at Fairmont.com.
If you paid your caregiver more than $2,100 in 2018, you likely owe nanny taxes. But don't worry, Care.com HomePay has you covered. Our household tax and payroll experts can take care of it all. From caregiver budgeting, tax filing, and payroll, to setting up automatic payments and filing returns. Guaranteed. Go to Care.com/taxes now to learn more and get a free consultation. That's Care.com/taxes. News that hits the bottom line. Financial news from the KCBS for Money Desk after 25 and 55 on 106.9 and AM 740 KCBS. Supermicro, a global leader in high performance, high efficiency, server technology and innovation. KCBS News Time 142, sponsored by DGDG.com. Searching for a new or used car? Be happy and visit DGDG.com.
Reporters Network. I'm Bernie Sanders. I'm running for president. Is America ready to feel the burn again? He's back and singing a familiar tune. Medicare for all, raising the minimum wage, making public colleges and universities tuition-free. All of those ideas, people say, oh, Bernie, they're so radical. They are extreme. The American people just won't accept those ideas. Well, you know what's happening over 3 years? All of those ideas and many more are now part of the political mainstream. Sanders on CBS this morning with a crowded Democratic field. A few candidates who've embraced some of Sanders' ideas. Can he catch lightning in a bottle twice? More importantly, can he catch the fundraising lightning in a bottle twice? Bill Raycroft, CBS News, Washington. Progressive Insurance, creators of the Name Your Price tool. Choose for a range of coverage options and pick the price that works for you.
KCBS News Time 143 with the fourth quarter. Islanders in the Caribbean want to say that
National
deficit, but they were still down a run in the ninth inning. And they come back and win this game anyway.
Welcome into Extra Inning Postgame Show with Bill Lasky on a beautiful afternoon here in Northern California on a beautiful Memorial Day weekend. Hopefully everybody is staying safe out there and enjoying your off time. And the Giants are continuing to stay hot, no doubt about that. A pitching duel at the beginning of the game, they just could not touch Severino. And Jordan Hicks pushed up pretty well too, only giving up one run. And sure enough, the Giants finally tied it in the sixth inning. And Jelly gives up a home run in the seventh, but that wasn't enough. The Giants came back, scored one in the ninth, and they put them away with 5 in the 10th. To get their 4th win in a row, they've now won 8 out of 9. They won their last 3 series, and they've going home with a winning record on this road trip of 6 games as they took 2 out of the 3 from Pittsburgh. Now they have an opportunity to sweep the New York Mets as they win the first 2 games here in New York. 4 straight comeback wins. That's just outstanding. And when you look at this 4 games, in a 4-game series, from the 8th inning on, they have scored 23 runs. Think about that. 23 runs from the 8th inning on. This is the second time on the road trip they scored 5 in the extra innings. They did that in Pittsburgh. And really some new names. Giants fans are going to have to take a peek at. Brent Wisely just having one of his best games of his career, going 3 for 4, scored 2 runs, and he was the first hit that the Giants got in the 6th inning off of Severino. Severino was just dialed in. If you look at the first 5 innings, 12 in a row before Chapman got a walk, and then he got 3 more outs. He got it out in the 6th inning before Wisely finally broke up the perfect game, the no-hitter. And sure enough, the Giants scrapped with a run there when Patrick Bailey got a nice base hit to left field. It continued on in the 9th. Flores came up and just the first pitch he saw from Diaz, got a base hit. And Lamont Wade Jr. didn't disappoint after McKinnon steals second, which was really a key point of that inning. And Lamont Wade Jr. crushed the ball to right field down the line. Tried to stretch it into 2. He got thrown out at second. You saw him in the dugout shaking his head as he was wondering why he did that. Of course, he didn't play today because his hamstring was a little tight. They were kind of saving him, and I think he was disappointed that he should have just stayed at first. But what a key hit Lamont Wade Jr. had at that time to tie the game. And when you look at what Luke Jackson did, he came out there an error again on a flip from Estrada to Luciano. It didn't stop him. He got out of the inning. Matter of fact, the whole bullpen pitched well again for the Giants today. Jordan Hicks goes 5 innings, only giving up 2 hits, 1 run. That was a solo home run to Marte. He really did throw the ball well today, a lot better from the last outing. Of course, he was ill before the game. Today, he had his velocity up, going up to about 98 on a couple sinkers and crossed fastballs. He threw 87 pitches, 39 sinkers, 27 splitters, and that's the 2 famous pitches he always throws. 17 4 fastballs, and he really dominated the zone. 13 first pitch strikes out of 20 hitters. That was one thing that when he accomplishes that, he always stays in the zone, gets ahead of hitters. 2 walks, and that was pretty good for him. 1 hit batsman. The home run by Marte was an 0-2 pitch. You saw him grimace after he threw it. 3 ground ball outs, 4 fly ball outs, and the whole thing, I really felt that he was right back into the zone with his 4-pitch mix. Took him out after 5 innings, 87 pitches, 53 for strikes. Of course, Jordan Hicks wants to continue and keep throwing, but they took him out and went to the bullpen. And Taylor Rogers went 2/3 of an inning, and what about the line drive by Bader that almost took his head off it? I pitched for many years. Those balls coming back at you, you just don't even see them. There are glimpses coming at you. You got the glove up, caught the ball. Your heart pounds so fast. It is just remarkable sometimes how quick you are when the ball is coming back at you. And Taylor Rogers goes 2/3 of an inning. Jelly comes out and gets him out of the inning, but he goes down and in on Beatty, and Beatty hits his 4th home run of the year. Jelly's been pitching great, of course, in Pittsburgh. He gave up the grand slam today. He gave up the home run going down and in on Beatty to a lefty. And that was really the only 2 runs, Marte and Beatty giving up home runs. The Giants really shut them down. They only had 4 hits in 10 innings. It was Hicks, Rogers, Jelly, Randy Rodriguez, who was really moving up the ladder in that bullpen, getting some key games and key points into the game. And he comes in and throws an inning and 2/3, no hits, 2 punchies, and he threw the ball again very well for the Giants. Luke Jackson comes in, gets in a little trouble, but still gets out of it. And Camilo Duvall has no problem getting a 1-2-3 inning today as he punches out the first 2 hitters he sees and gets a lazy fly ball. And the Giants win their 4th straight. First time they're over 500. They're 27 and 26 on the season. And I go back to the 4 straight comeback win. This is something that the Giants are doing now. The Giants are now, getting into those late innings. There's no pressure, watching the ball more in the zone, watching more pitches from their bullpen. And they really have been destroying the bullpen. Severino, like I said today, he pitched really well today. He threw 103 pitches, 65 for strikes, 15 first pitch strikes out of 26. Just kept them off base. The other time when they saw Severino here in San Francisco, they chased him after 6 innings, giving up 3 runs. They got him for a loss. Today, he was dialed in, and it was right off the bat. 12 up, 12 down, the first 4 innings. He was cruising. He walks Chapman, and like I said, Wisely gets the first hit, and from there on, the Giants just mounted an attack, especially going into that 10th inning. 808 KMDR, if you want to get on the phone lines, let's talk about this game and this hot streak the Giants are on. As I said, they've won 8 out of 9. They've won 3 straight series, going back to Colorado, Pittsburgh, and now the Mets. And these series are really big, especially when you go on the road. And then look, the Giants were 21 and 25 at one time. You could go back further than that. They have just been playing very good baseball. The loss on this road trip, a game that they kind of goofed up. The late innings didn't proceed to pull that win in. But tomorrow, Logan Webb back on the hill to try to sweep the Mets and see where they go. And these are good points for the Giants right now as they continue to get hot in the month of May. When the Giants score 5 or more runs, they are 18 and 1. When they get more hits than their opponents, they're 18 and 3. On the road series, they're 4-4 and 1, winning their 4th series in a row. Overall, 9-6 and 2 in series wins. So the Giants are playing good baseball. A couple of great comeback wins the last couple of days, and today a game where it was probably going to be a 2-1 game, but sure enough, they fought back in the 9th to tie it, and they blew it open in the 10th with 5 runs. KVR, get on the phone lines. Let's talk some Giants baseball on a beautiful afternoon here in Northern California. We'll take a break and come back with more right here on KVR, the sports leader.
From the mound to the mic, this is KVR Extra Innings with Bill Lasky. Sponsored by Lenardi's Markets of the Bay Area. Quite simply, the best. Hear him by saying to your smart speaker, play KVR.
Hey, Giants fans, spring is finally here, and it's the perfect time to get that window and door project going. We invite you to stop by our showroom located in beautiful downtown Redwood City to see the quality lineup of windows and doors from Millburn. Ask us about a special rebate worth up to $85 on select vinyl windows and doors. Call us at 650-367-8930 or visit our website at vanaglasscompany.com. Hey, California, Telephone me, big savings. Telephone me, great selection. Telephone me, 5 days to save. So visit your California 14th Anniversary Memorial and get great offers across the lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Like the Bill Ford Truck F-150, part of Ford F-Series, America's best-selling truck for 47 years and
Well, Pet Nelly has built a talented roster of professionals offering a wide range of financial solutions and strategies to help you generate and preserve wealth today and for future generations. This Redwood City team plays in the big leagues. Shouldn't you? Call 650-595-4600. Pet Nelly Financial Partners. Visit PetNellyFT.com. That's PetNellyFT.com.
Pet Company is closing its doors at Leftist Post on Union Square.
Downtown for 172 years. But now we are closing our doors.
Trading Company at Leftist Post will be liquidated.
Prices have been reduced throughout the store on Post Street.
The rare, the exotic, and the beautiful will be sold at savings up to 60% off.
A sale like this happens only once in 72 years.
That's Pet Company, 150 Post on Union Square.
Life of a small business owner. You know what, son? Calling all the shots, checking all the boxes. But I'll be fooled by all that picking up too early, interrupting your life with that thing that is your small business. And then there's workplace accidents. People are busy, they're distracted, they're tired, and they always have something new to deal with. 500-degree ovens, fresh concrete in a 3-foot trench, relentless thorns in a bouquet of lucasias, rusty nails, clogged sawdust. Major works around every corner. What are workers going to do? How can your employees feel like they're covered in case of an accident? Despite your best efforts, workplace accidents can happen, but there is an easy way to keep your employees covered. Talk to your agent about workers' comp coverage from Pi, or go to piinsurance.com and get a quote. Safety first, then Pi Insurance. Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to policy terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Railings and Cream, Tin Roof Sunday, Rocky Road. These are just a few of Lenardi's Market's customer favorites. Lenardi's old-fashioned gourmet ice cream, smooth, creamy, and delicious. Lenardi's ice cream is made locally with fresh quality ingredients. Lenardi's ice cream is the perfect end to a great meal or after a Giants win. Stop by one of Lenardi's 8 locations and treat yourself to your favorite flavor. San Bruno, Burlingame, Belmont, Los Gatos, 2 in San Jose, 1 in Bascom, 1 in Meridian, Walnut Creek, and Danville. Lenardi's, quite simply, the best. And here's the street bonus. Swing a ground ball up the middle. Base hit! Center field! Third hit in a row for Wisely. Coming around third to Sally, and he scores, and the Giants have gone ahead for the first time today. 3-2 Giants.
Field is back, fired up, bringing it all united. KNPR extra innings with Bill Lack, sponsored by Lenardi's Markets of the Bay Area. Quite simply, the best. Listen on your Google Home Smart speaker. Say, play KNPR.
All right, welcome back to the Extra Innings Post-Game Show. A beautiful Saturday afternoon with Bill Lasky. And before we dive into any more Giants news, I got to congratulate the Aragon girls softball team, coached by Liz Roscoe. Here for Liz, Tori, and Joe, the coaches. Just want to shout out to all the girls by putting all the hard work in, and it succeeded into a CBS tournament winner, and I'm just so proud of the team, and I'm really proud of my little sister Liz Roscoe. She did a fabulous job along with Tori and Joe, but just all excited for them as they brought in the big trophy today, and just a great year for them. And I just wanted to give them a shout out today. Did a lot of Aragon softball in my previous few years, but couldn't have had any better coaches with Liz, Joe, and Tori, and they did a sensational job. And shout out to them, they're champions today. So great job by the Aragon girls softball. All right, Giants again win today. Come back from behind, win. Looked like a big pitching matchup. It was really nothing for a while. I mean, the Giants ended up getting a run in the 6th, scratched 1 in the 9th, and 5 in the 10th for a win as they go 7-2 with a victory today, winning their 27th win. Bob Melvin in the postgame show just talked about Brad Wisely and his versatility to play shortstop, center field, play first base. An NBC Bay Area, they interviewed him. He said, I think I played first base back in AA and A-ball. But you know, when you get into situations like that, you just have to play where you're capable of playing. And sure enough, Brett Wisely did that on the pop-up Chapman caught. You know, he was right under it, but he knows what he's doing. It's not that difficult once you get on the field. But like you said, in the big leagues, the game's a little faster, and he was just happy to win the game. But a good game all much the star of the game today, going 3 for 4. 808 KPR, let's get the phone lines ran. Let's talk some Giants baseball. Let's go to San Francisco and talk to Mike. Good game today, Mike. 4 wins in a row. Can they sweep the Mets tomorrow, Mike?
All I gotta say, Bill, is we won't back down.
Yeah, a little Tom Petty on that one, huh? A little Tom Petty music.
Yeah, we got some eclectic coaching, and it's all the way from Bond to Baker to Pence to Clark to Burrell to Williams, and these bats are something else that they're coming around. And I don't know what to call them yet, but it has been quite a sight to see.
Well, I think the momentum from each game, Mike, it's come back, and the inning rallies. I threw this stat out there. Alex Pavlis threw it out there. The 4 games from the 8th inning on, 23 runs they scored, and that's just not normal. That is grinding at bats, getting good pitches, and not missing them. And I still think Brett Wisely just had the game of his career today.
Playing very good self there. That doesn't feel like a kid.
Yeah, I agree. I thought that was a play.
expand in the way that they did. And educator who lives in East Ecuador. Today's show is part of a project on kinship with the North and the world, produced in collaboration with the Center for Humans and Nature and with support from the California Foundation. You'll find more information about the project at peoplebook.org and at humanature.org. To the best of our knowledge and produced at the Central Public Radio, Shannon Charles O'Neill, Angela Bautista, and Mark Rickard. Steve Ballman is our executive producer. The sound design this week and always is by Joe Hardy. I'm Ann Strange Shannon. Be well. Join us again next time.
Also heard on the following transmitters: K213AI in Savannah Falls at 90.5, K220BI in Savannah Falls at 91.9, K226CO in Mount Shasta at 93.1, K250BX in Wairika at 97.9, and K245CS in Central Valley Reading at 96.9. News of the region, the nation, and the world.
A celebration of blocks of various shapes and forms and velocities, hoping that as we try and fall flat on our faces, it might be nice to do so right next to other people doing so. And it might give us some insight into what's on the other side of the block. As our first block. I have it. Hello. Hello. My name is welcome. Thank you. And what you got? Where are you taking us? We are going back to the early 2000s to the show American Idol. Of course. Which is one of my favorite shows growing up. Yeah. And, you know, you probably know how it's set up.
And eventually,
Thank you.
they said just cut him off.
William, it's one of actually the worst movies we've had this year. I already gave my best, and I have no regrets at all.
And for some reason, this flop by this guy, William Hung, more than any other flop in maybe the history of the whole show, it went viral.
Let me just say I've no professional training in
There's an SNL sketch about it. People made slurs. Boys. What did you think about all this when you saw it happening? I mean, I was just a kid. I probably just laughed with everyone else. But, you know, watching it now, it really just makes me sad.
What is sad about it?
I mean, I think why he was so laughed at was because he sort of fit this, like, nerdy Asian stereotype.
Yeah.
And, like, I grew up in this place that was filled with people who are Asian Americans. And, you know, it's like a very immigrant community. And as an immigrant, watching TV, like, especially a show like American Idol, it's sort of this way to answer the question of, like, how am I supposed to be here? Like, what is life? You know, what's good, what's lovable.
Yeah.
And in American Idol, the version of that is literally just someone just, like, going and hating themselves, and then three people being like, that was good. I like this. I like what you're wearing. I like how you talk. I hate this. Yeah, exactly.
That's so funny because it's like an American Idol. It's like your American paragon of what it is to be an American.
Right, right. And, you know, William Hung.
It's business part.
Right. He didn't fit. And, you know, I thought when this whole thing happened, you know, when America essentially told him, William Hung, you don't belong. I thought he'd just, like, disappear. But he sort of did the opposite of that. Oh, William Hung's coming.
Coming overnight. Phenomenon.
It was so strange to me. Like, he goes on all these big talk shows and performs to bang in malls, concerts, sports games. He does a halftime show at a Golden State Warriors game, a concert at the Rose Bowl with, like, Janet Jackson and Maroon 5. Like, he's using the nightmare of that American Idol audition over and over and over again. Yeah. And I just, like, I never would have done that. You know, I was the kind of kid who, if I got one answer wrong in class, I would want to go back the next day. And this guy was, like, going back to school, jumping on the desk, and just, like, shouting the wrong answer again and again and again. It's like he's immune to humiliated.
Yeah.
I've always wondered, like, how? How did he manage to respond this way? So, William, how's it going?
Good.
I called him up.
Just a moment. Let me fix my background.
Yeah. He's 39 years old now. Lives in Jacksonville, Florida with a friend.
Hey.
After the whole American Idol thing, he tried to become a high school teacher, but that didn't quite work out. And now he's a professional poker player. Did you just leave your bed?
Yeah.
I asked him how he ended up auditioning for American Idol, and he said it's not like he grew up wanting to be a performer. He moved to the U.S. to Hong Kong when he was 10, and had a really hard time fitting in.
You could say that I'm more of a loner. My best friends were my teachers.
He got bullied in middle school.
Probably just because of Chinese or Asian. Because I was the only Asian in my class.
And college wasn't much easier.
I didn't know how to make friends. It's so socially.
But then, one day, he's walking into his dorm, and his poster catches his eye.
A picture of a guy with a microphone, the red curtain behind it.
And it's a poster for this talent show that his dorm's holding. He decides on a whim to sign himself up.
It's like a new opportunity.
He used to love doing karaoke with his parents.
The way I saw it was I had nothing to do.
He chooses his money to
try to make Mickey Mocket's dance move?
Practices.
So like, bang.
And when you get on stage,
My team people were dancing with me. They were so excited. And then at the end, people were giving me loud cheers and applause. Like, yeah! Woo!
and you end up actually winning the whole show.
Wow. I was like, what? Really?
Yeah, you win the DVD players.
Nice. So it's one of those nights that you feel like you were on top of the world.
Later that week, watching Fox News every night, and you see an advertisement for auditions for American Idol.
I was like, wow, maybe there's an opportunity there.
And you're still like riding off the high of like winning this huge school talent show.
I could win, man, right? Nobody knows.
And he's like, you know what? This is the next step. I'm gonna sign myself up.
Now we're the next step, yeah.
And you both saw how this went. So
It was so weird. It's funny. It's like Randy was holding his wife,
interesting to hear William recount what happened.
and then talking about like prodding my kid, like prodding his arm. Yeah, right. That's
Almost amusing.
I know I didn't do well on the audition. You know, I was nervous. My movements were very jerky. Standard, they good, it was good, but I remember it. It's okay.
Tell me more about your association with that. Well, not about all of it. You don't complain about it. You know, really, and make performances, you know?
Right? I mean, think about it. Okay, Minnesota, you see their offensive struggles when their role players aren't hitting. When Carlin's in town, he's a roller coaster, right? He's a soccer team, it's one of these things. And I spoke the game before with six.
And now he's just like living on borrowed time. And that's kind of the vibe I get from Kyrie. It's a very calming, nurturing energy right now, which is what Minnesota kind of needs from towns, but they're not getting it.
I never thought I would say this. I am starting to like the
I agree.
has become. I
100% agree.
Even from the Brooklyn Nets, I never thought those words would come out right now. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, whoa, Kyrie is okay with being likable. I mean, he's not even the one B on that team, but like he's embracing his role.
And it makes the people around him better. He's playing a game that is allowing his teammates to play their best game. Yeah. Anthony Edwards, I don't think is doing that right now.
Yeah, I mean, Kyrie also is embracing the true nature of the point guard position, whereas Anthony Edwards is too. He's not a point. A little difference there. But when you talk about that 1.5 star thing, I immediately thought about Denver last year, right? Jokic is the MVP. And Jamal Murray, some people will say he's a star, some people will say he's like upper echelon, one of these top supporting guys out there. Murray could be a star one night, the next night he could not, but he knew his role.
They all fall in. That was the difference. I don't think all the time.
So we'll see what happens there. Hey, puck drop is just about to happen.
They never drop it on time, so I never trust whatever the time says.
Well, it says 5 minutes, please, at least. Anywhere from 5:10 to 5:15. So you better for a period of it. I put a little half unit on Tyler Sagan at 3-1. So I want to ask you the last 30 seconds to ask your Casey's just thought. Did you change your mind on anything enough to, or rather not change your mind, but persuade you enough to put anything in?
I have the Stars tonight. Again, I have a gigantically stacked up Rangers over Oilers, so what I'm going to do the rest of these two series is just take little nibbles on the Stars and their in certain spots that I like. And tonight is a spot with Dallas, as we discussed, that I like.
I will say, here's something I love. The Oilers right now is series price. You got to lay $1 night. If they lose tonight, going home, I'm going to hop on that series price. A lot of show left, don't go anywhere. It's live that Saturday right here on these.
We're this close to crowning an NBA champ, and with the action heating up on the court, it's even hotter at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. At DraftKings, listen up. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,500. Just deposit at least $5. You'll get a bonus bet back equal to your first bet if it doesn't hit. by unconditional money-back guarantee. Give Dad an unforgettable gift this Father's Day. OmahaSteaks.com, promo code BSIN. Go to OmahaSteaks.com, use promo code BSIN for exclusive savings on Father's Day packages.
Thanks for listening to the 8 Sports Radio, where we're giving you a winning hand every day with the busiest sports network from Las Vegas. Great previews and breakdowns of the latest college and professional games and up-to-the-minute updates. We've got the fastest-growing sports network dialed in.
Southern Oregon's new source for sports, the 8 Sports Radio, home of the DraftKings Beast Network and Brent Musburger, AM 1300, FM 107.9.
Start your daily adventures of Pinnacle 365 by Power Market. Wake up to a little morning motivation with our freshly ground coffee, brewed from beans and cups in no time at all. Plus, download our rewards app and spend at least 6.
Your Fox Sports Radio. It ain't about anything else. I'm with you, Phil.
Sale and get 30% off Interstate from May 24th through June 3rd. Prices starting at $34.29. It's the perfect time to transform your space with home. Whether it's home office, we have you covered with old, used, soothing new homes, and everything in between. Stop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only, subject to supply. Store for details. At University of Maryland campus, we give our students credit. Credit for deciding to walk some traffic to get a bachelor's degree. Credit for managing your kids, your dog, and full-time jobs to an MBA. Students at UNCC higher learning over limited experience to earn up to 90 credits for a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. Plus, these are application fee rates and research firms. Local online and high requested services. Learn more at uncc.edu. Certified to operate machine by Deb. I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine. So on, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or over, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent copy vaccine. It helps protect you from any pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Its approval may depend on its question. Don't get Prevnar 20 and due allergic reactions that are or ingredients. Adults with weakening symptoms may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling, injection sites, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Judge Napolitano, here the verdict is in. First place seeing what goes on in D.C., and we can have some real challenges ahead. Congress can't stop spending money, the Fed can't stop printing money, and our national debt is increasing $1 trillion every 100 days. Amassing wealth if you ain't paid. Your dollars will buy less, and your retirement could be
really go viral. Yeah. And in some non-sports publications, like Hollywood Reporter, Variety, we crossed over. Yeah, we did. Oh, we crossed over. Yeah, we did. Yeah, Charles is great. But you know what? If you've heard Charles yet, but if you did hear it, we spent 16 minutes with him. That's why he's the most valuable person in media. Because what he says, how he says it, he's not a hot take guy. He's just, these are my opinions, whether you like it or not. Entertaining, also serious. He was angry about what's going on. They're going to lose the NBA on TNT. Now, what do? And we said, just, you know, with your production company, continue to do the show. And then you can license it to NBC if you want to. NBC is not going to create a better show than that. ESPN is not creating a better show than that. But here's the problem sometimes. If Charles and Shaq and Kenny, maybe Ernie go, let's say to NBC, or they went to ESPN, there's somebody at those networks that will probably say, you know what, I think I could make it better. No. Like, pardon the interruption. It works. There's certain things. Now, when we were at Sports Center, they tried to tweak it. They tried to, you know, make sure that we weren't stars. They wanted, you know, ESPN to be the star. They were constantly involved in that. And then, if you want to know what Dan Patrick said next, just podcast it by searching The Dan Patrick Show. And as always, you can listen to Dan Patrick live weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific, on Fox Sports Radio. The Odd Couple. Want a show that does it all? The Odd Couple. Your argument doesn't work for me because your argument doesn't work for me. Chris Broussard. Why don't the players look in the freaking mirror at themselves? Rob Parker. Sports has a short menu. Wins and losses. Yeah. They're the Odd Couple. You're sitting on the bench. Does your butt hurt? I'm not. Weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, on Fox Sports Radio. It's amazing.
Are women of color. They generally face low pay and poor work conditions. Nursing homes at low stage work. Was planned with a recent antitrust law. You remember it totally bought the pre-sale tickets
Trump is a conservative Christian nationalist movement. According to the New York Times report Wednesday, an appeal to have its flag was photographed flying in New Jersey vacation home of conservative Supreme Court Justice Dan Alito last summer. The report comes days after Alito acknowledged an upside-down U.S. flag, also associated with the January 6th attack, and brings out the Alito outside his Virginia home, days after the deadly Capitol riot. Alito warned he had no involvement whatsoever in flying the flag of Biden's white creation. Alito argued the free speech is under attack. Pro-reporter are declaring the campaign cover violation of fundamental rights. The controversy helped the court in deciding whether Trump should have immunity from prosecution, but some Democrats overlooked Alito's ability to self-litigate. Are the wrong thing to do, and he has some doubt on impartiality, and the appeal to have his flag also picked up by the office of Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson. Johnson issued a statement in support, writing, "He has long appreciated the rich history of the flag, first used by General George Washington during the Revolutionary War." Johnson was the evidence of Washington.
Got nothing to verify flag of Bob Washington and worried by their families as the world has forgotten them. That's it. That's the thing about that.
Thanks for coming. Hey, I'm supposed to meet you about 30 minutes